Raccoon, qualifying for the Grand, losing to them 1-3.
Way and just survives. Semantic holds on to the gems, and that is brilliance from Humble.
On the other side of the bracket, SK Gaming and Novo Esports both took a convincing victory in the quarterfinals and gave us a spectacular performance in the semis.
SK Gaming are 3 members strong versus 2. Subeam falls next. Biso, the last one to go. And SK Gaming, they're going to the World Finals.
SK Gaming took that momentum into the grand final and faced their seemingly eternal rivals, Humble. And the outcome did not change, as SK Gaming took a 3-1 victory against them, winning them yet another monthly finals.
But it is a fruitless effort. Your monthly final champions in July, SK Gaming.
This victory has put SK Gaming in a commanding lead of 71 points ahead of Humble. With plenty of slots available for EMEA in the World Finals, we'll definitely see the high-level gameplay that we've witnessed online on the big stage. Speaking of big stages, the host region of the LCQ this year, South America, has been taking notes and taking names. Loud arrived at the grand final as expected, with swift 3-0s against Anotis and Alpha 7 Esports.
And it'll be Loud heading on to the grand finals. Alpha 7 Esports left in their wake.
On the other side of the bracket, SK Kalalis SA showed similar prowess, only dropping 1 set to Casa Brawl in the quarterfinals.
And Casa Brawl has been shut down in the quarterfinals.
With both teams riding off their 3-0 victories in the semi-finals, the grand final was poised to be amazing. But in the end, the better team last month was SK Kalalis SA, taking a 3-1 victory over the Brazilian Titans.
This is the Dino, and SKC have done it! They have been able to wipe out Loud. They are your July monthly final champions in South America!
This victory inched SK Kalalis SA closer to the top spot, and who knows how that might change this monthly finals. Moving on to the final region, North America, where things seem to have reverted to how they were. Elevate seem to have found their groove, taking up swift 3-0s against Pioneers and Eternal.
And going to the grand finals in wonderful, wonderful fashion.
Meanwhile, Tribe Gaming took a 3-0 against Team Electros, but stumbled pretty hard during their match against STMN.
And somehow, some way, Tribe Gaming have done it! And full reverse swept STMN!
The grand final was the stage for revenge in the eyes of Tribe Gaming. They came with a vengeance, and they served it cold, taking up an amazing 3-1 victory.
Puts the doubters to rest, and Tribe Gaming will hold on to be NA's #1.
Tribe Gaming is once again sitting comfortably at the top of the region, with a whopping 440 points. Yet another spot secured in the World Finals for the NA Titans. And that was the recap for July's monthly finals. Aside from the top positions being secured by the various regional titans, it'll be interesting to see how the double points will affect the teams in the middle of the leaderboards. So keep an eye out for that. We had a wild start to the year. First was the spring split that pushed every team to the limit, racing towards the Brawl Cup. Here, some regions surprised the world, while others fell short. But nothing's decided. Not yet. The next chapter begins now with the summer split. Starting now, the points are doubled. It's all or nothing. Every region, every match, every second counts.
Someone do it! He's got it 1v enough to get the kill! But
who will qualify for the World Finals? Who will get a second chance in the last chance qualifiers? Here in the summer split is where you get those answers. So lock in, dial up, let's brawl!
The final stop of the regular season is here. It's time for North America to close out the show and lock in their Worlds and LCQ rosters. Tribe Gaming and Elevate have ruled every single grand finals this year, and the Brawl esports gods might just give us that matchup one last time. The battle for North America's third Worlds ticket and the final LCQ spot comes down to Space Station Gaming, STMN, Pioneers and Team Electros, locked in a 4-way do-or-die showdown. And to keep things unpredictable, Dark Horses, IX Gaming and Prodigy Esports are here to make sure nothing goes according to plan. It's the last monthly finals of the year, and North America, this is your curtain call. Win and you're in, lose and you're done. To help me make sense of it all this weekend, here are the maestros of casting, the legends themselves. It's Trev, Uber, Kenny, and Reddy. Gentlemen, glad to see you smiling like that. We've seen Tribe and Elevate in every grand final this year. Do you think that dominance continues today, or is it someone finally breaking that streak?
You know, as much as I'd love to see someone, shake things up and make a change to the grand finals in this region, I think they're just the two definitive best teams in this region, and I feel like it's just going to be more of the same.
I don't know. I'm excited about an underdog. I love what I saw last month from STMN. They pulled up a little bit short, being reverse swept by Tribe Gaming, but they're a team I've got my eye on. I did not have high expectations of them initially. They've really set that bar much higher. I want to see just how far they can go, and this will be their last chance to do it.
We had already have 5 monthly finals coming into this show today. Those are the points that those teams have collected up to this point. We have a clear leader in NA, or rather 2 clear leaders here, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe and Elevate have been absolutely on top of this region. Look how big that point gap is between second and third. So Tribe and Elevate already secured their world final spots. They're absolutely living it up today. Space Station, STMN, Pioneers, and Team Electros all fighting out for 2 postseason spots. One of the spots is in the Worlds, one of the spots is in LCQ, and we're going to have such exciting Brawl all night long to get it going and see who finds going where.
The stakes are still through the roof today. 4 teams remain in contention for 1 last World Final slot and 1 LCQ slot, Uber.
Yeah, so that's kind of what's exciting about this entire show today, Sonny, is that we still have a whole world slot available because of the chasm between our top 2 teams and the rest of the region and that extra world slot. NA is still very, very interesting. And look at the gap. There is 16 points separating 3 teams, and even Electros are in with a shot for that spot at Worlds. Now, for most of these teams, the easiest way to make Worlds is to just win this monthly final. For most of them, that's part of the plan. For some of them, there is a caveat as well. It's another condition that has to occur. Now, in terms of getting into LCQ, for some of them, they that's a lot to ask for.
Yeah, it's not an easy run for them as well, and especially when you look at the bracket like this, round 1 against Tribe Gaming, it's not looking too good for them against the Titans of the region. But 1 and 3, they're good games. They're going to give us some good Brawl stars, and they've got the 2 favorites in it. But 2 and 4, Team Electros versus Pioneers and STMN versus SSG are the ones we've got to be looking at for those postseason spots, because both of those games mean so much to all 4 teams.
I think that's also reflected in our predictions. Let's have a closer look at our quarterfinals. Which matchup feels like the biggest potential upset waiting to happen, Uber?
I mean, again, I think 2 and 4 definitely have us pretty split. Me and Trav are believing the STMN arc, so I like that. Of course, I had to put my money where my mouth is based on what I said earlier on. And me and Reddy are about Pioneers in that second game. Team Electros versus Pioneers. Both teams very close. It's Electros that are just trying to catch up with Pioneers in that sort of bracket towards that last world slot. That game has so much on it. I mean, if Electros end up winning that one, they are still potentially live for Worlds, which is just insane to think of. So we'll see cascading probabilities and possibilities rather start to branch out after our first few games. So there's nothing else to do but to jump into them and see how they wash out.
So we struggled a little bit with some of those quarterfinals to predict. Let us know your predictions as well, though. We want to know what you think watching this show right now. Head over to the event site, event.brawlstars.com, to also gain points towards the 2nd ever Pro Pass and the Possessed Dynamite skin. You can also answer trivia questions, MVP votes, and so on. But first and foremost, vote for the team that you think will win it all today. And with all that being said, I think we're ready for our first match of the day. It's none other than Tribe Gaming versus IX Gaming. Tribe has 4 monthly final wins under the belt. They aim to redeem themselves and the whole region after the Brawl Cup, and they want to start it with a dominant NA run. They're still sitting at the top, Trev. They're looking as strong as ever.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact alone that they're looking for their 5th monthly final of the year, and bear in mind there's only 6 in 2025, is absolutely ridiculous. And I think that goes to show that they are the heavy favourites coming into this one. RBM, Luffy, and Zeus, the players on Tribe Gaming. If you've been watching NA this year, you know these guys are the ones to look out for. The heavy favourites coming into this last monthly final today, and I'm backing them all the way.
And it's been a whole month since we saw them play in July. Now in August, we wanted to have a little check up, a little temperature check with the teams, how they're doing, and we're starting with Tribe.
Antes de la final del Mundial, estamos planeando hacer un bootcamp en otro país, bueno, en otra región, para ir practicando otro meta y enfocarnos en estos 2 meses en nosotros mismos, en aspectos que tenemos que mejorar y pulir totalmente para el Mundial, que para el último presencial no tuvimos tan presente y tampoco lo mejoramos tanto, y siento que es una oportunidad que tenemos para mejorar varios aspectos pequeños de nosotros. El equipo que me gustaría ver en el ECQ es Electros. Es un equipo que no ha tenido experiencia en presencial y siento que es algo que les podría servir bastante también, y ver cómo podrían dar la cara antes del Mundial.
Tribe's goal is to prove that NA can still compete at the global stage, and I can tell you that nobody else looking at all the regions puts more time towards scrims than these 3 guys. I really hope it's going to pay off for them as well. First up though, they have to make it one last time through their own region, and IX Gaming is their opponent today. They missed 2 monthly finals in a row now they're back with LCQ hopes. They might be very slim, Uber. They require many favorable results, but they can still hope.
Sure. So if they want to make LCQ, they need to win this monthly final, and they need to make sure the Electros win against Pioneers, because that would be the other team that they would need to get past. Besides the fact that it's unbelievably cheeky that they picked up this moniker yet again, IX Gaming, of course, are the remains of that Code OG team with Sam coming into the mix. So I wonder, to what degree are they sort of prepared? They have already been playing spoiler this month. In the monthly qualifiers, they have downed that Eternal roster, which basically meant that Eternal would not have a chance to have a say in whether or not they were going to be part of the postseason. That was Alianas, Petushis, and Frixie. So RIP, boys. That's already IX Gaming doing some damage there through the qualifiers. What more can be done, though? Against a team that puts more time than anybody else into the game here in NA, this is a matchup of opposites.
Yeah, this is a question that, I get asked a lot, and I'm very blunt about it usually, so I'll continue being as blunt as ever. I don't think they've got any chance whatsoever. I think this is going to be one of the fastest 3-0s we're probably going to see in BSC this year. Tribe Gaming just being the team that they are, and IX, kind of having been away for a while. As Mitch said, it's polar opposites. It's Tribe, who are scrimming all year long, have perfect drafts and perfect Brawl Stars. And on the other side, it's IX, who really haven't been scrimming and have been away for a long amount of time.
I appreciate your bluntness, Trev. That might also be why I direct those questions towards you. Looking
That's
at the
crazy.
predictions here from the people at home.
Tell it to you like it is? Huh? Or you think I'm the diplomat over here? Me?
You get to talk about the predictions from the viewers.
I mean, was it 97-3? Yeah, not surprising. I think that's generous for this IX Gaming roster. I think for Tribe Gaming, though, I think I was talking about this in the SA region, and I think it applies here. Tribe Gaming did not really have the showing at their mid-season at Brawl Cup that we really would have liked to have seen from them. I think they let themselves down. I think they probably felt like they let the region down as well. NA have a proud history of being a competitor, of being a factor at these tournaments, but all of a sudden, there are like 42 world slots for EMEA because they keep winning everything. So, Tribe Gaming definitely have heavy expectation on their shoulders. So I think, they need to 3-0 this game, honestly, and start looking ahead. Look at the rest of the tournament here, and then look at the postseason, because this team are the darlings of this entire region and need to put out the results to match.
This is also the only region that has had the same 2 teams make it to the finals every single month. And now Tribe tries to win it again. Ruffs is going to be the first pick here, something we've seen so often at this point. Trev, a brawler that we didn't really have on our radars, but yeah, on this particular map, he seems to be the new star, the new first pick you want to have. The bands are Cordelius, Tara, sorry for you, Trev, and Sandy from the side of Tribe Gaming. They're going to go in here with Mr. P. And this brawler always evokes a discussion. He's very good into single shot brawlers, very squishy though, and if you want to play some tanks into him, he's usually, not really good against them, but Tribe still has 2 more picks to account for those tanks, so not a bad first pick here.
Yeah, I know we had some quite firm thoughts on Mr. P yesterday, Sonny, when we talked about it. Usually, for me, just not good, and I feel like as a first pick, it's a risky one. They've gone with the Finks to go along with it, but still a lot left to be desired to not be kind of walked over by some tankier units in my eyes. You know, they got the roughs early on, going to be providing power-ups to the majority of the teammates. So 2 picks to follow for IX Gaming, ready to roll in, but so far for Tribe, I love the Finks. I think it's one of the brawls that I enjoy watching the most and is one of the strongest at the moment as well. But there's kind of the aggression we were expecting when you see that early Mr. P pick. You're wanting assassins, you're wanting tanky brawlers to be able to go forwards and really give him some difficulties.
There's options with this Finks. We've also seen it played into a side lane at times on some maps. Here though, on Hard Rock Mine, probably expect him to be operating in mid. And yeah, I feel like Mr. P's a bit of a macro check, you know, for IX Gaming. If they are unwilling to come forward and sort of clear those spawners and actually take that map control, they're going to slowly, but very, solidly get bled out of the game. Gus here for IX Gaming, likely taking up that role of their mid, so Ruffs can bounce shots off on one of the side lanes. Pretty solid, and again, there's a lot of synergy here with the Kenji, who already has a shield of his own, who already wants to try and get straight up the nose of the enemy team. But Tribe Gaming now have the option to go for a really powerful side laner to just blow that matchup out of the water. Whether it's someone who they want to answer the Kenji specifically, or just to bully the Ruffs, there's certainly a few options. Going to Ruffs is pretty safe, pretty easy to play behind, especially those sandbags. And here it is, Draco, just full aggression, full map control, and Luffy looks to be having a lot of room to work with if Zeus's game plan pans out.
Yeah, I like that Draco. It's a great shout into the Kenji on the opposing side. So really nice stuff here from Tribe Gaming. Started, a little bit questionable in my eyes. I'm always going to question the Mr. P early pick, but kind of rounds out quite well for them. I do like this IX composition as well, though. You're looking at that kind of Gus shield to go along with the Kenji, a lot of aggression, and a couple of squishy brawlers on the Tribe Gaming side. So we'll see how this one pans out for them. Heading now into Hard Rock Mine, getting this game going first of the last monthly finals of NA.
Right, let's see if Charles can hit the ground running here. If he's warmed up and ready to play. Zeus already sending the briefcases in his direction. Luffy steps up for a bit of a poke down and then recalls back with the gadget. RBM very aware of where second best is, and on his own can do a fair bit of work to zone this Kenji out of the action. Second best realizes he wants to fire an RBM, but that is a terrible idea when that Draco super is available. So, game plan working basically exactly how it was drawn up here for IX, for Tribe, excuse me, so far.
Yeah, I mean, perfection at the moment, and a super thrown down by Luffy as well, trying to get Sam killed and get those gems back to their side. Should be able to do it now, but the TP back doesn't really do too much. Reversal time, not the best. Charles here in a real tough position, trying to get a bit of control. The only one really doing too much on IX at the moment, but on the flip side, Tribe dominating so hard.
Yeah, RBM is really a problem here, I think, for IX. Even Sam randomly got picked off there. Has to super himself while Luffy just picks up all the gems. Sam has spent no time in mid, no time collecting any of those gems. Zeus here is getting pressured to some degree by second best, but Luffy can just help him out. And these porters are an absolute nightmare to Kenji, forcing him to use that valuable ammunition to clear through. And of course, there's another one where that came from for Zeus. Luffy is not going to let second best get in the direction of their Mr. P. This is dominant.
Yeah, well, the countdown started, and just as quickly as that stopped, Zeus going to grab that 10th gem yet again, though, that his teammate just dropped. Second best has a hypercharge in hand. The capability to turn this one around is there, and Sam has one of his own too, but second being kept too low to really make a move. There's the Kenji shield, but instantly burnt through, and that's not going to be enough. Nice little TP reversal of time there from Luffy, and this time warp will keep them alive. And I think that's kind of how we expect this game to go. Tribe Gaming from start to finish.
Yeah, getting clowned on a little bit there. I think one of the biggest strategies that IX might be trying to lean into is that Ruff's hypercharge. That, of course, will help Kenji get his hypercharge online. That ability really changes the game. It really warps the outcome of a lot of these gem grab maps. So that's something that you can play to. But in terms of lane assignments, I think you're getting gapped. Tribe Gaming have comp by the looks of things, and RBM make sure he's in the right position to meet second best and just counter him.
Yeah, well, Sam taking some heavy hits, and there's the sandbags being placed down, but not going to do too much against the piercing of Draco, and the shots that are going to come through from the Mr. P as well. Cleans those up quite quickly, and they don't get as much effect as they would have liked. RBM trying to work for a super, but Luffy sliding in and picking up these gems. Kenji trying to get the flank, but a little TP back from Luffy will put him in a nice, safe position again.
And RBM's just zoning here on the left. Second best again is going to try and get through to the backside, and again is going to be forced to fight the Draco. And RBM says, okay, well, I'll just pop super. He didn't even have to use his bloody gadget trap. That's the worst part. Yeah, Charles forced to back away now, but those Mr. P briefcases are hitting a little different. Luffy now with all this map control. RBM was able to scoop a gem up to his side. 5 plays 4 as Sam has had to be awful safe here.
Yeah, well, RBM's got a super, and as he didn't use the gadget earlier on, we'll have that as well to try and beat second best in this matchup. Second best a little bit more of a chance. He has a Ruff's power up in his hand, but he's going to have to make quite heavy use of that. Now the hypercharge comes in from the Ruffs as well, throws it down, breaks some walls, but RBM's still running right in the back lines of IX Gaming. Second best trying to do the same up top. Going to go for the pinch down. Super comes in, gets some great connections, and that's going to be huge. Luffy forced to gadget back there as well, and this time warp doing wonders to keep him alive.
He is using that so effectively. Second best goes over to the left side and tries to take RBM down. So Luffy says, great, I'm just going to maintain this map control. You're going to super in the direction of my Draco while I'm holding 7 gems? Bet. Okay, let's run it back. RBM here. Now with the help of some of those mega porters, bringing second best to his knees in many of these engagements. Sam now has to try and pop hyper super, but RBM has that gadget. Not too bothered to go down here because we have a countdown that has begun, and second best is going to be pressured out. That shield also getting popped by porters is very annoying for the Kenji.
Yeah, I think there's no potential for a mid either, as that's not going to spawn, but it's not going to matter as RBM rips through IX, trying to mount a push in the closing seconds, and that set goes about as expected, with Tribe Gaming having no real issues whatsoever. The Finks safe and sound for the entirety of that set. I don't even know if he went down once.
No, I'm not even sure. It's very, very hard to deal with the Finks in general. Remember, this is the first pick, Mr. P. And on this map, it doesn't have to really take the game over on its own. It just be as a nuisance, and it is really good against Kenji's star power shield, Sunny. Knocking that off him basically denies him a lot of durability.
I was about to point out the same thing. We were also kind of scared for the Mr. P coming in so early into the draft. Also, Finks didn't really do too much to protect him from the potential threat from Kenji from the other side. But yeah, we see it here. Put RBM on a tank and he will do good for your team. 9 kills on him, the most DPS as well. Yeah, 1 tank seems to be enough to completely put the pressure on the other team, so nobody really has to fear anything on the side of Tribe Gaming. Neither the Finks nor the Mr. P really struggled with the Kenji.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? If he got 0 kills, he also got 0 deaths, so he's kind of just been so chill for the entirety of that game. You know, he's not really having to do too much, wasn't under any threats, his lanes were constantly winning their lanes. Just perfection from Tribe, it really is, and a lot left to be desired for the IX Gaming side, but I think this is how we expected it to go coming into this one. As I mentioned at the start, a team who scrims so much, drafts so well, and plays the game so much against the complete opposite on the other side, expected 3-0.
Ruffs turned out to be the favorite #1 pick here on a map like Hard Rock Mine. Finks was the favorite pick here on Ring of Fire. At least yesterday he had some great drawings in the hands of Louds specifically. Let's see if he's going to be left open, if Tribe can pick him up again here, or maybe if he's banned out Uber.
They got every reason to try and prioritize Finks, of course, on a hot zone map. Guy's just really, really potent. You know, it's subtle, his impact, I think, over the game, but he's very, very hard to kill. And of course, just makes it really annoying to try and fight neutrally for that zone. You saw that happen previously, especially with like those gust projectiles that just get slowed to a crawl. So it's first pickable here, no doubt about it. First, I will go through the bans, and yeah, okay, so Amber Crow, Charlie from both sides. That is a very rare thing to see.
Triple double ban, yeah, that's rare indeed. I do know Tribe loves to play the Draco B combination on this map. Both of those brawlers have been left open as well. So at this point, I wonder if IX Gaming knows that and leaves it open on purpose because they have an answer to it, or they didn't really look into what Tribe likes to scrim. But yeah, Finks is left open, and he is going to be the first pick here as well. So much like SA and other regions as well, NA also really appreciates this brawler on the map. And It's an interesting one, Trev, because we talked so much about how Lu and Lumi are so strong thanks to the ice rink. You have so much area control. Things seems to have completely taken over as the new area control brawler on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the Finks in so many different situations at the moment. I think it's just a really good, versatile brawler. Tribe gonna have to go a route where they're not just constantly feeding it and taking a very, like, kind of scrappy matchup in the mid. And I think they've done that beautifully with those two selections. Two very quick back-to-back picks of the Bonnie and the Bee. Can both keep their range, try not to feed Finks over and over and over again. But when the time's right, they can go. They can slow people down. They can jump in and make their move. I think that's a very good shout from Tribe Gaming and really well-rounded two picks.
Did they get Bonnie and Bee? I mean, they basically have the same function in the game right now, except, of course, that Bonnie has it all in potential that makes her a bit more reasonable on Heist, for example. But the idea is the same. I mean, you play those two individual brawlers, both with double tanks in some compositions here. You can go back to the duel and take Draco here if you want to. I think that's completely reasonable. Jaeyoung, obviously very potent, good sustain. Something that, he and Finks have in common is that IX will be able to, hang around on the point for quite some time. And, picking these sharpshooters into a Finks is always risky business, of course, as Finks can basically render them useless. So Tribe do need to round this comp out with a bit of a more upfront brawler or someone who is going to want to wrap around and actually put pressure on that Finks position from a different angle. The Draco is what I would have suggested Tribe go with, but IX snatched that one away. Lumi will have to do it. Not exactly what I had in mind. This feels like almost a triple sharpshooter look from Tribe Gaming, but that Grim and Frostbitten gadget is very good for some zoning.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. Like, Lumi's kind of a Lu in this situation, throwing down the ice, the slip and slide kind of effect, the lockdown with the super really solid on a map like this as well. But it's just better than Lu at the moment, so why not bring something like that in as an alternative? So I like this from Tribe Gaming. Too long range and a mid-range who's very capable at the moment. Don't get me wrong, IX composition very good as well, as kind of the same as we saw in the last one. But a very quick electric start from IX. They use those slipstreams and he gets battered by a rattled Hive. And Second Best eats a few of those too.
Oh my god, Second Best is getting pummeled here. Okay, gadget popped and, he's dead. Luffy, though, just had to play relatively aggressive in the absence of Zeus, but not now. There's a blast beat that comes in, but somehow there was an opportunity for a super cycle from the Jaeyoung, so he stays alive. Grim and Frostbite now active. There's a lot of slowing effects on the map. Rattled Hive comes through. Luffy trying to give it some level of purchase, and RBM goes on in. That's what Bonnie gives you, at least someone who can dive. Hypercharge already built for Zeus, so he's been doing some serious work, and there is that blast beat that catches on to the Draco and takes the tank out of the fight immediately.
Yeah, well, he's going to have that so much throughout these games because he's playing up against a lane Draco. The slows there from both sides. Really nice hypercharge coming in there from Luffy. Kind of makes that Fink super a bit more pointless. Hypercharge coming in from RBM as well now. Second Best on the zone with a gadget popped. It doesn't make too much of an effect. And there's the super follow-up from Zeus as well to get that killing blow onto Charles. Sam trying to make the move and does get one down, but should fall once he returns to that very tough position. But a good pushback from IX Gaming. They're just lacking a bit of percentage.
Yeah, RBM, though, is here. Immediately diving on in, maybe regretting it now as Second Best has that super active. Caught, though, by the blast beat. Fortunately, around the corner. Has been out of cycle, get another super. Zeus is hoping to get another hit, but gets a little bit too close to the cone of flame from Second Best. And this is IX now have caught themselves back up. That's how good Draco Finks are, folks. It is such a good composition. Now IX are threatening. RBM looking to dive in. No connection on that jump, but Charles still finished off after the fact. And finally, Second Best is removed. Tribe now able to get back into the lead.
Yeah, well, a quick turnaround and nowhere for Sam to go, whether he reversed time or not. He was going down there. Zeus going to use a hypercharge into the middle, get Charles down as well, and Sam shouldn't be far behind. The jump comes in and they get the kill. 7% needed, and I don't think Second Best is going to be able to get there in time. A much better performance from IX, bear in mind, but still going Tribe Gaming's way.
Yeah, I feel like it was a far better draft this time from IX. They've definitely gone for some brawlers that are not so situational, just generally very good. But you mentioned the lane Draco, and it's a challenge, I think, for IX to get him in position to succeed. Second Best, honestly, feels like very similar to RBM as a real tank specialist, someone who really wants to make a name for himself in that regard. That's why it's such an interesting matchup here. RBM, though, has opted for a bit of a different approach in this game, going for the Bonnie. A few of those hypercharged supers not quite connecting, but, Tribe do need someone who can take the fight to IX, and, well, he drew the number.
Second best trying to get around this left-hand side will be slowed down. A perfect play there for Luce and Zufi. Just said the first completely the wrong way around. Ignore me, guys. I can't speak tonight. But Luffy and Zeus, I meant, and a Rattled Hive going really well there for Luffy. Trying to follow up with the kill as well, but a Slipstream activated, and that gets them through that little bit of ice. But the lockdown's there for second best. He'll pop a gadget, but I think that's maybe a little bit of a waste at that point.
Yeah, it's a free gadget. I mean, there was no way that second best was ever going to get in range to do anything with that invulnerability frame, Trav. So he goes down, and it really just prolongs the inevitable. 48% and counting now. Second best on the pursuit. Zeus low, but build a hypercharge with all that damage. Down to 145. Charles goes on the chase, and Weekend Warrior secures the elimination. That AoE damage is unpreventable through those little blocks. To Charles, able at least to put IX Gaming back in at least a conversation. Now Luffy will push up. Nice slow off that hypercharge super. Charles also has seen better days, and RBM tanks much of second best damage, knowing that Draco is out of gadget. And this should be a last push here for Tribe Gaming. 80% and counting. Good Rattle Hive connection there on Charles, and IX have got to make a play, but there's a Lumi hypercharge.
Yeah, well, the super coming down from the Finks is going to make a bit of a difference, but I don't think they're going to be able to bring this one back. 8% needed for Tribe Gaming, and the follow-up shots coming in. Going to go for the jump now as well. RBM gets in, but can't get out in that situation. Super comes through from both Zeus and Luffy here. Follow up with another one as well. Second best going to go down. Charles, the last man standing, and Rattled Hive will put the nail in the coffin for set 2 as Tribe Gaming continue their dominance.
Yeah, that'll be that. 100 plays 42 in the end, and Hot Zone sort of goes off without a hitch for Tribe Gaming. And again, being top seed, they probably knew that they'd be walking into a bit of a mismatched game. IX not quite where they need to be. Happy with the composition, think it works out, but Tribe able to go for 3 really nasty glass cannons in a high damage, longer range brawlers, and just pummel them.
IX this time around, that really clever comp, I feel the same way as you do, especially taking away that Draco, making sure RBM or Tribe in total doesn't get him again. But still, lacking some gameplay, I feel like. In the first game, it was a super close one. IX looked a lot better. In that second one, seemed like they were a bit shook by Tribe Gaming still taking the game after coming close to taking one of their own. So yeah, Tribe just seems to be the #1 seed in the region, which is also true. So yeah, they're playing like they always do, and I fear for IX that they might not be able to shut them down. They had a good draft in this one. They need another good draft and then yeah, play out of their minds to beat them today.
I mean, this is the thing. For me, even if IX play incredibly well from this point, getting 3 sets in a row against Tribe Gaming is an incredibly difficult feat. I feel like this one's just got to be done in a 3-0. And I mean, Tribe Gaming just looking the same team they have been all year long, drafting perfectly, playing perfectly. And even when kind of IX had a little glimpse of hope here and there, it was so quickly shut down by Tribe Gaming that, you know, they get control of the zone, they get 3 kills, and then instantly Tribe will bounce out of spawn and kill them 3 times instantly back and get even more percentage. So really difficult situation now for IX to come back from, but I'm sure this is the position they were expecting to be in.
I'm super happy to see IX back in the monthly finals. We did see them in the first 3 monthly finals, and then we were kind of missing them for the last 2. Now they're back to show what they can do still. I'm glad they're here. I do feel like if they get another game like that game 1 of Ring of Fire, maybe we see them take a game or even a set against Tribe. But yes, taking 3 more sets against them might not be in it, Uber.
I think that's probably asking too much to sort of reverse sweep, you know, arguably the best team in this region. And heading over into Triple Dribble, you know, you've also got to start thinking about what your draft strategy is supposed to be. Tribe Gaming don't care too much about what IX are doing. You see, they were, you know, IX picked away from them the Draco, and Tribe said, well, okay, we have B and Bonnie. We have like 2 of the best long-range brawlers, 2 of the best mids on so many maps. And honestly, we're happy just to be greedy and take both of them here and even add a Lumi to the mix. So, you know, they're not really playing by the rules in terms of that draft strategy here. Heading into Triple Dribble, I expect it to be much the same.
The brawlers that Tribe would like to have on here would be Cordelius, Willow, Draco probably again. Those are the brawlers that we've seen all month long already. Cordelius usually the #1 first pick. Makes a lot of sense that both Cordelius and Willow are banned out by IX. They have the last pick here. Luban, it's not something we see very often. But they surely have a reason for that. Probably want to play a tank later on. Makes also sense. The tribe would ban him as well for the same reason. Hank and Lumi are banned out. From the brawlers that you can still use to put the walls to good use, Shade is left over, and there is Shade also picked up right away, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that Shade first pick. Kind of deters a lot of the thrower ideas as well. With Willow out of the way, there's still a few that you can play, but nowhere near to the capability of that brawler. So I feel like they've kind of maybe fully cut out the thrower idea now as well. So Shade, I think that's a great shout. Being able to go through the amount of walls on this triple dribble map is ridiculous. Shoot through them as well, even when you don't have super. It's really solid. So, you know, brawlers that really do okay against Shade on this map, you're looking towards the Jackies and stuff like that, but it's a really difficult brawler to make work. Mo going to come in here as well. Obviously got that hypercharge, makes it go through the floor a little bit faster and pop up quick, but it's really difficult to make work again. It's another one of those brawlers that is a very hit or miss.
Absolutely. Can put together some pretty insane plays on Brawl Ball though, especially with the ability to dribble to oneself and still sort of convert goals. So if you are mechanically proficient enough, then you'll be in great shape. But don't forget, Shade also has that hypercharge that, you know, allows Shade to do max damage within the entire arc of that slap, as opposed to just in the middle. So that's going to be very powerful. Larry and Laurie here, a staple when it comes to triple dribble. Really potent. Shorter range brawler, yes, but there's just so much cover to play around. And once Laurie is deployed, you have, you know, a virtual extra player on the field that's even great against tanks. So good pickup here. A mobile composition from Tribe, though, will put them in decent shape. And also, there are some brawlers that still outrange the Larry and Laurie in the past. You know, we've seen Juju used. Barley is not out of the question on a map like this. It's conditional, though, because quite often at IX, you know, might be looking to move up and take a lot of that space and get the Larry and Laurie in the best place they possibly can. It's a squeak in response.
Yeah, you know, I thought with the ban of Willow and, you know, a Shade early pick that they would have cut out this kind of thrower idea, but IX Gaming still sticking with it. Tribe have the possibility now, and I kind of wouldn't have expected the squeak. I'd have thought they'd have just gone all-out aggression against a brawler like Larry and Laurie and try and double down, but they still might do that now as their third and final. We'll see in just a second, because that brawler can be quite easy to overrun if you pair the Shade along with something else that's going to be able to make some kind of high mobility moves. It's going to be the Bonnie. Bit of range, that jumping capability as well to land on the Larry and Laurie, really solid. And yeah, I mean, I don't mind this Tribe Gaming comp. I thought it started out really well. Still very decent.
All right, Bonnie. Yeah, a very solid pick to take. I just think that extra CC that's now a factor of her super under hypercharge conditions makes her so powerful, because people forget it stuns on both ends, both when she launches from Clyde and when she touches down after it. So awesome if you're getting pressured heavily. IX, though, you can see they're going to go fast, folks. They're going to try and get in your face. Charles is going to lock in the buzz. Talking about AoE stun potential, that is also a brawler that possesses it. I like the draft here from IX. I think it's quite powerful. I think Tribe Gaming, though, we've seen what they've been able to pull out. Squeak, I think, could be absolutely devastating on this kind of map and have a lot of very effective coverage here. So another classic Tribe Gaming draft. IX definitely with the more aggressive, with the more proactive take on this, though.
Yeah, well, some good shots from Larry and Laurie off the start, but a gadget from Squeak will cut off that middle avenue and kind of allow a bit of a pinch to come through. RBM already super in hand, and IX pinned in spawn within 15 seconds is not boding well for them throughout this game. RBM still waiting for his opportune moment to go in with this super, but for now, they're just in a comfortable position. Why not wait?
Yeah, those Residus gadgets are going to be very annoying, and eventually Luffy comes forward. He got the one hit that he needed to. Sam has dropped down. Zeus finds a super connection on a second best. Charles, though, knows that he has to go forward, takes Luffy out of the game, but there's some disgusting connection here off the Squeak, and RBM can only bring Sam down, allowing second best to take possession.
I mean, there was a possibility of a goal there, but RBM shoots it straight into the hands of second best. Now Super comes in from Luffy, and he's going to miss that stun as well. Zeus might be able to pass this one straight up, doesn't even require super. And he's looking for another one of his own as well. RBM gets that finishing blow on Charles, and they'll just try to burn down the clock that little bit more. Shade super, hypercharge, Squeak super. Dangerous position for IX with so little kit left.
Really feels like this map is just made for Shade. Here comes Luffy with that hypercharge super, so hitting hard no matter where they are in terms of the clap. With those two pairs of indestructible boxes in the middle of the map, it feels like Shade is always going to be relevant here. Without any map destruction or terrain destruction for IX Gaming, I feel like you're very well positioned for this Shade pick. Second best has a super, though, when he's flashing it. That stun potential is something that has to be respected by Tribe. They back away as Laurie will be quickly dispatched. And Luffy there with a gadget swing. Comes in, hits hard. Charles in trouble. Just zoning them all out into the corner of the map. And Luffy just can't be touched. Too many obstacles to overcome. And that'll be a goal here for Tribe. Nicely tied up.
Yeah, well, second best kind of doing his part, getting the kills and putting a bit of pressure up top, but the defense couldn't hold out without him being back there against the shade. So tough situation for IX. They're against a match point for Tribe Gaming now, and I think this can only go one way.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I talked about IX's composition, supposed to be proactive, more aggressive perhaps, but you can see what you can do with the shade. You create all this space between the residue gadget and Luffy just standing here. Look at this, easy hits. RBM also sort of double taps on towards that buzz. It's all too easy. IX Gaming are falling apart, and one more goal would knock them out of these monthly finals.
Yeah, real tough look for IX right now. Super available from RBM as well. Going to try and work for this hypercharge now. A gadget from Sam will bring that Laurie back into his arms, but won't last much longer. Second best looking for a little bit of a shot now. Goes in, has to stun Luffy, otherwise that could be a bit of a runaway play. Luffy still going on this aggressive route, but can't find this shot onto Charles and will be forced to wait for a better opportunity. But Zeus wants to go now, and Luffy joins him as well. Pass might be there, but he couldn't quite grab it. The hypercharge is there though, and all members of Tribe Gaming collapse into the goal mouth, and that's going to be the killing blow for IX. And the champions of this region progress to the semis.
I feel vindicated here in not giving IX a remote chance of winning this game and being very dismissive of them and of their potential, because frankly, Tribe Gaming had a little bit different. I see the Luffy. There's some nice crocheting. Whoever put that together, kudos to you. Another strong showing here from Tribe Gaming, starting off on the right foot, as we've come to expect from them.
I do feel for IX though. They didn't have an easy opponent in Tribe. After all, Tribe did make it to every single monthly final, every single month. No surprise, yes, that they made it into the semis again. Once again, RBM is the top off here with the most kills. Luffy though takes the most damage. Both of them really, really well played. All three of them though. And I already said it once, I have to say it again. They scrimmed more than double of most of those teams playing in the NA monthly finals. I feel like they deserve it to make it into the semis at least today, just for the effort themselves. So itself, I feel like, yeah, hard work has to pay off. Tribe moves on into the semis. GG's to IX. Once again, I was really happy to see them one more time this year. We saw them 3 times already. They missed out on June and July, but they came back in August to do another run of honor for OG as well, I feel, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice in honor, obviously, as well. And
if it was in honor, they would have kept the name. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that is very true as well. And not so much of an honor, you know, kind of retaking this name in Brawl Stars as well. But yeah, I mean, you know, they've had some great runs throughout this year. You know, they're a team that I really like to watch. They're a team of players who have been around Brawl Stars for such a long period of time. So I'm glad they've kind of got their last showing in for the year.
I'm sure they had the reasons to switch their name one more time. After all, they had like 4 different names over.
What do you think their reason
year,
was?
So.
What do you think? Any thoughts,
you don't want to know what I think.
Let's just keep quiet on that one. Let's just not speak about it.
Exactly. We're just moving on. Quarterfinal number 1, a really quick one, 3-0 for that one. I don't think the next one is going to be just as close or just as quick. It's going to be closer. Pioneers versus Team Electros. You won't want to miss it. Make sure to log in your predictions, and we give you a little bit of time for that. Five regions from across the globe send their hungriest teams to face one final challenge.
one last chance to earn their spot at the World Finals.
Yoshi goes down the spin on Chaos. He's spinning himself. He knows they've lost.
16 teams enter, only 4 will advance. Dreams will be shattered, heroes will be made. This is the last chance qualifier. 10th to the 12th of October, Sao Paulo, live from the Brazil Game Show. Get your tickets now and watch your champions in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com to earn Pro Pass rewards.
I'm pretty sure this is Bell's Rock. I haven't. I don't know. Is it dry season? I don't think it is, but that's the only thing I can think of. Is this open business, maybe? I want to say it's Dueling Beetles, but I know it's not Dueling Beetles. But I can't think of anything else, so I'll say Dueling Beetles.
One quarterfinal down that leaves us with many more matches, and I'm super happy about it because yes, it's the last monthly final of the year. This is the final curtain call. Kenny, we get you back for that one as well. A 3-0 for Tribe. You expected them to move on into the semis?
Absolutely. I mean, Tribe Gaming, I think, are probably the best team in this region in terms of consistency, what we've been seeing more recently from them, a huge bounce back, especially since Brawl Cup. But I think this is the match that people are certainly looking to tune into. This is where it really starts for North America.
And
is it crazy that I wanted to watch them murder them? Is it crazy that I just wanted to see blood in that game and just domination? I didn't want a close game.
I mean,
slightly
you
concerning.
got what you wanted. In that sense, it was a 6-0 for Tribe Gaming, so that was murder, if you want
like
to
a
put
person in
it
the
that way.
Colosseum, you know? I'm demanding carnage.
I'm so glad Uber's back on the show, so we get a little bit of variety in our opinions. Exactly.
Yeah, so diverse now we are.
RBM takes the MVP of that one. No surprises there. He was absolutely popping off on that Bonnie and the Draco, as he always does. But all 3 members, of course, kind of carried and murdered their opponents. Now we're heading over into our quarterfinal number 2. It should be a little bit of a closer one. It's Team Electors versus Pioneers. And Electors have been consistent in top form all summer splits, but are yet to break the Tribe Elevate Grand Final streak. Uber.
I'm really impressed with these guys. I think that like they had a tough ask this year, of course, and you know it wasn't so long ago where I'm casting Mountain Men FA, wondering what these guys are supposed to be doing. But generally, like great to see this team still at it. Great to see as Livy as well still in the mix, and someone who's actually I feel like adopted more of a leadership position now with some of these younger players. Great to see he's stuck around. He's still chasing glory as well, which is makes me quite happy. And they're still in the running. They are only coming into this. They were 14 points behind. They're definitely still in the mix here. So a strong showing against this Pioneers team who were sitting just above them in the standings, as it could blow the possibilities out of the water. This is, to me, the most compelling matchup we have in our quarterfinals.
Both of those teams are still in that 4-way battle, do or die showdown that is around that last world slot and the LCQ slot. So yes, Electors could, with a couple of things going their way, even still lock in the world final slot directly. Let's hear from them. We didn't check in with them in a whole month. I'm sure a lot has happened.
Pioneers, I'm hoping, or it's unfortunate, but only one team can make it to the postseason, and I am going to try my hardest to win against them.
He's gonna try his hardest. Well, I hope you will. It's the last chance you get this year to still lock in any postseason slots. And if they, fail to do so today, it's over. No more do-overs, no more second chances. The same also goes for Pioneers, Kenny.
It's kind of crazy to think about, but Tyron and Zulon have been in the playoffs every single year since 2020. There is a possibility that for the first time in 4 years that these guys don't even make an LCQ. Fade, obviously a long historic player. As Livy is somebody that's seen as a younger player, and I think now being compared to such 16-year-old players, he seems like a little older now, but all of these guys have such a postseason presence. It really is hard to wrap my mind around the stakes of this match, the history of it. I mean, there are several legacies on the line here.
I mean, that is such a good way to put it. These guys have been around for like a hot minute. And think about all the history with Livy and the ex-tribe team like Zulan and Tyron. There is a lot wrapped up in this. I think heartbreak for whatever team doesn't get there. And I just can't see a world where Big Z is not at least at LCQ and hopefully at Worlds. So, like I said, I'm getting behind Pioneers here, but I think it's just anyone's game.
Pioneers at least needs to win this one to lock in the LCQ slots. They're right behind STMN that is currently sitting on that spot, only 13 points behind. On the other side, Electro is a little bit further down the road. They do need to make it into grand finals to lock in any of those slots. But yes, again, both of those teams still fighting for both the LCQ and the Worlds slot. And just as split as we were with our predictions, the viewers also couldn't really decide who they want to root for here. 59% going towards Pioneers. They seem to be the fan favorites. I believe Kenny, you and me both voted for Electros though. You want to elaborate why?
I did. I mean, there's nothing that's going to surprise me today. It's the final month of North America. Between the 4 squads now left, especially with IX now going down, that had a chance at making it through. I can see the vision for anybody. I do think it's a tight race, and in a region all year long where semifinals are good enough, considering what Tribe and Elevate have done, that's enough to push you into a postseason in this region. Electros have been more consistent. Upper brackets, scrims, everything kind of going their way. I haven't seen Pioneers take that step forward in a little bit. If Pioneers wins, again, it wouldn't shock me in the slightest. It's a fantastic team with a ton of history making the postseason and being great in North America. This is going to be a sad one for somebody either way.
We're going to see for who's going to be the sadder reality in at the end and who will make it into either LCQ or World Finals. Lily's going to be the first pick here from the side of Electros. You want to have something aggressive on Crystal Kate, and Lily, I mean, yeah, people were just clip farming with her. Every single highlight we had over the course of the last month featured a Lily on this map, because there were some moments where you were able to go in at the last second, get the gem carry into your hypercharged ult, and then get out with the gadget with the gems. Just very clean gameplay. It makes a lot of sense that Lily's picked up first here. Sandy, also just a very good brawler overall to have on a map like this one. Every single Sandy super will give you free space and complete mid control over.
Absolutely. Obviously, not the longest range brawler, but pretty potent when it comes to rotating into those side lanes. You can really make use of that terrain to their advantage. So, Charlie hotly contested it in SA yesterday. First time we're going to see it today, but very, very good. Now, Electros need to sort of think about how hard it will be to pick a single shot brawler as a mid, and Bonnie is often the go-to here. Crow, fair enough, can obviously cleave through it. A bit of an annoying side laner to go to, has dire potential. You can all in. But how are Electros going to round out this composition? Because Pioneers, again, a team with Tyron Zulan, they always go towards a classic look. And when Zoo can get on a tank, obviously, they look very, very good. Electros have to consider now, like, anything that, you know, can really answer this Charlie, or will it be something that derails them? Mo here, not on Brawl Ball. A little bit of a rarity. Can be tough to build that super now with that sort of mid-range gameplay. Nerfed slightly, but still very explosive in its own right.
Something that's surprising me a little bit too. Mo's definitely been on the rise in the Americas, especially at least this month. It's somebody that's been lingering a little bit, but like you said, mostly in Brawl Ball for the mobility, the goal scoring capabilities in this spot. This is just simply for DPS, I think. Crow doesn't surprise me at all. Seeing the Crow into the Sandy especially feels like a natural response. You have those daggers that can go out, and then the poison damage, of course, reveals where people are in the invisibility.
The Bonnie, man, I mean, Pioneers get that one as well. That is pretty insane. So really solid side lanes. Both Sandy and Charlie up close perform quite well. The Lily's always going to be a little bit of a wild card here, right? There's some volatility involved where you don't ever really know where she's going to pop up, who she's going to go for. And if she hits a super on a gem carry, it's basically over. So there's room for skill expression here if you're Rafiki. Need to make that play though, as Tyron gets the set up in mid, one of the longest standing North American players. And there's Rafiki on Zulan. who of course will lose that fight out and give priority to Electros on the right of the map.
Meanwhile, it was advantage Bilal on the left-hand side, but of course, Tyrant diving in changes everything. So 3 red roster members in this top left-hand side. Fade rotating, Rafiki diving straight in, makes contact, will get an elimination there. Still a battle for the mid-ground, though. These gyms kind of going even so far. Tyrant, of course, with the dive in, can go for gyms, go for stuns, or get out if necessary. So that's a great safety mechanism to have. This time, though, used for straight aggression. Tyrant getting one there. Bilal now in trouble. Going straight at Zulan, gets the kill, trying to stay up for a little bit longer, but with such low HP, can't really encroach any further.
Olivia needs to be really careful. He was baited to come forward and try and take the 2 Pioneers side gems there. He's squishy. 6,500 HP is not a lot to write home about, and Tyrant will always have the all-in option. Okay, well, here's Sandstorm that comes up as Livy has to be careful of a lot of those singular entities, but is able to cleave through the Spiderlings. We're even on gems. That's a big super hit there for Rafiki on the Tyrant, and they can't protect him. Gems drop, but going over to the shortest range brawler on the side of KCP makes things a little awkward now.
Well, they did get the kill. They didn't really grab any gems as a result. You have to really take advantage of that hypercharge. You only get a few of them a game. A dive in for another kill, making a double as well. Tyrant left all alone, and Rafiki still in prime position. A 9th gem being claimed for Team Electros, and they are 1 away from getting the first countdown.
Okay, so far, so good for Electros. This Lily has been the difference maker so far. Tyrant needs a super. They need to dive in the direction of the Crow, but as Livy can go wherever he wants to with a super of his own. Catapult for Rafiki. Belal nicely done with the super, and as Livy now getting jumped on, has a hypercharged super ready to go, but a good cocoon onto Rafiki. It doesn't take him out of the game long enough, but at least Sulan can belay a countdown, but all of the gems are on Electros' side of the map now.
Another interesting choice there from Rafiki on the Lily. Needs to play bodyguard here. Left hand in behind the wall is Livy. Also there to defend the teammates. Fade with the invisibility, though. Getting right up in Bilal's face. He had no idea he was there. Catastrophe. Now they have a super to get away, and Fade with 11 in his pocket.
And he's happy to take a fight. He's going to get one, though. That's for sure. Tyrant forced to jump out, but Bilal and Rafiki a little bit too healthy. And Zulan is, well, doesn't feel like he has confidence to come forward here. Are there any supers left for Pioneers? I doubt it. Fade's trying to get forward. As Livy, though, not the main target. Slept up instantly. Here comes the Sandstorm. Zulan now with the Spiderlings, but as Livy tries to get in and clear them out. Rafiki, though, safe in the Shadow Realm with 14 gems to his name. Gives Electros the first round.
Game 1 sets the tone for this match. Really intense one the whole way through, back and forth in the gym counts, and you really saw the value that Mo brings to the table there. That mobility went crazy there at the end game to try and extend and reset a countdown. Without somebody like Mo or Crow, they can't get out of harm's way quickly enough. I think that's a common theme with Team Electros. Lily teleports into your face, has a Shadow Realm. Crow with a jump, Mo with a dive underground to safety. Can get around the map rather quickly. Bonnie, the same can be said for her. I mean, it just seems like something that's really helpful as an asset in gym grab.
Not quite as good a start for Rafiki this time. Pops up out of the Shadow Realm with nobody there. Tyrant's actually been able to take a gem lead over as Livy as that chaos went down. Zulan, of course, has a cocoon. As Livy takes a stray hit from that yo-yo, as does Bilal, but Pioneers are forced to play pretty close because of the threat Rafiki is emanating from this left side of the map, and they're going after Tyrant by the looks of things. Try to find the Bonnie. Tyrant has super up, but Rafiki will take Fade before getting out and dropping that gem.
So trade on the top. Bilal will grab a gem here as Livy with 3 in the shield up. Zulan with a perfect flank right now. And of course that cocoon lethal if he makes contact. Spiderling's going to scot out the Lily as well. Fade up in the face of Rafiki. Asleep going down. It's a catch on the left-hand side as well as Livy will pop out. 2 gems available, but being chased down by every member of KCP. He'll stray away for now, and the red roster will occupy middle.
The damage is done. Zulan forces Livy to drop his gems when he hit the cocoon and steps up and scoops up 2 of them. This means Pioneers are 1 away from getting themselves a countdown now, and Fade has it. Trying to walk away. He will burn down to the poison, but the gems have been dropped in allied territory. Tyrant holds onto the hyper super, gives the gems over to Rafiki, who doesn't have an escape mechanism. And so the gems go back to Fade. 1 more, loose in the middle of the map, picked up by his Livy. Pioneers eyeing off another countdown setup.
They're going to have to really fight their way if they don't want KCP to pick these up. Tyrant with no connection there. Does use the hypercharge as Livy in trouble. Low HP, 1 shot from Tyrant will do the trick. Now scooping up every one of these gems. Bilal has to fight against this. Not enough, though. KCP get the takedown. A team wipe goes through, and all as Livy can do is sprint up the middle of the map. A ton of space here for the red roster. With 5 seconds on the clock, Zulan playing bodyguard and plenty of people in the back lines. No mobility this time. It's going to be a tie ball game in set 1.
What more could tell tell you how important Charlie is in this current metagame than a performance like that. Not only does Zulan have to stop Rafiki, to stop the Lily in her tracks when she tries to dive, but also has to go after the gem carrier. Provide another threat onto Eslivy, forcing the gems to be dropped after hitting that cocoon and walking away with 2. That gives them the edge.
Razor thin so far. We're expecting big stuff from both of these teams. 2 very solid squads throughout North America's regular season. Now only one of them can really survive. Fade left hand in, working alongside Tyrant, while Rafiki up in the face of Charlie. Goes for the dash, not enough though. Cocooned enough to survive here. Fade takedown on the left hand in. Once again, is Livy left all alone. Not a great start for Electros.
All the map control here for KCP. They have both bushes conquered. Bilal hoping to try and establish a foothold yet again. In doing so, might look to switch the lane up. Rafiki on the right now. Zulan holding on a cocoon, happy and ready to defend Tyrant should push come to shove. Here come the Spiderlings in that Mo direction. You can see the threat generator from the Lily. So much so that KCP have had to throw down this Sandy Super, but they should allow Tyrant to get in and get his 4 gems now. Rafiki needs to be 2v1. There's no 1v1 winning against that Lily.
Now that he's got a hypercharge, has to make it count. Going invisible here. Getting sneaky, gonna take to this top right-hand side, right in front of Fade's face. An easy pickup for them. Now the hypercharge. Perfect contact with Tyrant. 624 HP while Bilal does the rest of the work as Livy extending, grabs every one of the gems and now can walk away with 11.
All right, well, they know exactly where their bread is buttered, Pioneers. You've got to get forward. Tyrant at least has the super to jump on in. Bilal's low. They've gotten through him. Now Rafiki off spawn with invulnerability, but Tyrant going to try and dive in as Livy with a shield. Of course, Fade is going to turn up. A super, and as Livy gets away with 228 health. That's a set taken here for Electros. Razor thin margins, as Kenny put it. But ultimately, it's Electros that come out on top.
Great stuff here coming out of Team Electros. What a set and what a way to start. A real banger to start our day here. Only one of these squads can move forward in terms of LCQ positioning. It's definitely going to be a fun one to watch.
What a beautiful match so far. Definitely not going to be a 3-0 here, I feel. Electros takes it in yet. It was truly back and forth, though. Even just in that game number 1, we had Electros take the countdown, Pioneers take the countdown, and then an absolute jump scare from both the Mo and Lily with a nice Lily hypercharge. And as I already said, coming into this match, Crystal Arcade is just Lily's best map. It's crazy that she's not penned out here. Rafiki was just clip farming again.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty huge. 12 eliminations, and they were all impactful ones as well. One thing I really liked, and I don't know if we'll get it on clip, but Bilal comes forward, Rafiki, excuse me, comes forward with a hypercharged super and just saves it. Doesn't end up using it because he knows he's about to pop out of the Shadow Realm in front of the Sandy, who has no gems on them. He finds that elimination, builds another super pretty much straight away. Here it is here. Look at Rafiki. Holds the hyper, goes after Tyrant, and flattens him. That's the play that ultimately wins the round for Team Electros, and Bilal wins out on that left side to secure a safe gem recovery.
So yeah, if Rafiki doesn't have a YouTube channel just yet, maybe he should think about starting one, and he could use those clips already as his first ever video. So yeah, that was very, very neat from the side of Team Electros. They take that first set, but again, it was super close. It could have also been Pioneers' set. So I expect the same from Hot Potato now, Kenny.
I think it's going to be a fun one here on Hot Potato. It's such an interesting map right now. There's so many different brawlers to juggle, and I think right now in the meta, we have several defensive brawlers that stand out to me. Cordelius gets in the mix here because of where he stands, and then on top of that, we have some sneaky ones that sometimes come through. We have Lou, who is a really popular one, has tailored off a little bit, but with so many tanks in the meta, you have to find ways to combat that. The one that I'm keeping my eye out for most, though, is RT, especially with Cordelius often being in the ban stage. RT's going to be your next guy up.
Definitely feel you there, Kenny. RT could be a good one here. The one brawler I'm looking out for, or was looking out for, was Mika. Most played brawler from Electros by far in their scrims, but immediately banned out by Pioneers, so somebody did their homework. Charlie and Lily are going to be banned out as well. Lily double banned, Cordelius and Barry on the side of Electros banned as well. First pick is going to be on the side of Pioneers. Let's see what they are going to go with here. A little bit of area control. You can never go wrong with a good Lumi pick. It makes a lot of sense here to me. And now let's see what they want to pick up here on the side of Electros now that their usual, always want to pick brawler. Mika is out of the way. They also really like to play Nita here. Let's see if she's going to be picked up instead. Bonnie, of course, also always a really good brawler to have left open here over.
Bonnie has been just too good on these heist maps in general. Kaze going to be picked up, though. Someone who, of course, when it comes to those all-in moments on the save, very, very powerful and has a surprising amount of mobility. Not only when she switches forms does she get a dash, but, of course, inside that ninja super Fist of the Brawl star can cover a lot of distance. And in general, a very powerful duelist. Does not want to run up against tanks, though. That's something to keep in the back of your mind. We'll see where we head in that direction at some point. Nita will be picked up here for Electros. Additionally, obviously nothing better than a Hyper Bear slamming down on a safe, and Pioneers had to have walked into this draft expecting to see it.
Nita's been a really popular one as of late, and I think it's the combination of that high safe damage they were talking about, but Bruce the Bear and Nita is a nasty combination into so many different kinds of tanks. A lot of those tankier brawlers can't multitask very well. It is one brawler at a time, especially those shotgun ones. Bull comes to mind as somebody that's really risen in the ranks. Therefore, somebody like Nita is going to rise as well. It's interesting how one brawler's rise oftentimes means they change the other brawlers in the meta as well.
Buzz, okay. I like this look from Pioneers. This is very upfront and personal. But again, if you are concerned about how Electros are going to round out their draft, if they're going to go for something a little squishier, then that makes perfect sense. Kaze, of course, doesn't want to deal with Buzz. That's a very good matchup for the Pioneers side, but they still need to round out the draft, and they don't know what the trump card would be for Electros. So work Griffin here, has that wall break, can really open up the map, maybe allow Lumi to be more effective. And honestly, now that Hypercharge goes through walls, there's really nowhere to escape from that cashback.
Wondering if they go for something more open range, because Griff getting thrown in here makes life very difficult for Nita. On paper, Nita is going to do great into Buzz, but now that that range is going to be limited and it's going to be a longer range to fare with walls going down, Nita's definitely going to struggle a little more. Somebody like Amber comes to mind, not necessarily a hard counter, but at least can take advantage of some easy shots on the Buzz from a distance, charge up those supers. Crow works too for similar reasons. The poison damage can go through, also has a little bit of range, but can do high safe damage, of course, as well with his super / hypercharge.
Yeah, pretty reasonable when it comes to those all-ins. The Hypercharge Super is actually pretty disgusting amounts of damage. And at this point, with the way Heist is, it will account for a full 25% of that safe health generally. It'll guarantee a knock shield. So there'll be a couple of opportunities to make use of that. And if it gets tight towards the end of the game, it gives you that all-in base race option to try and win things out. Here we go, folks. Second set of the series. It's Hot Potato Heist. Pioneers at the top of your screen on red. They brought the Lumi and the Griff. Will it be enough to stop this Crow look with the Kaze for Bilal?
Fade starting on the left-hand end, going against Bilal. It's a trade, so 2v2 up the middle of the map. Rafiki, little chip damage here and there, but more in his eyes is looking for takedowns right now. Crow, until he gets that super, really isn't going to be a threat into the high safe.
Yeah, I don't think anybody on Pioneers is too worried about a couple percent here and there, but it does add up over time. Fanstorm attempted by Bilal and ends up being a trade. Fade goes down yet again. So often making space to trade out that life. It is Kaze getting far too close. These bushes might be an issue for Zulan. He cannot see the Ninja Geisha coming, which is going to be an issue. Tyrant though with that super. Rafiki not stunned out. That was a gadget used by Fade, but they still knocked this safe down to the next tier. Pioneers though have suffered the same fate on the other side of the map, and Zulan currently struggling to defend against this Bruce.
Tried to get a stun off, but just had enough time with indestructibility coming back from the spawn. That was nasty work, though. Now Fade popping a hypercharge, getting to the other side, swinging his way there. 966 and 840s raining down on that high safe. Few more tags. They'll get to that 50% marker that Tyrant pushes through.
Yeah, Tyrant's got no need to worry about things now. He's managed to knock the safe down to half, and he'll take the respawn happily. In the meantime, you can see the map's been opened up pretty significantly. This definitely benefits someone like Zulan, who wants to make this into a bit of a firing range. Fade, oh goodness, almost a 1v2 there as Livy went low, but there's a hypercharge Bruce just around the corner. That'll be a problem that Pioneers are gonna have to pay heed to.
Livy has to take advantage. They are down 20% at this point. They have to work on this next tier of the high safe because KCP have already done the early work. Fade flashing that super once again while Rafiki battles in the middle. Hypercharge goes down. That'll do the trick there. Tie it up.
And there's more. There's a hypercharge bear coming. Once that shield goes down, Pioneers have got to be very careful to try and defend. And oh, buddy, Bruce definitely got his fill. He'll knock the safe down to its last layer, and Pioneers have to go on the offensive, and they've got to stay on the offensive for this last 20 seconds.
Everybody good on the side of TE right now, and with the super going down there, they're working their way past the last tier. Rafiki with a dive in, 5,000 plus damage pouring down onto the high safe, and a few extra tags away from bringing it to the end. 8 seconds left. The issue, they can't get through all of the tiers of the high safe with this much time on the clock. Pioneers know this. TE respawn. Everybody just hanging out on the spawn side. So this is going to be advantage for Team Electros in our opening game.
You could almost see it coming when as Livy's able to develop that hypercharge finally, and there's a crow jumping onto the safe with that hyper. All of a sudden, that chunked it for about 25%, as we mentioned. Then Bruce comes in, gets another 25%. So if you're accounting for half your safe's health with 2 hypercharged supers on the Electro side, you're already halfway to winning.
Bilal gonna fall early, so that's a tough loss for them. Now 2 brawlers go down. KCP take advantage, so positioning, siding with them. Rafiki has to fall back, but Bilal here to help. Can have a great amount of mobility as well. One of the benefits of Kaze is that gadget combo as well, but Fade already has this super charged up just from standing the distance. A few tiny tags can help contribute to that as well. Ice Rink to try and cut off Team Electros, but for now, still KCP dominating the field.
I see how Belal just ruins Zulan, though. It's such a good matchup for the Kaze. If Fade is ever caught sleeping at the wheel, then it's going to be easy pickings going in the direction of that Lumi. Fade gets his Livy, but Bruce survives him. Eventually taken down in the middle of the map, and Tyrant continuing to try and open it up as much as they can. But now there's a Kaze threatening the safe, and well, that's something that has to be addressed by Pioneers. As Livy gets crunched there, and now Pioneers have a chance at least to knock down to 75%. They have a lead. Fade has a super. Everything's looking decent now, but it's those hypers late in the round you've got to fear from Electros.
This is going to continue to get trickier for his Livy too. This was what I was talking about in the draft stage. Once these walls open up, doesn't quite match with the range of somebody like Griff, especially with the super. Rafiki, though, diving in up the middle of the map. Fade with low HP, trying to hold on, recharge a little bit. Goes with a stun, not enough. All 3 members of Team Electro surging up the map to try and get a push of their own.
Is that Fanstorm forcing Zulon on out, though the bear has been dealt with. Rafiki close to a hypercharge of his own, but this is a healthy lead for Pioneers. Much healthier than this time last round. As Livy, though, was still getting free damage on the safe, as is Rafiki, and Fade needs to put a stop to it. The sheer amount of CC there was filthy, and our Pioneers can knock down to 50. Frustrating. They really would have liked to have achieved that stage on their last push onto the safe, and this slows the damage up. This keeps the game close. Tyrant goes for the cashback, wins out against Livy, able to stay alive for as long as he can. And this is defensive from Tyrant. The longer he stays alive, the harder it is for Electros to get forward.
Bought a ton of time. Bilal diving right at Zulon. Now on the top right-hand side is going to be looking for one final push. Rafiki saving that hypercharge in the back pocket too. Really responsible decision. Oh, but an early go at it there. Had an opportunity to probably get them even more damage than that. But with 15 on the clock, it's KCP with the numbers.
Bilal in trouble, 1v3, not where you want to be in any situation, not even a powerful brawler like Kaze. Still able to win it out. Fade falls down. There's going to be pressure on the top side. Turret now 28% and counting. And how about that? Electros, as the timer expires, are 2% ahead. They take themselves another set.
Wow, another great set coming out of both of these teams. The one thing I was keeping my eye on was that Crow. They got through that layer of the high safe. The shield went up. I was waiting for him to time it perfectly to jump in. Maybe a smidge early, but nonetheless, a win's a win's a win. Great job to TE. They are now up 2-0, which is crazy to think about in this match.
And now at this point, Pioneers would need a reverse sweep to still make it happen, to still move on into their hopes for LCQ and World Finals. What a tough match to watch here. So much is on the line for both of those teams. And honestly, good draft from the side of Pioneers too, but they just couldn't make it work somehow. We talked about it a lot, or you did, how especially Slivy will struggle once the walls are completely open by the Griff, but Slivy did still a pretty good job at farming his hyper bears that came into clutch 1 or 2 times during that match. So yeah, definitely well played from Team Electros. Also Bilal was absolutely popping off on that Kaze. I feel overall Team Electros just with good drafts today, really good gameplay. I even would say they might make it into the grand finals today, Kenny.
Wow, that's a big statement too, considering that they're on the same side as one of the better teams in this region. Team Electros have been incredible in scrims. They have been great in qualifiers, but it just hasn't quite shown on the battlefield. We saw them get swept by Tribe 3-0. Obviously, we know this is a good team, but it just feels like Tribe and Elevate have been on a different level all year. This month, all it takes is one special month. Make a grand finals, and they can land themselves in a postseason. Right now, they are well on track to do something special.
I can't believe we are staring down the barrel of a second postseason without Zulan. That is crazy. It feels like the era of the old Tribe gaming team in NA. The previous Kings of NA is kind of over, right? The other half of all the transatlantic El Clasicos, right? We're in a different time of Brawl Stars now. And these guys, I hate to say it, like have not been able to keep up. It's got to be a reverse sweep now. If they don't win this game, even LCQ is not on the table for Pioneers. That is what is riding on it. They've got to know that. The pressure definitely has to be there. And Pioneers have got to step up, Sonny.
It's rough. It's heartbreaking if, this era is truly over, because we also followed those teams and those individual players for such a long time at this point. It would feel very weird to not have them even at LCQ. Draco going to be the first pick here on Dueling Beetles. It could be the last map we're seeing from those two teams if Electros close it out here. Kenji, Lu, Pro are going to be banned out by Pioneers, and Lu double ban here, Cordelius and B. We see many Lu bans today compared to yesterday, where we barely ever saw Lu picked up or banned out. They seem to evaluate a lot more here. What is left open once again is going to be Finks. So let's see if Electros want to have that brawler on their side. Lumi is left open as well, and here she is, the other brawler with the ice ring skin.
One of the other brawlers that stands out as a possible, one of the later tanks that I think you can get here. So seeing these bans, we've got B, Cord, Lu, and then a Crow on the right side as well. There's just so many anti-tank brawlers that have been thrown out, which makes me lead to believe that this is going to be a very tanky matchup. So Lumi, kind of her own thing. Draco, a very common first overall pick, especially with Hank being prevalent. It's been a little harder, I think, to run Hank more recently because of the rise of Ashe. Draco, people have just figured out so many combinations to deal with him. Jay Young to round out this right-hand side, though, and combine with Draco, though, could be a nasty composition.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, Nick, you've got a very good spearhead, no pun intended, on this Pioneers side of things. I mean, know that, like, Ashe, we've often seen Ashe tangle with Draco in those front lines, and it's pretty tight. A lot really depends on that gadget timing. Draco really needs to try and nail it. Bonnie, I think here's a very robust way to sort of pan things out here. But I haven't been super convinced with the Bonnie play so far. We saw Pioneers play that in the first set and it wasn't enough. And the classic Berry Ashe combo rears its head yet again. Electros have a very strong, stable core and a huge, burst damage dealer in terms of Lumi. It's a very solid, very workable setup.
Two support brawlers, two tanks, and then some damage dealers for each ends. Different names, but similar strategies for both sides. Team Electros, of course, with a 2-0 lead. It is hard to believe that we have seen Zulan and Tyrant in the playoffs every single year since 2019. This could be the first without them. It is now a matter of life and death for Pioneers. Here we go for set 3.
Already, Rafiki confidently striding forward, even outranging the Javelin from Fade on a number of occasions. Tyrant's getting some good damage, but the amount of healing that is here for Berry means that the supers from Pioneers might have to be used to try and swing things in their favor. They're already a fair bit behind. Love that response for the super from Bilal. Keeps as Livy alive. That's the kind of gameplay that gets Electros out of this game in the podium position. Here's Grim and Frostbitten to basically take Fade out of the game for a couple of moments. He will skate and skitter his way back onto the point now as Rafiki, again, tries to get some extra progress. But the confidence that Fade is playing with is allowing Pioneers to keep it close, to catch up in terms of this percentage. Tyrant comes in again, goes out just as quickly. Brutal stuff for the body.
This is some fun Brawl Stars. Early engagements galore as both teams are roughly even. TE now expanding their territory, though. Zulan with the slipstream for speed. Fade trying to get back into Dragon form. And, of course, Bonnie from the distance. Those stuns coming in so clutch, though. It's easy eliminations. Rafiki now marching it down and gonna gun down Zulan alongside it. Tyrant just sit left to watch as the robotic rats approach.
Rafiki now can return to the front line as Livy with a hyper super. That is going to hurt in the morning, folks. Tyrant blown up, rooted in place. Nothing you could do about it. And Fade's gadget doesn't do too much than give Pioneers a couple of percentage, and then he heads the way of the Weary himself. Zulan's going to be caught out. Rafiki hitting those brooms like nobody else. And a hypercharged super for Bilal does nothing but seal the deal. Great start here for Electros. They seem to be head and shoulders the better team today.
Looking great right now. Job not quite done yet. And of course, even if they win this one, multiple steps for them to make it to the playoffs. But for now, step 1 nearly complete. Get a win in this game. And if they end the match right here, right now, a 3-0 lead would be the momentum to try and carry them to taking on a team like Tribe.
So far, so good. Zulan trying to keep Fade in the game, but it's tough to keep up with Berry's healing, and there's the super that goes in. Aggressive Fade knocked off the point. This is where Electros get that lead now. Bilal freed up enough that he can actually throw some shots in Tyrant's direction and lock that Bonnie into the corner. Bonnie's not been to play so far today for Pioneers. Here's that hyper super from Bilal. Basically mean that this is free percentage because there's no way Pioneers are getting through this overwhelming healing, and they know it. They've given up so much of the map. Here comes Rafiki. Zulan under pressure. Rafiki knows he can do a fire crow in the back corner and just fight this guy to the end of his life. Tyrant low, staying alive somehow, but Bilal gets back to the point here and now. They're just spawn camping them. They're styling on them. Pioneers look to be going out with a whimper and not a roar. Not the way that they would have imagined it, but unfortunately, fate had other plans.
Bilal just not going down, preserving the life of Rafiki, and they have been able to have their way with this map. It was a close match the whole way through, but KCP have to take a stand right here, right now. 90% for the blue side, 20% now stunned out. Tyrant diving in, looking to make contact with Bilal. Bilal finally falls. Tyrant low HP as Livy goes for the stun and will bury the Pioneers. Step 1 complete for Team Electros, but they have a Titan down the other way. Today we bid farewell to one of North America's greatest dynasties.
That is absolutely wild. We really thought this was a compelling matchup, a really close one, and Pioneers have years and years of Brawl Stars experience on their side. It just didn't matter. It wasn't even a drop in the bucket against the Fury that Electros brought into that game, Sonny.
I was hyping up that match as one of the closest ones of today. It ended up being a 3-0 as well. And you really got a feel for Zulan, Fade, and Tyrant here. Big GGs to them. They started out so well into the season this year. It did not really go that way in the end of, towards the end of the season overall. And today really wasn't their day. Team Electros is just absolutely popping off. Rafiki, 9 kills, 540 DPS points. Really, really well played GGs to them as well for him on the Ash. And the last monthly finals, those two teams faced each other, was in the quarterfinals of June. Electros took it 3-0. Today, Pioneers gets handed another 3-0 loss, Kenny.
It's hard to believe. Some fantastic players on that side, but that's just the world we live in. With the consistency of Tribe Gaming and Elevate this year, just making semifinals has been enough to kind of put you in a spot where you can get to these LCQs. And obviously Team Electros with a little late start into the year in terms of points, the fact that they're here, the fact that they're doing this, the fact that they have a chance, pretty wild, all things considered. But it's been an excellent run here from Pioneers. No telling what 2026 holds, but nonetheless, some fantastic Brawl Stars names for North America over the years.
We lose the first of those 4 teams that were still in the race for LCQ and World Finals. It was a 4-way battle. Now it's still between 3 different teams. And that next match doesn't feature any of those teams. You have to stay tuned for quarterfinal number 4. Next up is Elevate, already locked in for Worlds, and Prodigy Esports. One of the most interesting stories we had all years, honestly. We're going to talk a bit more about that later. Let's head into a quick break.
Five regions from across the globe send their hungriest teams to face one final challenge. One last chance to earn their spot at the World Finals.
Yoshi goes down the spin on Chaos. He's spinning himself. He knows they've lost.
16 teams enter, only 4 will advance. Dreams will be shattered, heroes will be made. This is the last chance qualifier. 10th to the 12th of October, Sao Paulo, live from the Brazil Game Show. Get your tickets now and watch your champions in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com to earn Pro Pass rewards.
What a crazy 2 matches it's been so far already. 2 quarterfinals down, 2 more to go, and then of course also the semis and the grand final. Welcome to the show, ready to you as well. You didn't have to wait for too long to finally be here as well, so we can greet you. It was a double 3-0 so far. Any thoughts on those 2 games?
Nice and efficient. So quarterfinal 1 went the way that I expected it to. You know, just like knowing sort of where the team finds themselves at the end of the year. That was not how I expected Pioneers versus Team Electros to go. I think in my mind said Team Electros is going to win, but my heart, and I predict with my heart, told me that Pioneers make a postseason. They fell short this time. Rafiki is your MVP from Team Electros. It has been fascinating and fulfilling to watch this roster come together as like tier 2 players in the region last year and now blast to the forefront of the North American zeitgeist.
I mean, yes, I am super happy for Aslevi here. He was already retired, came back out of retirement, picking those 2 teammates, and he did well with his choice, I think you can say here. Rafiki takes the MVP here, no surprises. I have to say it again. If he doesn't have a YouTube channel yet, maybe consider doing one now and add those Lily clips and the Ash clips as well. Yeah, really well done today. Electros moves on into the semis. That leaves Tribe and Electros in semifinal number 1. Now it's time to find out who will be on that lower end of the bracket here in semifinal number 2. And Elevate versus Prodigy are the first 2 to compete for it, Kenny.
Patchy, Diego Gamer, and Vex have been quite a force to be reckoned with, and of course a teammate across the pond as well. So there's been a 4-man roster throughout the year, and they've been one of these teams as well. We'll call them the new guard. I mean, Patchy's been around, of course, but several of these other players really debuting themselves this season, and we've loved the watch party vibes all year long. Such a fun team to watch. Been really awesome to see them grow throughout the year.
Elevate wants to challenge Tribe for first place in NA. They did take 1 win over them, did land in the finals every single time, but yeah, only won once. Let's see how things go down today if they make it into the grand finals. And again, we also wanted to have a little chat with them. It's been a month, it's been a while.
Actually, we are already qualified to the World Final, so we are really happy for that. So we are gonna scream a lot for get a good placement on the World Finals and get North America back on the top again, because we know the Brawl Cup was not the best results, and I want to play finally my first land. Yeah, honestly, I miss Vegeta because he was a really good captain. Like, he was always with us, drafting, playing, managing the team. So yeah, we miss him, but he's with us on voice chat on the good games in the important match. So yeah, he's still with us. Anyways, if he's in another region.
They're missing a player at the moment, but that didn't really hurt them too badly in the previous months. They did make it into the monthly final, grand final, every single time so far, and they aim to do that again today. On the other side, we have one of the funniest stories in all of BSC. We have a player from EMEA doing some holidays in the US and actually qualifying for a monthly final, and this twice in a row now, Kenny.
This one's quite impressive as well, considering that I don't believe he's in the US any longer. So the fact that he's living in another continent and able to pull this off is quite the feat. So Prodigy Esports still popping off for a top 8 placement. Look at this on the map. This is the difference. I mean, I hardly win the games I play in my own country. I can't imagine winning at an esports level from a different continent.
It's quite a, yeah, the Mercator projection makes it look a little further than it really is, but he's still going to be playing on some insane conditions at the moment. 200 ping seems to be the measure at the moment. I don't think that was a real device there. I think he printed that out. I don't know if that was very legit.
It was real. It was real.
I have to give another shout out here to the people who make the graphics. That has to be one of my favorite graphics that we had all year long. Looks super funny. And yeah, also a great story for EMEA. Now that I'm sitting here next to you two, I have to give another shout out as well. That yeah, if you're ever on holiday in the US, might as well try to compete in the monthly finals, right?
Yeah,
Whatever.
I'm trying to provoke you.
That felt disrespectful.
Alright.
That felt disrespectful. I'm not gonna
Okay,
lie.
that was the reaction I was hoping for. Thank you so much. But yeah, still, we're all saying that Elevate is going to take this one here. Makes a lot of sense, right? They are the better squads in terms of making consistent grand finals. Again, 5 out of 5 grand finals so far. I think Elevate is just trying to do that again and then take another win. They only won one monthly final because Tribe Gaming was just super dominant this year, Kenny.
I think a safe bet on the event site is to just roll with Elevate and Tribe in the quarterfinals. If you've done that, you're probably doing well on the Pro Pass XP. Diego Gamer has had your all's backs all year long. I think they're in the running to make another grand finals too. I really don't see any signs of them in past months or qualifiers or anything that leads me to believe that Prodigy, with a man on another continent, can beat this squad. Even when they were on the same continent, Elevate were the better squad. I just don't see that changing this month. And I think that's why you're seeing that event site poll just be so different.
And we see it here. Vegeta is back. He's coaching his teammates. It's still Hachi, Diego Gamer, and Avex playing, sorry. We literally see him on camera right now. But yeah, it's still the other 3 playing. Vegeta is on their side though, and helping them out with draft. And draft is also where we're headed right now. We're in Ring of Fire again. We did see this map already before. It was Bunny, B, and Lumi, the comp that ended up winning for Elevate. Their most pick brawler would be Crow, immediately banned out by Prodigy, so they do have that data as well. Kaze is left open. I see Lu left open, so maybe we finally see some more ice rings this time around by the Lu himself. And of course, Finks again left open as well, and he seems to be the brawler you want to have in your corner for a map like Ring of Fire at the moment.
What's going on with FX's hair right now? Is he
Look
like
good,
trying
feel
to
good,
mog
brother. I'm
us
with
watching
him.
on the cams? Yeah, get him out of here. I've had enough of him for now. Throw your Amber in the ring for now. Just, good solid selection. Whether it's worthy of a first pick, I couldn't tell you entirely, but it looks like this is what they wanted because they did ban Crow. Just a good selection in general. And also one of the things that gives Amber a pretty tough time that's going to impact Prodigy Esports' ability to run things down. As they say, so Prodigy Esports, they about face, they go for the long range strat right off the bat.
B into the Amber is also going to be a positive matchup, I would say, just because it's a longer range, sharpshooter kind of feel to her, and does deal with tanks too. So this is going to, I was going to say, this leads to Draco for me. I think Draco is such a common early pick, oftentimes banned here, and I feel like Draco is a real key brawler on Hot Zone in general due to his gadget, due to the matchups he has with a lot of other popular tanks. So I really don't blame Prodigy Esports for grabbing this. And on top of that, when they combine B with Draco, you're removing one of those brawlers that would have done well to Draco out of the equation, putting it on your side. I'm seeing the logic here coming out of our right-hand end.
Like, it makes sense. I think Elevate saw this coming, though, the possibility of Draco, leaving it wide open, and also first selecting that Amber, which should be able to auto-aim it and deal tremendous damage to it as it attempts to press in. Now, Finks finds its way into the mix. A pretty good way to deal with B. On just about any map, you're able to slow down those projectiles so much. You're able to slow down Draco's shots as well, impact his ability to perform out there. It is quite mechanically demanding, though. You can't really, sit out in the middle unless you have tremendous dodging abilities, which each one of these players does possess.
Think they could use some extra damage or maybe something up in the face of Prodigy Esports here. Taro was something that was used in Humble versus Subs match, and a very similar feel to it, I think, here. Yeah, there it is. I just think it makes a lot of sense. The spawner's also doing quite well into B specifically, so now we're dealing with the single shot brawler. We have damage upped on our side, and then on top of that, this super is going to be a great way to do with Draco from a range and also just get some big time kills. I had Tara pick. I think to your point, Elevate one of my favorite things about them this year has been the drafts. They have such a wide variety of brawlers that they can pull off. So the fact that they go with an unorthodox Amber first overall, I think they had a line of thought later down the line. It seems like the Tara and the Finks kinds of picks here were something that they were keeping track of.
Here comes the final selection now from Prodigy Esports. Jae-Young will be able to pierce through the spawnables from Tara. Elevate, this is a very directed draft. They went for one of the best things into Tara immediately, and then they used that to funnel themselves into a Tara selection. On the notion of draft from Elevate, they're a pretty unique team in that they essentially have 3 drafters. Every member of their team is capable of draft, I think with the exception of Diego Gamer, you know, lends to his mechanical strengths rather than the drafting prowess of the individual players.
Well, here we go. Prodigy Esports, certainly the underdogs here. Only about 4% of y'all at home voted for these fellas. Elevate, of course, getting the casting desk vote as well. But so far, so good for the red roster. Vex left all alone. Mine on the left-hand end, just gunning him down. Patchy in the middle of the map, respawning and dealing with the long range there. They get a kill. Diego Gamer, flamethrower up the middle. Mine will approach him. Finally, Elevate have a little space to work with here.
Mine pops a gadget, means he's a dead man to this next attack from Evex, who has a super ready to move. Bryn also with the Rattled Hive to keep things back just a little bit longer. Those bees aren't going to reach all the way to the enemy side, and that's going to be something that we got to watch out for. Means that this bee is not going to be as strong. Now the Fink super is down. Bee really helpless into that matchup. Mine pretty much waiting for the opportunity to move in. Evex says, nah, actually, you don't get to wait. I'm going to press you on the right side. Make this a 3v2.
Now that Patchy and his teammates have a little bit of more control, those supers are going to be much more crucial. Oh, look at the double grab there. Goes with one, and only Mine left available. So Diego Gamer, prime positioning right now. Can charge up a super, drop one at any moment. Mine just kind of has to force his way up over here. Vex had a super ready to go, though. Has the gadget available, and the little Tara spawner does end up grabbing the kill. Nicely done from the grave.
Here comes the hypercharge now from Bren, an attempt to move back in. Long-range takedown for Diego Gamer as a response. Elevator at 80% and climbing. Here comes yet another Fink super down. Patchy gets to restore some of his ammo and maintain control, and another super comes out of Evex. He is cycling these things like crazy. A second Tara hypercharge this game, but he won't even need to use it. Elevate kind of wiped the floor with Prodigy Esports in this one. I know Prodigy got 50% here, but they never seem to have any real control except for maybe the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, early on, it felt like Prodigy Esports were in a great spot to just kind of hunker down. It felt like Elevate couldn't really get out of their spawn, but the second that Elevate got a couple kills going their way, I feel like the Tara cycling in those supers really made a difference. And once they get into a position of power, Patchy can drop down the Fink supers, which essentially covers in this entire middle lane. So somebody that's a single shot brawler like B is really going to struggle into that. It's hard to make contact when it's so easy to dodge those shots.
Initial push once more from Prodigy Esports. Falls completely flat. You'll see Evex on the bottom left. Yeah, pop the pin before you get taken down. Evex has gotten a super off of that one as well. He's going to use this opportunity to move into the back lines where he can potentially just take down Mine for free. Going to go for 2, ends up only grabbing Ult Bob, but it's just fine. Patchy is here to take that place and maintain control on this point. Evex impacted at long range by Bryn, but thankfully here comes the pinch from Diego Gamer around the right side. Mine now attempts to get in with his super, but he's lost Ult Bob on the right side, and it's a 1v2, surely to end in his demise. And Elevate, in spite of all of the kills that have been flying out from their side, are still actually at a deficit versus Prodigy.
Prodigy handled that really well. To your point, they were really down in terms of numbers, I felt like, for a lot of that, rotating out brawlers, but it's still Prodigy who come away here. It's going to be a contention in the mid, though. Diego Gamer dropping the hypercharge. Ult Bob in trouble. The heals not going to be able to be as effective if they're trickling down from fiery damage. And that's a takedown there. Vex holding on to a super right-hand side. Mine entering the dragon form while Pain drops a hypercharge here. Excuse me, Brain drops a hypercharge here. Low HP, hypercharge available. The double connection as well. Just nasty work coming out of Vex.
Make that 2 for Evex, the second double pull he's gotten this set. And it could generate the second game victory for them as well, as long as he's able to keep control. Has a super ready on the right side, knows that he can get Mine. Might opt to go for him right now before his teammates can join him, just stagger him, as if Prodigy Esports had a chance anyway. Elevate count up to 100, not even enough time for another push in. A last-ditch effort from Prodigy Esports. This one goes to Elevate.
Rocking the Wi-Fi bar pin's kind of funny, by the way. Consider continent. I think it's losing. If you're gonna lose, at least be funny about it. Elevate, though, very convincing stuff. I feel like this is 2v. Elevate have been in what we'll call the S tier teams. It's clearly been Tribe and Elevate all year long.
Yeah, and you mentioned it before, Kenny. If you put your points on Tribe and Elevate, you don't really lose any points. Usually, Diggle Gamer with the most kills sure takes the MVP in that one. On the other side, very clever of Prodigy to put the player with probably around 200 ping on the tank and not on the B, for example. I think that's a wise choice here. And honestly, it was closer than I expected, really.
Yeah, it's more reliant on positioning, right? There's real potential there. You have a big hitbox anyway. Are you really going to be juking things? But when we come to Elevate, I want to once more call out their draft here. You see their first pick Brawler was the most performant one on their team. That's indicative of just like excellent bans, good reading of the enemy team. Because if you have a first pick Brawler that's performing like that, especially something like Amber, which is hardly broken, then it indicates that you got great bans to enable that.
And you also know exactly what you want to have on the map. Sometimes comfort picks go over meta picks, and Amber, she's been good, and she always has been on a map like Ring of Fire. But yes, we don't see her too often at the moment. Elevate just really knows how to make it work. Now we're heading over to Double Swoosh. We did not see that map today yet. Kenny, which brawlers do you expect here?
Double Swoosh is a fun one because vision is such a strong factor. So in some of the regions, they've really prioritized brawlers like Sandy and the Sandstorm that reveals brawlers or keeps you invisible. Crow's somebody that I'm anticipating to possibly be in this ban stage or play stage. And obviously, there's a lot of the common ones that we've been seeing throughout all of our weekends in those ban stage. I would say those are two more specific to this map, though.
Let's see if we are going to see those brawlers. If Kenny's right. We see Ulbop here completely locked in. He's playing from the same region as Elevate. He should not have any ping, and he did perform really well on the B. So yeah, I feel like so far so good for Prodigy. They did do pretty well, all things considered. And let's see if they're gonna put mine on a tank again. Yeah, as said, makes a lot of sense if you play with a high ping to not play Stu, for example. With the bans in now, Buster, Kit, and Lumi are going to be banned out. So many tanks on the side of Elevate. They do have first pick here, and they love to play Sandy on this map, which is banned out by Prodigy. Once again, they know exactly what Elevate likes to play here, but it usually doesn't really matter to them because, as mentioned, Elevate masters so many different brawlers, so many different comps already. They're going to be fine without Sandy.
They have a huge breadth of brawler pool. Interesting to see here because Tara is just one of the highest priority first picks here. And oftentimes on Double Swoosh, you'll see the team with first pick banned specifically so that they can get a good Tara game. Looks like Elevate left their options flexible so they didn't waste all their bans just trying to get this one pick. But from the bans alone, I couldn't really tell you that this was going to be what Elevate was going for. But it works out because you can see the Sandy's been banned, so has Buster, two of the best things into it. This is an Amber selection for sure for Prodigy Esports. Well, they'll go with Janet. Okay, another way of dealing with Tara, since you can fire through those shades and get generally good visibility in the bushes. Prodigy Esports could still go for an Amber, but it looks like they've decided to go with Janet to go ahead and fill that role and also acquire their gem carrier instead of saving it for a last pick.
I think Janet has really risen, especially into Tara matchups, for similar reasons that you mentioned about Amber. Amber is certainly somebody that can still show up on this map as a right lane threat. In that open side, you can kind of tear through with the grass, get some good contact in the enemies, charge those supers easily. But for a first overall pick, I really do feel like it's a lot of the times, especially with these kinds of bans, it's a decision between Tara, Cordelius, and do you believe in Lily enough to where we have Tara on the other side could still be a counter as well. So Tara rounded out with an old-timey brawler like Gene. I'm curious if Crow comes in here. It was somebody I mentioned earlier. I think the vision is really nice. Could be what they're looking for in terms of that open lane.
Yeah, it's something that I missed initially, is that, you know, he's banned so frequently now. He's just so excellent into Amber. In a big way, it enabled the selection of Amber by Elevate, the first pick that we saw in set number 1. You generally just don't want to acquire that Amber if you don't really feel like it's safe against a Crow, so that it's often banned. Crow's usually banned for other reasons anyway, because he's just so good into tanks right now. That shield is massive. We'll see Elevate now round things out. They get some assassination potential in here, not just on Jean with her gem carrier, but in the literal form. They have Kenji going aggressive. That's going to be creating pressure for them. He's going to be rotating over. It's also going to give them good mobility because they need to have some kind of mobility to defend against this Lily. Lily's constantly going to be hunting down the gem carrier from Elevate. Once she gets a hypercharge, it's just about inevitable that she does get a hypercharge, and she'll be able to take down the gem carrier, get those gems, and then escape to the other side.
Probably with a unique response here in Nita. It's not that it never shows up here, but I would double swoosh is a common map for by any means, but I think with the on-paper matchups, it makes sense. You got Bruce the Bear now going into Kenji. On top of that, you now have a way to pierce through those Tara spawners. So at least a way to deal that. Does well, at least on paper, into some of these brawlers. Curious to see how it does on the actual map. Elevate up 1-0 here. One of the kings of North America looking to go to another semi-finals for the 6th straight time this year. Bryn in the middle of the map, dropping a gadget. It's been interesting to see the choices of Janet gadgets throughout the monthly finals. A lot of people have elected to go for the little bunny hop you get just to escape those assassins. Instead, they're going for vision.
Wonderfully done by Avex. He went for the vertical super, which really threw off Nita over there on the right side. Wound up getting in the kill. He's going to go for another. A little swipe there onto mine. Diego Gamer for the double pull. They are all up in Prodigy Esports' bushes. A very wishful super from Ultbob. Practically a throw, honestly, on the position of that super. But there's still more Brawl Stars to be played. Elevate have gotten just such an insane lead of 7-0. They've smartly backed up from the enemy side. Also, you can see that Diego Gamer decided to switch up his gadget, decided not to go for the shades, knew that it wouldn't be very good into Bryn. Just really smart calls all around for Elevate so far.
Still a chance here for Prodigy Esports, especially with Lily in the face of the enemy gym carrier. Diego Gamer popped the hypercharge, didn't even need the super. Gets a little extra bonus, a double connection there. A Vex with 5 gyms now, mine left all alone. And a hypercharged Bruce the Bear going down. 6 gyms in a Vex's pocket, and Patchy has the other 5 to pull. Perfect connection there, swipes through, brings them down to just 2 members. Bob has to go for the other side. Teleport in, makes the connection, will get the kill to reset this countdown.
The safest brawler on the entire squad now has all 11 of the gems that they need to stay alive. 10 seconds to go. Prodigy Esports need a hero. Mine has to get through this right side. Doesn't really have a chance in Avex. Ultbob uses his gadget to get in. Still totally denied by Diego Gamer. Didn't even break a sweat fending off that Lily in close range. It's another game going to Elevate, and things are starting to rack up here. That's 3 game wins in a row for Elevate.
Elevate just making it look pretty easy so far. I'd consider this smooth sailing to say the least. And it's been that way in the quarterfinals, it feels like all year long. This is not a round where they have wavered. And especially considering their seeding as well, they're typically going to be matched against lower seeded opponents. That's one of the benefits of being really darn good in your region. You get an advantage as it carries over. They've certainly capitalized on that.
They're also capitalizing on the lack of close-range capabilities from some of these brawlers. Evex, in particular, he's going to get taken down on the right side over here. Just found himself between Mine and a Jan at the same time. Ultbob also takes advantage of Diego Gamer's overextended positioning. For the first time, Prodigy Esports look like they have a chance here. They've got 5 gems on top of Bryn. That was a huge pull from Patchy that did not see the light of day. Another super in, but Evex and Patchy collectively shrug it off, and Bryn comes in for an airborne kill.
Patchy may be feeling himself a little bit there. That felt like a really long-range pull to try and attempt. Diego Gamer going for vision here, so mine gonna be seen. Bob going invisible. Uses the Shadow Realm gadget to move to the other side. Avex is sniffing him out, though, marching up this left-hand side. This does allow for them to charge up a hypercharge, though, so Bob 19 will get out and wait to use this.
Look how Ultbob does not want to even attack Avex. He's not wasting a single ability, just backing up, getting his health back. Really should explain to you why the Kenji was selected here into the Lily. Lily's going to pop that gadget, try and get in close range versus Patchy. Has a hypercharge, has a super. Avex is here to create a buffer zone. Ultbob's just going to go for it. Knows that there's no way of him reaching Patchy. That's one swipe for Avex on the Sashimi slashes. And here comes Patchy for a hypercharge to create a little bit more pressure. Not going to use that pull just yet, though. Only in the case of emergency. It's 2 gems to go for Elevate to start a countdown. They can't afford to just play for tempo, but they need some eyes on Ultbob right now because they cannot have their gem carrier near where he is.
Oh, and they're all closer together here, too. Ultbob pops out, hits a Vex. It's going to be traded, so Diego Gamer survived. Gadget there at the ready. Now a hypercharge pull going on to mine. 1 elimination. The pull goes through for Patchy. It's a team wipe here for Elevate.
Patchy once more running away with 12 gems. 10 seconds to go. Prodigy Esports barely able to hang on to these hypercharges. It's a hypercharge Nita Bear. Now Bryn looking for Patchy, attempting to hit these shots, but oh my goodness, Patchy dodged all but 1 to secure these gems for Elevate, get them their 4th game victory in a row in set 2 under their belts.
The mechanics are just nasty out of these fellas. So impressive. And I mean, all of these players outside of Patchy, who has a long-standing history in North America, have really risen through the ranks this year. It's been awesome to see the growth of their members, the blend of kind of mechanics, and then these drafts have been so on point. I feel like they just haven't lacked it all this season.
yeah, draft, again, from both sides, I don't really have many remarks. Good draft also from Prodigy. I do like a good Janet on a map like this one. I also like to see Gene back. We didn't see him in a while on this map, and yeah, gives just a lot of vision to his team. Avex with the most kills here. Makes sense, he was making so much pressure with that Kenji. And yeah, we already pointed it out, Kenny, you did, how mechanically gifted those Elevate players are. I would be surprised, to say the least, if Prodigy now pulls off a reverse sweep, but maybe they at least can take a set.
Keep our fingers crossed for sure. Yeah, it's just so hard, right? It's an 0-2 deficit. You got a player on another continent. I would love to see what these guys can do, but you're certainly right. I mean, Elevate definitely the favorite right now.
Yeah, I mean, even surprised that they're doing so well, honestly. Yeah, playing with a player that has a very high ping. For that, they're doing really, really well. And again, the draft looks very solid. We're now heading over to dry season. Much like I mentioned previously, you want to have Lily on Crystal Arcade. You want to have a Carl on this map, specifically because you want to catch that blue star early, and after that you can just fall back behind your own walls, farm ults of any opponent that dares to come a little bit too close. So yeah, especially on this map, blue star is super important ready.
Gotta get it. A lot of strategies revolve around getting in there initially and then playing defensive. Sometimes you see a Kaze come in here. Could also be, you know, sometimes like a Mortis. That'll be kind of insane. You know what? Let's stick with something a little bit more level-headed and say Carl uses Flying Hook to get it. Kaze's got to be a top priority here. Would love to see him in the ban phase because it is super, super strong. Also, other consistent picks that are getting banned actually quite a lot now. Gus comes to mind. You do see the Kaze ban. Gus is still wide open. Just a solid all-around one. Elevate might even decide to just let Prodigy Esports have this one, since I feel like Prodigy Esports in this, you know, match where they're the underdog might be partial to something safe like that.
Carl is left open, you mentioned it. Let's see if somebody gonna pick him up first, which is what we usually see, but Elevate has different plans. They really seem to like that Gene. I do like to see him come back a little bit more often. Again, not really the meta pick, but they already showed us an Ember first pick on Ring of Fire that we already didn't really see coming. So yeah, Elevate has some plans on their own today, and so far it's working out, so I like it.
Gray coming in as well. So I'm wondering what they're going to throw alongside this. So Gene, kind of a standard, safe, old-timey Brawl Stars pick. Makes a lot of sense, though. But there's plenty of great brawlers still available. Whoa, Sandy coming in with this, too. That's an interesting one. I mean, they're clearly cooking something up that I'm not seeing.
Yeah, so let's break this down. Could the Sandy be to, you know, ensure the safety of the Gray composition? You know, could be pretty useful for dealing with a Gray TP in, perhaps. Also, Gray's like generally good here. The Sandy, we're gonna have to kind of wait and see how this makes sense. You are generally able to get good vision with the super. You're able to get some pretty decent control, hypercharge on the table as well, and fires right through any sort of spawnables. So all reasons why you might pick Sandy, but it is a bit off meta right now. Only finds itself viable in special scenarios, such as on double swoosh where you're facing a Tara.
I'm sure Elevate are just as shocked as I am to see this brawler on this map. Sandy, a solid one, maybe some, you know, blind Brawl Stars days, but in terms of the draft, I feel like if you give a team ample time to prepare against a Sandy this early on in the draft on dry season, they can get what they want. So Colonel Ruffs, ooh, that's some old-timey Brawl Stars as well. A combination of Gene and Ruffs for the heals, and then also likely Colonel Ruffs kind of boosting the health points of this squad. Hank on the other end, though, and that makes more sense. That's what I'm used to seeing paired with Gray.
Gray Hank is generally very strong, though, you know, this is Bounty. This isn't a hot zone map. This isn't open business. It's not dueling beetles. But I still see, like, a realistic scenario where there's some actual value gained from teleporting in with the Gray super and then using that Hank bubble that stays while you're teleporting through. You get to charge it all the way to full and then pop it on the other end of the TP. We'll see an attempt at a hook from Bryn. Doesn't go anywhere. Patchy now taking serious damage. It's the first casualty. It heads away at Prodigy Esports, but Elevate fire back, and then Prodigy Esports snap up that blue star to give themselves the lead.
Sometimes when you're an underdog, you just have to try something, especially when you're down 0-2 to the likes of Elevate. So the team clustered up together on the top right-hand side while Bob just holds down the fort on the left. Elevate traveling as a unit here, taking advantage of being up with Diego Gamer. Patchy, wow, got drug all the way over there. That's a takedown for a Vex as well. Now they've swung the blue star their way and the lead. Oh, in the long distance, Patchy utilizing Gene so well today.
Now that Elevate have this star advantage, they look kind of unkillable. Look at the way that they're all staying together. You have Ruffs with the field promotion star power. You have Patchy also healing up with magic puffs. These two, in theory, should be invincible. Evex, also sort of the offensive vestige of this team, avoids the torpedoes from mine. That's a free pull for Patchy. And look at this. How often do you see a 10,000 health Gene?
They're just slowly building it up as well. That is a beefy Gene, one I do not want to mess with, especially the way Patchy's been playing it. Taps down that left-hand side. Teleport in from Bryn. Cordelius with well over 8,000. A pull going through once again. These fellas simply cannot miss right now.
They can't die either. Literally, they have so much HP. Patchy comes in with bonus damage, the hypercharge, the super, all at once. And Elevate are steamrolling through Prodigy right now. They've gotten 5 game victories in a row. The mythical 6-0 staring them down right now. Just one game separates them from victory, and a flawless one at that.
Smiles going around too. That's what we were talking about in the pre-draft stage. So Gene, of course, is somebody that has the magic healing, or the magic puffs with healing. Oh, a nice jump there from a Vex as well. That didn't stay alive for too long, but similar happened in game number 1. And the Diego Gamer, of course, builds up those health points as you stay together. So those are two brawlers that have been oftentimes paired together on this map.
Patchy's the priority to give this treat from Colonel Ruffs. He's got bonus damage and a little bit more health to work with. What a long pull once more. They managed to hit that last game, but they didn't get the kill off of it. So solid improvement already for Prodigy Esports. They're pushing out. They need to keep this effective line of scrimmage more towards mid than their own ramparts. See yet another treat come down. Patchy giving it once more. Also healing up. A little trade here. 2 pulls fly out, but Prodigy Esports profits from the interaction.
Both sides tapping right now. Some impressive mechanics for both ends as Vex dives in at the enemy side. 4 stars available on mine. They steal every one of them. So now they got the blue star with them. That's important. Still down by 1 though.
Diego Gamer is going to give himself his own hypercharge back. And he's also given himself the treat. Nicely done. He's able to cycle that out for another teammate. They're really playing the long game, but they're only operating with 40 seconds left here. That was a missed attempt at a long pull there from Bryn. Not going to look so good, but it is a retreat option for Prodigy Esports if they need to get out of there. Right now, though, they need to give themselves an even greater buffer zone. They are looking at a possible hypercharge super donated to another teammate on the side of Elevate. Mine's going to attempt to get that kill on Diego Gamer. Doesn't work out for now. Evex has the hypercharge. Mine knows it's drive time. Got to come in with the speed and the damage, but it's not going to work out. That's a stun available for Old Bob, a missed hook for Bryn. It's looking drastic right now for Prodigy.
Old Bob with low HP. All the members of the red roster about to go down, holding on for dear life. They swing 1 star their way. Elevate with 1 star lead will take the set, and most importantly, take a match. It's Elevate once again, marching forward to a semifinals.
Is that Genie? I don't know who that was, but that was quite the hairline. And it was outlined as well, like it was on a telestrator. Like a sportscaster drew that one. You know what? If you get on the winner cam, then you get to draw whatever you want, I suppose. Hold your device up to the screen and celebrate. And this one could not be more deserving. A perfect execution from Elevate.
I guess that's true, Reddy. I'm just loving the draft of Elevate today, and I'm also a little bit salty. Last month in July, I was trying to get a team to play the field promotion Ruffs comp. I don't know if you two remember. I was mentioning it so often, how that used to be the comp to play on a map like this one. It was always Ruffs, Gene, and Tick, for example, and then just get your Gene to maximum beef potential and win the match in the last 30 seconds. Now I'm talking about, we've seen Carl every single time. It was always the first pick on this map. He's left open and not picked up. So I'm a little salty, but also very happy.
Well, to be fair, Gene was picked. Gene is one of the greatest things you can do into Carl. So, you know what? For what it's worth, I bet Elevate were thinking about it. And they draft pretty darn well. So, still no ball. So what's up next? Elevator now in the semifinals. That means that STMN versus Space Station Gaming is up next. And this one's insane. It's going to be our second decider match of the day.
I'm super excited for the quarterfinal that is coming up next. It's the last one. After that, we already head into the semis. And once again, it's featuring two teams that are still in the battle for the LCQ, as well as the Worlds slot, that third one that NA still has left open. It's Stamina versus Space Station Gaming. You won't want to miss it, so make sure to stay tuned.
Five regions from across the globe send their hungriest teams to face one final challenge. One last chance to earn their spot at the World Finals.
Yoshi goes down the spin on Chaos. He's spinning himself. He knows they've lost.
16 teams enter, only 4 will advance. Dreams will be shattered, heroes will be made. This is the last chance qualifier. 10th to the 12th of October, Sao Paulo, live from the Brazil Game Show. Get your tickets now and watch your champions in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com to earn Pro Pass rewards.
Bells Rock. Triple dribble. I have no idea on this one, honestly. Like, I would say like Flaring Phoenix or something. No, it's definitely not. Pit stop.
Welcome back to the August monthly finals for the very last time this year, unfortunately, but we still have 4 good matches for you, so I'm happy that you all are sticking around. Also happy that we get Trev back. Another 3-0, 3 3-0s actually in the quarterfinals so far. Trev shaping up to be one of the shortest broadcasts we've had all year, which is also the one that I don't want to be short because yeah, it's the last one. I'm kind of sad.
Yeah, we've got to hope, we've got to pray for some closer games, because 3 3-0s in a row, and they've been, you know, pretty one-sided 3-0s as well, not too much back and forward throughout them. So it's really unfortunate. Hopefully that picks up. I hope that this game is going to be the one to do it, STMM versus SSG, but in the previous game, Diego Gamer is that match MVP, and I think deservedly so. I think FX made some great plays in there as well, and was, you know, a potential shout for that MVP, but I do think Diego Gamer played very well as well.
I'm loving that Reddy and me both had the same reaction to that. We both actually started praying that we...
You shop JCPenney's all-new Nike lineup for the fam, which means you also scored the Nike
control of their postseason destiny, because they are currently sitting in that LCQ slot. So they are not at risk of losing it yet. If they make it into the semis, Team Electros is still not taking it from them.
Some interesting scenarios now occur because, yes, Team Electros won their quarterfinal. So in order to make things shaky, in order to ensure, like, you know, loser goes home, winner goes on to LCQ, then Electros would have to literally make the grand finals, which they haven't been able to do so far this year. So some brand new things would have to happen in this region to legitimately shake things up.
We once again sat down with some of the players. This time it's Tacos, and SSG and him have some story to tell. So yeah, let's hear it from himself.
SSG es nuestro rival este mes y el equipo contra el que nos jugamos el mundial. Creo que tenemos ventaja, pero va a ser un buen partido.
He believes in his team and he thinks that they will take it today. Let's see if that's actually going to happen. Again, I do think this one is going to be a close one because Space Station Gaming is also looking really fierce this month. They've also scrimmed out of their mind, still not as much as Stripe Gaming, but they definitely want this win today, Trev.
Yeah, it seems like Bobby's sporting a bit of a new look there as well. I'm loving it. I really am with the more shaven look.
Yeah, he looks the same as you now.
I'm not quite at that level yet, sadly. I wish I was, to be honest with you. But SSG, Bobby, Chino, and Sans, as you mentioned already, a loss isn't putting them out of the competition for postseason, but it puts them at risk of it. And SSG desperately need to get this win on the board to keep their hopes alive.
Space Station Gaming so far had a chaotic, inconsistent season, but they are still sitting in that third spot right after Tribe and Elevate, so they are currently in that World Final slot that is still left open. They also need to win it all today to really lock in that place, to really be safe. But first step is going to be beating Stamina. And let's also hear from them what they have to say about their opponents in the quarterfinals.
STMN, my old org. I respect everyone over there heavily, but this time we have to make worlds and we're gonna have to cut you off.
This will be the second decider match of today. As mentioned, coming into the show today, we have 4 teams battling for that World Final slot and the LCQ slot, and 3 of those are left.
This is a rough one for Bobby and for really the entire squad. Last year, he and Sanson, at the time they were joined by Zar, they didn't make the postseason. This time, the same could happen. It really does hinge on this single match right here. And if you follow Bobby, I mean, he's one of the most popular people, probably the most popular player in North America. He chronicles his games and also just the way that he feels about their journey so far on YouTube. So when we talk about, is this his last chapter, I think that's about as on the nose as it gets, because this would make the second year in a row where he didn't make the postseason.
What makes this matchup, Stamina versus SSG, even crazier is that those 2 teams are currently only 3 points apart. So yes, currently SSG is sitting in the favorable position. They are in that World Final slot, but only by 3 points. So if they lose this one, they would immediately drop down. Stamina could take that World slot immediately. It really all comes down to this.
Yeah, well, I mean, 64% of the public sided with me and Uber, but the majority of the talent that's going with SSG. I can see where you guys are coming from. I really do feel like this is a roster deserving of getting into that postseason, whether that be Worlds, whether that be LCQ, and I think they're a team that's going to be willing to fight heavily for it. But on the flip side, I do think STMN slightly coming into this one as the favorites. I don't know why. I'm kind of just like... I just like the way they've been playing over the past few months. Uber mentioned it, almost taking down Tribe Gaming in a previous month. So they really have had some incredible gameplay recently, and you know that's the reason I kind of had to side with them.
Stamina's been looking really fierce in the previous months. Space Station on the other side, they did show up in a couple of semi-finals, but then never even took a set against Tribe or Elevate. But I said, yeah, even Stamina didn't make it into the finals. It was the same monthly final, grand final, every single month so far. Let's see if one of those 2 teams can finally break the curse today. We're heading over to Hot Potato as our first map of this banger match between 2 teams that are still hoping to go to Worlds straight forward.
Draft time. Let's see that Cordelia's first selection out from STMN. Here on Hot Potato, it's going to be a top priority. Just really excellent for defending in general. You still have like Chuck on the table, same for Melody. The latter, I think, is way more viable here. Melody, just so possible to run, and Cord is excellent at defending anything that simply runs at the enemy side. Could even defend Bonnie if necessary, which is left open by both teams.
Well, Ruff's going to be the return pick from SSG then, opposing that Cordelius. I do like it. You know, Sandbag's going to be a great thing to have if that's what they do choose to take and can defend against the Cordelius when coming into that kind of close proximity. And the same with a lot of other brawlers that are picked up on this map usually as well. So we'll see what SSG do come in with their second pick. I like the bans across the board. Absolutely despise seeing kits at the moment with the hypercharge being as good as it is. Makes things a little bit more volatile. And in Heist, you know, it's surprising to say for a mode that usually kind of a lot of the time on this map goes all out attack, I like to see a bit more of a balanced fight in that mid. Amber going to come up as the second then for SSG. I like that as well. Burning down some of that bush and having a bit more visibility across the map.
So you have wall break ability from Space Station Gaming in form of this Colonel Ruffs. You have the Amber that's able to burn down the bushes. Also, should be able to auto-aim pretty much against anything that wants to run at you. Outrange the Cordelia. Same goes for Colonel Ruffs. Looks like Space Station Gaming left this one open intentionally. Of course, they did ban out some like top priority things here, so they had to be pretty careful about what they left open, but this is calculated by them to go ahead and leave open this court. STMN respawn. Here comes the Chuck, and this is one that we mentioned, where Cordelius is the hard counter to this. Now, it's not like Charlie is left unbanned right now. Charlie also gets countered it is left unbanned, but Charlie is countered decently hard by the Amber, since usually she wants to use those spiders. Amber dealt with them really easily, so there's still potential for Space Station Gaming to go for that. They're just lacking on the safe damage front is all.
Well, last pick should be coming in for STMN pretty shortly then. I do really like that Chuck pick. It throws a bit of a spanner in the works as to SSG's plans to probably just go for a bit more control with that composition that they were selecting so far. It takes that possibility out the way a bit more, and Carl as well. Just one of the most versatile brawlers, good against most things, can defend, can attack, an all-around great brawler in Heist. We're over to SSG for their last pick now, and I feel it's got to be a pretty good one.
It needs to be if they want to win this, which they most certainly do. So who are they going to be giving hypercharge to with that Colonel Ruffs? Amber's not a bad shout. Nita should be able to hold her own just on an individual basis. Pretty solid into the Cordelia specifically. Can also clip walls versus Carl, but also is still, it's sort of a challenging matchup at range since she does get outranged by that Carl. I'm looking at where this hypercharge is going to be going from the Colonel Ruffs hypercharge. He's going to be giving it to a teammate to give it to them for free. My best guess has to be Amber right now, because Amber's hypercharge usually takes an entire game to get. Sometimes you'll see even at the pro level, after an entire game, she still doesn't get it. But it's so much burn over such a large area that it is still a strong ability to have on your side.
Well, first pole set up there for Juan Carlos, and the burn placed down. Cordelia's just going towards safe, and they've let that happen quite heavily. And Sands also gets pushed back by that post as well and damaged thanks to those shots coming in as well with the pinch. That's the first already cracked, and only, you know, around 15% damage on the other side, down to 62. And that was such free damage for Pain.
Sands is also getting overwhelmed. Like, Amber might be a spray and pray brawler, but she still has limitations. It's her ammo bar. She eventually runs out, but Sands is going to go for it. Sort of the budget melody on the safe of STMN with the Dancing Flames out. Here comes Juan Carlos and Pain to put some more damage into that safe. Return fire, attempting to get Bobby, who's now got that hypercharged bear down on the safe. Space Station Gaming potential to be out DPS. No, not quite. Shield's still active on Space Station's side, and they get the game done.
Yeah, it was weird for me. Like, STMN had such a great start, had the upper hand, and then kind of just let it go by being a bit over-aggressive and committing too many players forward instead of just letting Chuck do what he does best and have two players defending. They chose to send the Cordelius up as well, which did surprise me quite heavily. But I'm sure they'll learn from that mistake and come back swinging at SSG.
It's also really interesting to see from Space Station Gaming with them going for such an aggressive comp, having the know-how to like when to abandon the safe when they do have some pretty dedicated defensive brawlers. It's usually something that they've struggled with. They love to enforce a control-based composition, but the game has gone in a completely different direction. Not only that, but within the match itself, because Space Station Gaming have already lost their first shield on their safe, and they have not gotten a foothold on the enemy side.
Oh, lovely from Tacos there. Great shot through and a good kill onto the Amber, whilst Chuck's still going back and forwards between these 2 points. 51%, and that's the second portion cracked, while still 100% sitting on the STMN safe. This is exactly what should have happened in the last one. Get that initial damage, slow down, and let Chuck do what he does best.
I have my doubts whether Space Station Gaming can bring it back at this point. They're having to adopt a different strategy, start breaking open these walls on the right side. They have this threat of Juan Carlos on the Chuck, currently counting down the clock basically until this game is over. We'll see them use all of their hypercharges out now. Sands looking to pick up that hypercharge on the right side, still to defend against Juan Carlos. They've got two competing objectives: stay on one side and go to the other side and get damage, and they can't do either at the moment.
Well, that was absolute night and day. That was a very, very different game to the first one. STMN looked a lot better, and as I said, they made that little adjustment, and it worked very, very well. So really nice stuff overall from them, but SSG, I think they're still in it. They can make a few better plays, stop Chuck from kind of having these polls set up so soon, and I think they'll do a lot of a better job.
STMN sending Cordelius at the right side, falls flat. Juan Carlos out with his second post, and he's got the setup done. Thankfully, here comes Gadget from Sans. He's forced to use it to get the takedown on Chuck, and Chino has got a super now, an additional damage. It's going to be the first shield popping off of STMN safe in just a second here, now dropped down to 75%. Space Station Gaming have their foothold. They've now, at last, assembled around mid. They still got to defend against Juan Carlos, though. Bobby's going to use this opportunity to go ahead and get his super. Juan Carlos also gets stunned by Bobby's gadget, and Pain and Tacos look for a kill, as well as damage on the safe.
I mean, that's a great crack on the safe, as well as getting that kill in there as well. Juan Carlos trying to get some work done. Does go up. We'll get a few shots, but that respawning Chino going to provide some big issues for him. Nice little realm there by Pain as well. Stops Nita getting that bear onto the safe. Hasn't quite picked up the kill just yet. And Tacos does go down to a few nice bouncing shots from Chino. Providing this hypercharge power up now as well, but not going to grab it just yet, as the hypercharge bear will be thrown on the safe.
Bobby's been really conservative about when he was going to use this hypercharged bear, but it's paid off because it's assisted in getting STMN safe now down to the final shield. It's been cracked open. Space Station Gaming are ahead by the sake of tempo. We'll see Sans in with his super. Chino looking for additional damage with his own super. Just 8k left on the safe, and it's counting down. Bobby attempts to get in with his super. Got to throw it over the heads of Juan Carlos, who now attempts to tank it. Gets stunned, and just one final earth-shattering attack from Bobby will do it. Set 1 complete in the pockets of SSG.
Yeah, a little look of relief there on Bobby's face, and Sans are absolutely loving it with that set win. And it was very much SSG, then very much STMN, and then very much SSG again. So big back and forward gameplay right here. And that's what we like to see. That's what we've been waiting for all day. We've had 3 sweeps in a row. Now we're finally getting down to the good stuff.
You're saying everything I just wanted to mention, Trev, but thank you. I guess I can jump right into draft analysis then. Yeah, very good draft on both sides. We mentioned it on other monthly final days as well, how Chuck usually it's just a timer. You need to do damage quicker than the Chuck because you can't really ever stop him. You do receive some damage every now and then from him. So yeah, you just want to out base race him, if you want to say so. And Space Station Gaming managed to do so in game 1 and 2. Unfortunately for them, in the second game, yeah, STMN had more to put on that save than just the Chuck. Nita also just cycling her hyper bears to make sure they get the damage in faster than Space Station Gaming. Overall, good draft from both sides. Very clever from Stamina to pick the Cordelius and Chuck together, as Cordelius is the best counter to it, but it still wasn't meant to be for them. As Trev already mentioned, we want to see some close games. We got a beautiful Brawl Stars game right there. Very, very close, super fire game here, and I hope it continues like that.
And you see the expression from Bobby as well. He is very happy about winning that first set because this one's for the postseason. I know that SSG, they had this belief that if they can just make it to land, then they can show what they are made of. They have this confidence that they can make it through the last chance qualifier, and that's going to be their ticket to the World Finals if they're able to do so. That's only set 1, but historically also, SSG as a team, they've struggled to get set 1 under their belts. And just speaking with Chino specifically, it's just a big tone setter for what the match ahead has in store. A lot of times it winds up being a do or die reverse sweep scenario for Space Station Gaming. I'm sure that's immensely satisfying for them that they won't have to do that this time.
We're heading over to Double Swoosh, another map that we have already seen today. Terra had some great showings. Jean made something we haven't seen in a long while. What I want to see here is Sandy. He's going to be left open, and he's one of the best lanes or mids you can have on the map, and there he is. Cordelius also heavily featured on this map once again. He's going to be banned out, as well as Crow and Terra on the side of Stamina, and then Ember and Lumi, additional bans from Space Station Gaming. Now against the Sandy, we still have a couple of options open to play in mid here. Janet could be one of them, and there she is. And Janet, you usually want to pair with something that can go well, yeah, a little bit more aggressive, or with a little bit more range, like the Ember or the Lumi. Both of those are banned out though, so maybe a Draco could be an option here now. Ready?
Could be. I'm still kind of waiting to see how this is all going to play out, because I'm seeing brawlers that I see here typically in response to like a Tara or a potential threat of a Tara, and it's just all falling apart for me. Janet, we saw previously, could get pressed up pretty aggressively by a Kenji, which is left wide open for either team to go for. We saw the Janet and the Lily on the same team, in fact, earlier. I know you, Sonny, you said that, like, you know, it was a pretty good draft in your mind, and maybe STMN can paint us a better picture of how that can be executed, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I really do like this Lily pick. I think that the Hypercharge has the capability to turn around games massively. But I think the Sandy first pick is a great shout. I feel like quite often it's brought in to counteract those Tara pets, but with that being banned out, surprising to see it taken as the first. And there's the Draco that Sonny mentioned a little bit earlier on. Rolls in on the SSG side rather than the STMN side though, so might be able to provide a few issues for the Lily, having that vast HP pool and also the gadget to stay alive in the mix as well. So I think this is a really good draft so far from SSG, and a little bit left to be desired from STMN at the moment, and Jean's going to come in to round this out. It's a brawler that was always played on this map, but did take a little bit of a drop off. We have seen it a couple times today here already as well, but will be selected again for Space Station.
It's going to give Space Station good eyes on the position of that Lily. It's one of the most troublesome things here, and a lot of times you got to rely on good game sense. How about we just know where she is? Because Jean with Vision Gear is one of the best ways, probably the best way, to scout out bushes in the entire game. So that's what that's there for. Use their final selection to go ahead and pick up the Jean. Here comes Finks from STMN. That'll be a solid option, like on a lane, either left or right, and also to scout things out on the bad side. You know, the right side of the map, from blue team's perspective, is pretty difficult to play. So looking at things holistically, there's a counterplay galore over here. You look at Space Station Gaming, yes, they have the Jean. However, STMN's going to put Janet as their gem carrier. She's able to fly away. She's able to put down and drop the base gadget, block things out. So plenty of potential for gadgets to be baited out and find counterplay from there. But this is a pretty even draft in my mind.
Yeah, I like the things. I think they've rounded it out very well here. Kind of redeemed it. But Payne going to be throwing a few shots down mid. Chino taking heavy hits early on from Juan Carlos. And great little snipe there from Payne. Finds him around the corner. Taco's just going to go in. I don't think he'll mind too much. Gets a bit of those that supercharge along the way. Juan Carlos just here in the aggressive again. Oh, Payne gets pulled and can't escape. Brilliant stuff from Bobby. Reverting back to those earlier days of Brawl Stars where he was one of the most renowned Gs.
That is right. And what did he say? You miss every pull you don't take? Well, he's auto-aiming like crazy, and hey, look at that. Pays off. Space Station Gaming catch him off guard, not even pulling Janet when she's... Oh my goodness! This is psychological warfare at this point! He's freshly respawned, and already once again, but they don't know where this Lily is. Tacos is going to go for it. Bobby with a whiffed gadget, still not the end of the world. He has time to cycle it out. Tacos gets one. Bobby picks up the gem of his fallen teammate. It brings the collective count up to 8, now 9, only 1 away from a countdown.
What the bet's he just going to fluff this hypercharge pull after hitting a couple of unreal normal ones? He misses the pull, but not going to pop the hypercharge just yet. Taco's going to have this super available along with the hypercharge. Now, flying in his Payne. There's the super from Tacos. Doesn't actually go in for it. Now, burning down and getting those shots dropped onto their faces. Payne gets some work done, but the countdown is reset. They managed to get a gem out, but just as quick as that, it'll kick off again.
I have to question why Payne didn't decide to go ahead and fly away there, extend things a little bit longer. Knew that he had some gems at mid to defend, and at least he has a hypercharge for now. 7 seconds to go. Need 1 kill on gem carrier. Sands, Chino, both ideal targets. Sands is going to fall. Payne now descends to try and get something, but Bobby gets another pull. It's just for the kill confirmed. Chino is sitting on top of 12 gems at the moment. Taka's going to do his best to sneak back here, but I doubt he has a DPS to make it work.
Yeah, it's safe hands as well with Draco. He's got so much HP at this point. Even if the Lily gets the supers onto him, he's still got the gadget, and he finishes the game with 5k HP as well. So SSG looking increasingly better and better and better after every single game. First set goes their way, and now just 1 away from taking the second.
It's pretty close to Space Station Gaming taking set 2 and getting a massive lead in this match so far, but let's not forget that this was slated to be a close match today. And it has been every single time that we've seen STMN versus Space Station Gaming. But there's history to the Space Station roster. They're falling back to their comfort. Sands, given the Sandy, and he'll make it work. Already, the combination of Bobby and Sands has achieved 1 kill on the left side, now in pursuit of Juan Carlos. Don't get the kill. They know it's time to fall back and just play conservatively and play around Bobby's pulls. I don't know how they're going to replicate that success with the pulls from game number 1, though. It would have to be unreal.
Tacos goes in, does get a super back and a lot of damage as well. Should keep Bobby back, but Chino gonna go in, pops a gadget and gets 2 beautifully there as well. And all the control in the world is in the hands of SSG right now. And a pull from Bobby breaks the walls and the grass as well, and adds some great depth to this SSG comp.
Invisibility and Pain is forced to back away. Chino's all up in these bushes in pursuit of Juan Carlos. And advances once more. Tacos on the back lines, gets punished. Nearly was rewarded for his bravery, but could not finish off the kill. See STMN attempt to retake the bushes on the left side, but Bobby is here with the scouting. Pain also has that gadget back, so he's not really the best target for Bobby to pull, but to get some good eyes on him, that is possible.
I mean, at the moment, it seems like we can't win. We're trying to get a good game, and it's just very dominant SSG gameplay again. The Think Super slowed down those shots a little bit, but no connections made. Won't be scouting out Pain just yet, and Sans a bit scared that the Lily's lurking in this right-hand side. There's the drop the base placed, and that will scout out Chino. Now he comes forward. Hypercharge there, will get the kill, should be stunned on return, and Chino solo and is going to go down. Sans, the super was thrown, but it took a while to land down, and honestly, I don't think they mind the Sandy going down there. It gives the gems back to Bobby and allows the Sandy to aggress once more. Oh, what a pull again!
Ridiculous! He's been a lethal shooter today. Chino's in here to grab gem number 10 for Space Station Gaming, and they're running it back. They cannot afford to die here, though. They don't have control. STMN would have enough time to interrupt. Just a few seconds to go, and they get all the gems from Pain as he topples to the ground. Bobby sitting with 13. Juan Carlos doing his best, but it's 1v3. Space Station Gaming lock away set number 2. Once more, uncontested.
Reddy, how many times are we going to promise good games and then it end up like this? It's
speed running.
People are going to stop listening to us and kind of start to doubt our knowledge of Brawl Stars at this point. You know, we've announced that maybe, you know, a couple of the games are going to be good. The second one and this one's supposed to be incredible. People are fighting for their BSC lives, and we're just getting sweeps.
It's even more ironic that the game between Electros and Pioneers also started with a close 2-1 set, and after that it was just a clean walkthrough from Electros. Now it's shaping up to be the same for SSG, where in the first one STMN at least still won a game. This one was absolutely dominant from the side of Space Station Gaming. They had a great start in both games, decent pull from Bobby, and whenever Tacos on Lily had an opening, Bobby immediately had his 2 teammates at his side to take care of the threat. In the first game at least, they got a couple of resets, but it was quickly taken care of from the side of SSG. So very, very solid. Maybe Gene is just where you want to be on double swoosh at the moment.
Gene's just a really strong brawler, really ban-worthy in my opinion. I think it speaks volumes just about where the meta is at right now. Another couple things you might have missed is just if you look at the way STMN was playing, very scared, getting hit by pulls that would usually be unlikely because they had counterplay, but they didn't expect it at all. In fact, we even saw Janet getting baited out of a gadget at some point, using it before she was really supposed to. Pain, Tacos, they were all feeling the heat from those Gene pulls.
The thing is, both of those teams know what's on the line, so I would also play a little more scared than usual, probably, but you can't allow yourself to do that. Stamina now needs to go all out to make sure they're staying in that LCQ slot, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Even if they lose, whoever loses this one, they're not out of the race for postseason. Electros have still got to carry on performing to overtake them, I believe. So, you know, they're going to want to get the win on the board, put themselves in an even better position to get forward towards that world spot. But it's brutal for STMN at the moment. 2 sets down against an SSG roster that looks better and better game by game is a little bit worrying. Bans have come in, though, for triple dribble. It's the Larry and Laurie, the Charlie, and the Shade from STMN. Quite glad that Shade's out of the way, because last time we saw it played, it was ridiculously good. Stu, Lumi, and Cordelius on the other side.
So Electros is still eyeing that LCQ slot, but it's not secure yet. Even if Stamina loses this one, they are still in the race. We're now heading over to triple dribble. Could be the last set, or the last set here, if it's gonna be the 4th 3-0 in a row. Oh my god, NA is really something today. Willow's going to be the first pick. We talked about it before. Willow and Cordelius usually are the 2 brawlers you want to immediately pick up if they're left open. So Willow sliding through the bans, is going to be picked up, quickly followed here by Kit and Lou. And now we finally see that Lou slide through, that NA seems to value higher than many other regions that haven't had him in the ban or pick phase really, except sometimes in hot zone. So let's see what Lou can do on this map. Kit, of course, one of the best bowlers to have right now with the hypercharge, is going to be a very valuable addition here for Space Station Gaming's composition.
The Willow first selection, I always love. This is her domain. Triple Dribble, it's practically Willow Park, right? Because she just operates so well in Brawl Ball and over the obstacles as well. Just love this pick in general, but Space Station Gaming gave this one to STMN because it is a top selection here, and you can see that STMN wanted as well because they banned out the Larry and Larry. You can't mention only one half, and the Shade. So this is precisely what they wanted. Space Station Gaming leading with the Lou is, you know, curious. Like, it makes sense. You want to fend off something aggressive. I don't think it'll be too great into Mo. Can have some good defensive measures against a Kenji, but a lot of times Lou, I feel like we see it fall short, like sometimes gets banned as well, but we're sort of, I think, on the ending side of the Lou meta where he becomes a must-pick brawler.
Yeah, I mean, surprising for me to see this Kenji being so, you know, aggressive and like an assassin brawler. You know, some might consider him a little bit of a tank. To be running into a Lou who's going to be freezing him time and time again. Barley's going to be picked up then. And that's, you know, they need that thrower counter against the Willow, don't get me wrong. They might struggle to go a tank against that as well. But you'd expect this Kenji to be hunting that Barley down. It's just a question of whether or not he's going to be able to defend himself to his fullest abilities to get this third set on the board and send SSG to the semi-finals, or if STMN are going to be able to start mounting a comeback. They seem like they've got a good draft, but we'll see how it plays out.
Space Station Gaming, a team that has not managed to make a postseason last year, and they're on the brink of missing it once again this year. It all resides on this match. They've gotten 2 sets under their belts already. They just need one more to lock it away. STMN have already pushed Space Station Gaming back into their goal, but Chino has gotten a super. You can use that in an offensive manner or defense. Going to freeze up Pain. It's a free kill for Sands. And Space Station Gaming push forward Bobby on the Kit solo on the right side. Receives a bit of assistance from Sands, but here comes the invincibility briefly. Juan Carlos taken down as he comes out of that mind control. It is an entire slaughter fest over here between the two teams, and Space Station Gaming, they're completely stopped in their tracks.
I mean, that was brilliant from Tacos. Jumped over the Kit super, followed up, got the kill, got another one as well, but just couldn't quite get the ball in the back of the net. Bobby going to pop that cardboard box, stand still, try to get a bit more supercharge along with it. Pain going to want to go in soon here, but might get stunned out by Chino when he does. They get kills anyway, and Bobby has a hypercharge here. Tacos needs to be very careful that he can't just stun him and run away with this ball, but Juan Carlos is there, and that's another time he's managed to do that again. He does get punished this one, and they're just evading these Kit supers beautifully. Will trade that out, and Chino is going to go down as well. Doesn't get to benefit from that herbal tonic.
The Kit counterplay is just out of this world. Like a tick-perfect timings from both Tacos and Willow as well. We see STMN, though, restoring the cooldowns of those abilities. Bobby does have the hypercharge to use now. Going to try and get some upward momentum. Now, Pain, but opening on the left side. Chino, what? Tried to avoid the mind control. Ended up unable to defend the goal entirely. But Space Station Gaming are getting aggressive out of the gates. Here comes a bit of defense from Tacos, but he falls, and now the ball has been cornered on the back left.
Yeah, I mean, that was... He tried to avoid it, but kind of ended up overly avoiding it in the end. Bobby will go and get that kill as well. They need to start something soon. The stun's going to be there for Chino. Tries to make the move, evades that super nicely. Pain's going to be stunned again. He'll get that kill, but he needs to keep this pressure on. Try keep Tacos low, or his teammates aren't even going to be able to help him get this goal.
You could see Chino fighting the inner demons, telling him, go for the ball. Do it. Sacrifice yourself to get the ball out of there. But instead, they're going to play as a team. Here comes the freeze. Pain, bound to be taken down. Juan Carlos emerging from out of underground soon. Sans needs to receive this pass. Chino's going to try and walk it in, and he's got it. With only 2 seconds left to go, and overtime ensues.
Well, it's going to be a dangerous start. Tacos has the hypercharge early on. You can see them just instantly sprinting away. Can he get the stun on them? Not quite, but he throws a super on top of himself and they get the kill that way. Bobby, off the back of it, cardboard box trying to come in, but he can't get much done. Has the hypercharge, but needs a super to make the move.
They gotta defend this ball. They know that Pain can super over to it and then have a super pass into the goal. Tacos could also dribble, pass over to Juan Carlos, looks for the mind control. Oh my goodness, Sands dodged it out. The hypercharges are available to the entire team. Surely a goal for Space Station Gaming. They're opting to keep control. Invis out from Bobby to get that super back. Sands with a devastating hypercharge super, looks for it around Juan Carlos. Indefensible, and Space Station Gaming are on match point.
I mean, that was incredible, Brawl Stars. This is what we've been asking for. I don't want this to end in a 3-0 now because this is starting to get good. But incredible from SSG. Really great plays, amazing defense, and the rotation from defense to offense being so fast with all those hypercharges was incredible as well. Slotting the ball home. They seemed on the back foot for the most of it, but still come out on top.
Space Station are threatening to repeat what we saw only a couple matches ago between Team Electros and Pioneers. Make it happen in just 3 sets and keep this going for the whole day. We'll see already the defense to start things off. STMN find themselves totally estranged. It's Juan Carlos left out to dry on the right side. Space Station Gaming are overly committing. They're just trying to pigeonhole him into this right side. Juan Carlos is ready to receive a pass. The Tacos is not in position. Sands will fall. Payne's ready to pass this one forward, and STMN still have some legs in this. They've gotten the first goal of the game much earlier than they were able to in the last one.
Yeah, Bobby's got to start being a bit careful about wasting these kit supers now, because there's a few times where he's gone in on a Willows who's diving down, or a Kenji who's supering over the top. Herbal Tonic coming in, Kenji doing a great job. Bobby going to go forward, so and there's another dive down from Juan Carlos. He avoids it well, but he uses that extra speed and damage to get Pain back to spawn. Good position now for SSG. Last call in hand. Chino has the hypercharge as well, and this might be a goal scoring opportunity if Bobby goes in well.
Well, that's the Barley super. Here comes Bobby for a kill. Chino knows that there's no way to defend against this. Hypercharge out. Bobby slots it right in. No time to dilly-dally. They've only got a minute and 10 before overtime comes back. And they're going to be lacking in the range game, especially against Pain. Chino now looking to go forward, get the solo kill. Pain decides to reposition, expend his super. Now hypercharge out from Juan Carlos. No, doesn't work out. Chino's got to get in front of this ball. Otherwise, it could be swiped forward for Tacos. And Chino's repositioning worked out. Tacos had to swipe away from that ball. Not going to be quite the kill for Bobby. Tacos with a slash right upon re-entry to the world after being stunned. Sands with an emergency super down, just trying to keep things alive. But STMN know that this can be a goal. Pain tries to slot it in. An attempt at stun from Bobby goes nowhere. STMN perpetuate this match point. Whoa.
Better from STMN. I swear the water bottles get bigger day by day by day. Like, at a certain point, someone's going to rock it with like a 20-liter of water.
Tub.
Just like, yeah, just like they're just going to be sat in the bathtub drinking their own water at this point. But eventually we'll get to that point. We need to see who's going to win this one first. Bobby going to go in off the start, and they still only need this one game. It was a good game from STMN in the previous one, and another kit super miss by Bobby. Eventually managed to get the finishing blow. We'll get hit by Willow here, and will come down to one shot.
So far, Sands doing a good job of keeping Juan Carlos back, just laying in consistent damage. So he wants to get that super. Bobby comes in for the kill, pass forward, the ball by Tacos. Really intelligent play right there. Bobby, oh, what a response. That's going to not be a trade. What? Bobby still comes out alive from this. Pain now way further than he wants to be. Going to be caught between Chino and Barley, but Chino is taken down off of this. Very positive interaction for Pain just now. It allows them to fight a 3v2 temporarily. That's only before Chino comes back. There's a hypercharge out from Bobby to grab one kill. Tacos could fall on the left side. Ball's passed away by Sands just in the nick of time to not get mind controlled into the goal. Juan Carlos pops out of the mind control and still looks for the kill on Chino. Bobby goes for the pinch. Not going to be able to get it just yet. Just wasting time so that the remainder of the STMN roster can come forward.
Yeah, Tacos trying to make the move again. Chino has a super in hand, throws it down. Gadget going to be there as well. Should be able to get the kill, but can't. The heal's going to be there for Tacos too. And it's just Sands remaining. Needs to back up, try play some defense, and is doing it pretty well. The ball took a while to come up, and I'm sure that won't be a goal for now, but Pain with a super could have a chance. Goes underneath of Bobby again, and he's just going to go for a little sprint up the map here, try clear and buy his team some time to get this cleaned up top.
Seems to be no issue, though. Juan Carlos is able to get this one up easily. Chino has just neutralized the threat in their own goal. Sands has his hypercharge super. And so does Chino in terms of the hypercharge. He just needs a super. Juan Carlos is looking pretty threatening on the right side, but he's not going to be able to fight a 1v3. Still has the invincibility ready if he mind controls someone. Thinking about going for Bobby, but actually it's going to be a total whiff of a hypercharge. Still, he's got the mind control. Miss on a Chino would have been an excellent opportunity for Pain to alley-oop for the goal. It's just Chino versus the world. This one's wide open for STMN to go ahead and score a goal. 25 seconds left to go for Space Station to finish things off with a goal of their own and bring us to overtime.
Well, Hypercharge is there and they're bouncing out of spawn. Sands getting some heals back from his shots. Now the Herbal Tonic coming down to Bobby will go in, get the stun. Chino has a Hypercharge, might be the same situation as last time. Payne has one of his own. Juan Carlos going to dive down and avoid that. Surviving well, gets the pass off, and Bobby's there waiting for it. SSG again with a great comeback, and they won the last overtime. Can they repeat it?
They're certainly hoping to do so. Here comes a stun in from Bobby. Tacos is a dead man, and his two members from STMN defending it. Bobby with a super, looking for a pass, a self-pass forward. Gino's got to pick it up. Juan Carlos, no mind control. Bang! In the bottom right. And SSG lock in a postseason. They're going to the last chance qualifier. A dream evaporated last year comes to reality in 2025.
I mean, you can just see what it means to him. So pleased with that result, and you can't blame them for it. As you mentioned, devastating last year, but this year they're back in the postseason. STMN are going to be very disappointed, but SSG on top of the world.
Congratulations to SSG. Their players have been hurt, and they made it into the semis, and therefore also locked in their slots. Our prayers for a close game, at least one in the quarterfinals, have been answered with a no. Electro is now still 5 points behind Stamina. They were 25 points behind Stamina coming into today, and with Stamina now dropping out in the quarterfinals, Electro is still 5 points behind. So Electro needs to make it into grand finals. Stamina still has hopes here ready.
They do. They just need to really hope that Team Electros wins this one for them. They missed their chance to control their own destiny. Now it comes down to whether Team Electros are able to do something that only Elevate has been able to do, and heck, they've only been able to do it once, which is defeat Tribe Gaming. But Team Electros looked pretty good today against Pioneers. I know that Pioneers came into this one pretty confidently. Team Electros shut them down. Team Electros are looking quite strong. Also, they're playing for the postseason here, so no doubt in my mind that they prepared for this exact scenario where they make it through the semifinals.
We had 4 3-0s in a row, and I'm really hoping for the semifinals to be a little closer. We still had some great games. This last Brawl Ball set gave me goosebumps all over. I was sitting here like, what's happening? Especially that game number 3, pure back and forth. I already saw Stamina moving on into set 4, maybe still holding on to the chance, but in the end, Space Station Gaming, congrats to you. You made it into the semis. And now, time for semifinal number 1. We look at the top of the bracket. Again, we're looking at Tribe Gaming versus Team Electros. And for Electros, this is now or never. Can they break the curse or the streak here from Tribe Gaming that have made it every single time into the grand final? If Electros makes it, they're at LCQ. We're gonna find out after a break.
We get a lot.
We're getting a lot. Throw it. Can we have the base race? Nice.
Good job, Bobby.
I got it.
Nice.
Passing.
Nice.
Got him. Moving the line. Good job. Nice. Get up.
Five regions from across the globe send their hungriest teams to face one final challenge. One last chance to earn their spot at the World Finals.
Yoshi goes down, the spin on Chaos. He's spinning himself. He knows they've lost.
16 teams enter, only 4 will advance. Dreams will be shattered, heroes will be made. This is the last chance qualifier. 10th to the 12th of October, Sao Paulo, live from the Brazil Game Show. Get your tickets now and watch your champions in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com to earn Pro Pass rewards.
Welcome back and welcome to the semi-finals. We had 4 3-0 sweeps in the quarters. Now we're praying for some closer matches in the semis. Still, we had some great sets in the previous match. Uber, welcome back to you as well. Stamina, unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to them. Their hopes aren't over just yet. They can still hope that Electros doesn't win this next match.
Yeah, again, but their fate's no longer in their hands, which I think is one of the most nerve-wracking experiences. As a competitor, it sucks for them, but now they have to look on from the sidelines and hope that things break their way.
SSG, on the other side, has now locked in post-season. Not Worlds quite yet, because also for them, Electros still a threat. Electros, if they win the monthly finals today, Stamina would only go to LCQ, but at least that gives them a nice little trip to Brazil. So maybe you want to play in the LCQ. Is that a thing? Would you actually prefer that? No,
okay. I mean, as nice I'm sure Sao Paulo is going to be, like, I don't think any team wants to like make it harder for them to qualify for the big event in how it is.
I did see tweets of some teams that are going to LCQ that yeah, they did kind of on purpose because they don't want to miss out on Brazil.
Idiots.
Wow. Okay. I love Trev. We love him, even though he's sometimes a little bit too direct, maybe. We're now heading into semi-final number 1. It's Tribe Gaming versus Team Electros. And I think we already laid out the stakes here for Electros. They can still make LCQ if they make it into the grand finals. They can even still go to Worlds directly if they win this one.
Yeah, I mean, 2 teams' fates are in the hands of Team Electros now, their own and also STMN's as well, so it's a big game for them. But these are the guys who stand in their way. RBM, Luffy and Zeus, the titans of North America, are what Team Electros have got to get through to get to the postseason.
And one more time, we also want to hear from the players or their coaches directly what they feel about their opponents. This time it's Tribe on Electros.
Team Electros realmente quisieran que fueran al LCQ al Mundial directamente, pero tendrán que demostrarlo ganándonos a nosotros si es que realmente están para el nivel para llegar.
He hopes that they go to LCQ. Well, it's also kind of in Tribe's hands. If they lose this one, Electros will go to LCQ. So yeah, let's see how things are going to go down. If we follow the same pattern we did so far today, it's going to be a quick 3-0. For which team though? Uber, what do you think?
I mean, if it's going to be a 3-0 for anyone, I think we know. I don't think there's any chance of Tribe Gaming losing 3-0 in straight sets in a semi-final. However, Team Electros, I don't even know what to make of them after that last game because it wasn't particularly close, especially that hot potato matchup against Pioneers. They were dominant, and they've done so. They've gone to this game from playing Crow in 2 out of 3 of their previous sets, which to me has been fascinating. So they've made a lot of use, I guess, out of that brawler from sort of yesteryear, and as Libby sort of rolling back the years strategically. They looked very good against the very average Pioneers. I don't think Tribe Gaming are going to roll over like they did.
We just saw as Livy on camera as well. You see how much pressure lies on them right now. They know it's win this game or this season is over prematurely. And that's not what they want to happen. But yeah, we also had the chance to sit down with this Livy before this monthly final. Let's hear him talk about Tribe.
I'm hoping that if I meet Tribe in the semis, that they'll go easy on us because they've already managed to lock a world spot. And they beat me last month, but hopefully I can go 1-1 with them this month.
Last time those 2 teams met was in the quarterfinals of July, and it was a 3-0 for Tribe Gaming. As Louis says, he hopes that now they can take revenge, Trev.
I mean, can we just appreciate the graphics team for a minute here as well? Look how incredible this is. Like, I have to touch on that. This is amazing. Really incredible stuff. But it is a massive wall to get past for these guys. And it's a wall they're going to have to knock down as well. Because if they want to move on, get to the postseason, it's going to take a lot of work on that wall.
Yeah, I think
like Studio Ghibli.
Props to the graphics team is definitely warranted. They have just gotten better throughout the year. And yeah, today they definitely reached another peak. This is already the second graphic that we wanted to give them a special shout out here. We all go for Tribe here, no surprises. Again, Kenny mentioned it previously. If you go with Tribe or Elevate with your predictions, you were right 5 times in the past already. They both always made it into the finals. The viewers at home seem to feel the same way, but with how much lies with how much pressure Electros has in this one. It could go either way, really. Electros could crumble under the pressure, or they take it as an even bigger motivation to win it. We start this match in Kaboom Canyon. And Uber, are we going to see some more Chuck here, or is he going to be banned? What do you think? Oh, you see it already.
Honestly,
never mind.
you could definitely throw that one in, of course. But bear in mind, I mean, we've seen the Crow on these heist maps from Electros before, which is a really interesting one. I don't know if it's amazing, excuse me, on the Kaboom Canyon with some of that terrain that needs to be crossed. I don't know what it is about seeing Tribe. I think it's because I want NA to do well at Worlds, but when I see Tribe play, I want them to destroy their opponents. I don't want it to be remotely close. I want to be convinced that, you know, the top seed that's being sent from NA have what it takes to take on the rest of the world. It's an Amber pick, though, locked in already.
Well, good start then for Team Electros with that pick. I think it's a great one to have. Burning up these bushes, getting in a good position early on is the main thing, and being able to hold control and probably pair it with a few sharpshooters if you're going to go for that kind of burn down route and open things up rather than try and fly under the radar in the grass. Lumi's going to come in then for Tribe Gaming. I do really like that pick. It's just one of those ones that's so versatile, so good on pretty much every single map here.
It's crazy what they had to do to Lumi to make her remotely balanced, and by balanced I mean still first pick in so many of these scenarios. She had at one point almost close to 10,000 base HP at max level. Terrifying. Even that's been cut down quite significantly. Very, very potent, a great option, but more of a glass cannon. And here is Tribe actually taking away the Crow from Team Electros, saying, no, I think we like that hypercharged super ourselves here. And of course, that mobility to just circumvent these walls that so far no brawlers have been picked in order to destroy.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, I like this Crow pick a lot. The damage that, you know, even a normal super can do unsafe, but on top of that, a hypercharged one as well. It became less valuable to have this hypercharged Crow super onto safe after the rework where you can only take 25%, because it was taking about 50% before, right? So it's a little bit unfortunate for the Crow, but still pretty meta at the moment. Picked on so many maps, so many modes. Really, really nice stuff. And Melody over the flip side as well just can go in a straight line. When Chuck's banned, bring that in.
Always a good option. Someone now who can still have that same level of mobility and cross the map in seconds, and when you get up close to that safe, you will start to burn it down, providing you develop those music notes, enough of those. So the Melody player will still have to be pretty active, pretty involved in some of these fights, even if it's not always the most satisfying, given that her normal shots don't do a whole lot of damage. And we've seen Lily surface on a couple of occasions here. It's an all-in option. You can cross the map and just go after the safe, and also pop up under some unexpected brawlers and flatten them with that gadget use. It's going to be a buster response here from Zeus.
Can't say that's really what I would have predicted or expected, but, you know, I'm sure they know what they're doing. Buster, I don't know if I've ever really seen it on this map, to be honest with you, but must be obviously in direct response to the Lily. When that goes aggressive, you're going to be able to use that slow-mo replay, drag them in, take her out. So I'm not going to say solo pick. We'll see how it goes. I'm not sold on it completely, but it's obviously a decent brawler in its own right.
Rafiki here has submerged, pops up behind RBM, going after the safe by the looks of things, and Luffy quickly has to get on defense, which is not really where the Crow wants to be, honestly. Bilal and Luffy, ships in the night, they cross paths, but Bilal, of course, more favored in that close range engagement, and now Electros' eyes turn towards the safe. But off screen, they got chunked down to 80%. We weren't seeing too much of this because Bilal obviously doesn't want to play too much defense himself, but here comes Luffy, and in the corner this whole time has been Zeus, racking up that safe damage and causing headaches for Electros.
He's racking up some damage on Livia here as well. Rafiki trying to get within range and does grasp that super, but a hypercharge ready to roll for RBM on the other side. Super comes in now and he deals with that quickly. Zeus did take a heavy amount of damage there, and Bilal brought to about 50% HP. Hypercharge not used again by RBM, but should pick up Bilal nonetheless.
All right, here's that hypercharge super from Rafiki. Quickly, two brawlers are bowled over. Luffy now has to try and keep Electros at arm's length, as Livy knows not really in a position to go on the offense right now. He wants to control access to his own safe, be a nuisance defensively. Bilal wants to go forward though, and it's just overwhelming for Zeus to try and deal with the Melody when she runs like that. Rafiki flattens the remainers of Tribe. Good damage done by Electros. It's an even game.
Yeah, I mean, 74%, 74%, so bang on even at that as well, but a lot of hypercharges ready to roll for this tribe side. Loomis is ready to go as well. Not the best of shields for RBM, wasn't even shielding Luffy along the way, but just trying to go in. Rafiki goes very aggressive. Melody round the back now as well. RBM with a great defense, and Zeus along with that as well. He'll pop that shield and keep Zeus alive, I think, too. And a great hypercharge once more, but it hasn't cracked that 50% just yet.
That was a sick slow-mo replay from RBM, though, just dragging Belial back away from the safe when they were trying to go on offense. And so Tribe, with these little incremental moments where they've gained advantages, have now managed to open up a pretty healthy 23% lead. However, Luffy going down as Levy, not ideal. Belial unlikely, though, to get through Zeus and RBM, and now we might see a trade of bases. Zeus has a hypercharge super ready to go, but that amber damage is hitting pretty different. It's going to be Electros here, ignoring the defense on the side of their amber and allowing Tribe to come in with 3 players battering at the safe. Belial trying to defend, trying to stay alive, might tick down to some of this poison, but as Levy's still standing, he might have given his team an opening here. Needed more damage, just couldn't quite get there. Ultimately, it's Tribe with the first round.
Yeah, I mean, just ran out of firepower. Probably started crying when that ammo bar hit 0, to be honest with you, just knowing that he wasn't going to be able to get the job done, and not even running that dancing flames either to get extra damage in, just like the Melody. So just dropping a tiny little oil spin on the safe and flaming it up a little bit. But Tribe starting very strong, seemed in control for the most part, except from a few breakaway plays from Team Electros.
It's kind of the issue for Amber, really. She's called on to be the primary damage dealer. Just doesn't have enough sustained pressure on that safe. Here's Rafiki, though. Hopping up and behind Luffy. Scary slow-mo replay used to pull the Lily out of position. Here comes Belial. Some damage from Zeus fighting on 2 fronts and doing so admirably, might I add, as Livy outlasts the Lumi. Buys enough time for Luffy to get back off respawn.
Well, Luffy just playing this left-hand lane. Now we'll go into Rafiki, and honestly that's not a bad trade for the amount of damage he got. Belial going to go in now as well. RBM just stays inside of him, doesn't let him get too out of hand, and only 5% dealt from this control that Team Electros have had is not the greatest. Luffy going to jump forward, shield in hand as well. Rafiki goes in aggressively, but RBM will pick it up, and I'm starting to see the light with this Buster pick.
Okay, Belial look to push in towards the safe, wants to happen rather to trade that out. Zeus has been left in a very aggressive stance, and Rafiki here has to pop gadget and submerge once more. Luffy can't really 1v1, but that's a 6 slow-mo replay again from RBM. Just almost like the Cordelia's cosplay, not dragging someone to the Shadow Realm, but pulling someone out of the way, diverting them as they try and go after the safe, and there's that hypercharge super from Luffy doing exactly what it was designed, it feels, to do. And he's able to stay alive, get a couple of extra shots into that safe, and try and go to yet another shield level.
I mean, a lot of the time, I think it goes unmentioned as well how good that Crow hypercharge is, not just dealing damage to the safe, but when there's so many people circling it like that, you're in a great position to allow your teammates to do some more damage on top of it as well. They do have a slight lead. It only is around about 5%, and with this capability of Belial turning around the game very heavily with just this one hypercharge. Rafiki waiting to line up this super as well, and Amber has a hypercharge, but not yet grasped that super.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Tribe are keeping an eye on the Melody here. No, they need to take them off course. RBM, hyper pop, doesn't quite catch Belial yet, so he's going to go over towards the safe. Tribe drop below for a moment, but Luffy's still here to try and keep them up. Even with the tick damage, that has put Tribe ahead. Belial's still alive, still on the safe, and knocks it down to 36. Tribe have got to get busy now, but Rafiki is going to distract them by throwing himself at the safe, and Zeus is going to have to turn and deal with this. This is less damage on the front side now for Tribe to go on with. 9 seconds left is just not enough time, and it looks like Electros have fought their way back into the set.
I mean, a much better game from Electros, to be honest with you. Tribe Gaming were nowhere near as in control, constantly defending, it felt like, for a good portion of it. Crow had a few moments, good hypercharge, got some damage in, but the start was just nowhere near as good for Tribe Gaming, where they had the Lumi up the top of the map for ages in the first one, just peppering down the safe, teammates supporting him. Just didn't seem as well-rounded for Tribe in this one.
Yeah, I still think the Melody's a problem. If they can't stop Belial, if there's no gadget available for RBM or just a ton of burst damage, then they can't do a darn thing about
Yeah, Rafiki around the left-hand side, still super in hand, and that seems like a thing that just always is happening at the moment. Zeus just gonna go up here, try and leave and try get some damage, have faith in his teammates to get this defense. Rafiki will fall here, but gets a bit more damage along the way. We haven't even cracked that first shield yet, and eventually it happens. Now Zeus gets it down, and he kind of just left, wanted to get a bit of control for his teammates. Bilal will get the kill with a bit of help from Eslivia as well. Luffy hypercharges in, and that's gonna be the second shield gone.
Yeah, pretty reasonable use of the hyper super there from Luffy, just trying to be more proactive, I think, in earning and spending those. And that chunks Electros down to half. It gives Tribe a slim lead. Here goes Rafiki trying to go after RBM. Tough matchup to win when you're already a little bit low as the Buster, but Zeus does well. Cleans him up. Bilal again a problem. Going in on that safe. RBM is back, but the damage is already done. This has now put Electros back in front, albeit by just a hair. Another super onto the safe here for Luffy. Not nearly as hard hitting as the hypercharge variant, but still a respectable amount of damage. Knocks it down to 36. RBM has a montage ready to go here. Concerned definitely about Bilal and Eslivia, I'm sure, trying to chase someone like Zeus down, but it's Tribe in the offensive gearing right now.
I mean, here's the super for Bilal, ready to go in. RBM won't have that gadget back now, gets it just in time. Keeps him off the safe for a little bit, but that's still so much damage. They stop him from cracking it. That's going to be huge for them in this late game here, but they still need damage themselves. 6% behind, and we're still expecting a Team Electros lunge.
Tribe have to crack the safe on this push in to really stay ahead of the curve now. RBM pops the hyper really just for the raw stats, and it works out. Rafiki's down. Bilal, what's he trying to do? Maybe caught inside a slow-mo replay. Cracks the safe. Huge damage off the Melody. Tribe have to get going. They need to get busy. And it looks like that's the attempt here. Blast beat from Zeus can allow them to take Rafiki down, but Bilal is not leaving. He is ready for an all-in should it be required. Zeus cracks the safe down to 25, but Tribe have lost that last shield, and they're losing more damage. And RBM decided to leave the defense to no one in particular, allowing Electros to take away the set.
I mean, that is just massive from Team Electros. You're kind of expecting STMN to be looking on a little bit worried now, as Team Electros seem to be a bit of a stronger team at the moment. Tribe, not sure if it's their comp. I did kind of doubt the Buster run start. It made some good defenses, don't get me wrong, but I just don't think it was well-rounded enough to really bring the fire in this high set.
We got a game. I'm so happy. Like we said, we don't expect Tribe to lose this one 0-3. So we probably get a bit of a closer game that we had in all of the quarterfinals. Electros looks stunning today. And I already mentioned it in their match against Pioneers. I wouldn't be hella surprised if they actually made it all the way to the grand finals today. They have the most difficult opponent against them now in the semis, but they did just take a set off of Tribe, even after being 0-1 down in game number 1. Again, Rafiki kind of styling on them with the Lily. Already had a shout out in Crystal Arcade against Pioneers. He was clip farming. Now he tried to do the same, and sometimes it works, but Luffy is just always walking with him as he's in the Shadow Realm. He knows exactly where Rafiki wants to go and takes him out immediately as he comes out of Shadow Realm. So well played by Luffy as well. He was the defendant of the day, really, and we also see it reflected here in the stats. So I'm glad my eyes didn't deceive me here. Rafiki, regardless, with a lot of damage. All three players of Electros really played that well. Maybe Melody didn't have as much value as the other two, but even, yeah, he played really, really well. Electros now 1-0 up against Tribe. Crazy.
It's mental. It really is. Like, nobody would have expected this coming in. And I know now we've said, oh, we've got a game on our hands, finally. Electros will just go in 3-0 just to rub it in our faces. I know for a fact that's going to happen. But it's going to be tough to do so. It really is. Tribe Gaming being the team that they are. They've come from really tough positions. You know, just like last month, in a bad position against STMN. They were shaken. They brought it back in great form. So Tribe Gaming definitely not out of this one. They seemed a bit shaky, but I feel like if they get their drafts right, get their mentality back in check, they're going to be in a good position going forwards.
And talking about draft, we're heading over to Double Sword, second map here for Tribe versus Electros. Once again, a little reminder here, if Electros makes it to the grand finals, it means they're locked in for LCQ. No chance anymore for Stamina to claim that spot. If they even win the finals today, SSG would also be knocked out of Worlds directly and would fall into that LCQ slot instead. So Electros has not only their own fate, but also the fate of two other teams in their hands today. We're now looking at the bans already. Kit, Lily, and Cordelius ban out from Team Electros. Tribe bans Lily as well. Mr. P and Janet pick up the Buster first pick. Buster is one of their most played brawlers next to Cordelia, so that makes sense. Picking him up first here. After all, Buster pretty good into other tanks that could come in here potentially. What was the revelation of today's double swoosh? Was Jean, and he's still left open. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Jean, maybe also Draco later on in this draft.
Draco comes up pretty much straight away. Again, if you want someone who can lean into your weak side on double swoosh, it's definitely going to be the Draco. Obviously, Jean, I'll call it a revelation, but having that vision gear and also just being able to, pick people off is pretty huge, especially if you're trying to play Sandy. Then you have no idea or no warning about where those magic hands tend to come from. Lamp Blowout, even though it's one of the older gadgets in the game, still has a lot of value. If someone is trying to dive, you can give you that space that you need. Electros were forced here, into banning Lily because they were second pick, but Amber is still available and still very reasonable. Clear up some of the map, make it a little bit safer to walk up on that weak side as well. Make sure you have good vision and also deny some of the safe zone of your opponents. So strong brawler, definitely struggles against the brawlers that like to serpentine a little bit more, have more of that lateral mobility. So Tribe Gaming here do have an opportunity to pick some brawlers to really frustrate the Amber, but the Buster will be a little vulnerable to it.
Yeah, I mean, sticking by the Buster here as well, it's a risk after that first set, I will say. I do like it here a lot more than I did on Kaboom Canyon. Don't get me wrong, it's much more viable. And they're going with the Crow again as well. Clearly got a lot of faith in these brawlers, even after what happened in the previous one. But as I just said, both of them a lot better here as they were in the previous. And we've seen it over the flip side as well. Electros sticking firm with the Amber, adding a Draco to it as well is a great shout. Those two brawlers are absolutely incredible on this map. We've seen Draco run riot no matter where he's played. But Tribe Gaming's final pick coming up very shortly.
Okay, so look, I mean, they go with the Crow alongside this Buster. Fair enough, Jean to sort of round things out. So they obviously have a way of making sure got great vision at all times. The Crow can dive on that Amber and make it a little bit hard, even with the sort of dancing flames gadget. Crow can still sort of flatten her pretty quickly. Not sure if the bug is still present in the game where you kind of get nuked regardless if you get stood on by her, but Tribe's still very much going back to the well with a lot of the comps, a lot of the brawlers rather that made up that previous comp. Charlie's just so good right now. Amazing, especially against those single shotters. Obviously, Buster can cleave through a lot of the spiderlings, but just being able to take someone out of the game and putting a gem carrier in a cocoon means they all get spilled prematurely. That is a very powerful thing to do. It's something that Pioneers tried to make use of.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I feel like when you see them in the cocoon, they've usually got teammates around them to get out of it fast to get those gems. But in a one-on-one scenario, occasionally, maybe once a set or once a series, you're going to be able to make something like that happen, and the one-off can really win you the game in such a magnificent fashion. So we'll see if Team Electros can keep this up and take 2 sets in a row against Tribe Gaming, or if they'll bounce back in the way that Tribe Gaming usually do.
So again, Zeus passively trying to keep Rafiki spotted at all times. The spiderlings get eaten up pretty quickly here. And it's fairly premature use of that gadget for Rafiki. It amounts to map control for about 3 seconds, but Zeus is able to take this 3rd gem and so does now get ahead, taking one of Bilal's away from his side of the map, whilst RBM and Luffy employ so much pressure as Libby really feeling the heat.
Well, Rafiki doing well on the right-hand side. Zeus with a pull in hand, and we saw how well Bobby was doing with those, so he's got to pull on a similar performance. He gets that one there and gets the kill. Should allow them to push back out a little bit, and he's attempting to keep Eslivy low, but he's just going to be healing up on this left-hand side. A very mid-focused composition so far from Tribe Gaming, with Buster just staying around Zeus and working for this shield.
I do like the idea of Zeus just throwing out that super as soon as he builds it. It takes quite some time because each of those splitting shots from the Gene doesn't do much damage, and you just want to try and give yourself a brawler advantage and try and bully using sheer weight of numbers if you can. The cocoon's a problem here. You can see this allows Rafiki to shove Zeus all the way back, and actually he has a gadget, so that is devastating. That is not good. Luffy now needs to do something about Rafiki, but can die very quickly if he's not careful. Zeus will be able to move back up, but safe to say, map control definitely favoring Electros right now.
Yeah, it is at the moment, with 3 members of Tribe Gaming back up and ready to fight. This hypercharge might make something happen. Luffy going in round the flank, trying to get some shots in, goes for a jump, not getting too much back from it, but RBM will swoop in with a hypercharge as well. Great pull through the wall, and that makes it 9 gems to 7. If they can get this one quick, it becomes out of reach for Team Electros from the middle of the map.
Electros have to fight here. The problem is Draco doesn't really have any mobility outside of the speed increase from being in super, and he's running low on health here. Luffy, though, holds 2 of the gems. They're now spilt. Bilal hits the cocoon and goes up to 9. That is a countdown here for Team Electros, and RBM's got to go. But how is he supposed to get forward quickly enough? He at least is trying to set up so Luffy can get there. Luffy wants a hypercharged super onto a gem carrier, but needs to build that damage. Zeus has a magic hand, but Rafiki gets in his way, trying to gum up the works. There's the hyper super coming on in, and now in the corner, Bilal is caught. 9 gems spilled, 11 here for Tribe, and they take the one spawning from the well, which will still give them a lead, still make it unassailable.
Can Electros bounce back again? Charlie has a super. We might see this situation where the gems are dropped. Rafiki coming in, pops the gadget, but not going to hop into it just yet. There's the reset, but RBM will get them and pick up 15 along the way. Back into a situation where they've got a lot of work to do once more. Has the hypercharge, but just being peppered down by the Gene.
Gotta watch out for Eslivy here. Zeus. Vengeful Spirits popped very, very low. Magic Hand might have to come out just for some disruption here. RBM is so healthy. There's no way to get those gems out of his hands. And Tribe Gaming outlast with a great all-in. When they were at risk of losing that entire round, they hit a clutch Magic Hand right into the back corner onto the Charlie. But you can see what Charlie does. These cocoons hitting really good, even just at resetting the countdown, but potentially stealing all those gems away.
I mean, what an incredible game that was. I do think Tribe Gaming are the deserving team to win it. There was a lot of back and forwards, but I think Tribe, for the most part, were in control of the majority of the gems. Zeus starting strong again, just trying to find Rafiki in this grass to get that vision gear activated. Luffy not having the best of times, to be honest, in this series, or this set, sorry, as Bilal's spiders have been providing some real big issues, but RBM having an absolute field day against those same things.
RBM wants to get some early damage on Rafiki, try and keep this Draco low, and oft overlooked feature of Gene is that these shots, they're harassing, they light them up with the vision gear, and you stop your opponent from healing. So keeping that Draco below full health on that right side of the map was really important here for Tribe to make it more of an easier nut to crack. This is Zeus up to 5, so he's 2 gems ahead, and if Tribe can maintain his map control, if Luffy can win out against Eslivy here on the left, they're going to be in good shape. Rafiki, though, finds his super. That's normally where Draco's supposed to be able to beat the Buster, but Zeus helps RBM out.
Zeus going to try and go for the 7th now. Was at risk of Bilal kind of getting a super there if he connected a shot, but Rafiki coming in well. And Luffy just going to jump away up into the bush. Now a hypercharge coming in from Bilal, trying to catch them from behind, but RBM was there, ready to tank it as well. And he misses the super and actually uses it after the hypercharge ran out.
Yeah, okay. Interesting decision there. Zeus with 8 gems to his hand. Luffy going to get rolled over by Rafiki, and there's a gadget there for Rafiki. This is potentially problematic. He didn't want to linger any longer, though, Rafiki, so drops the gems, but forces them into the hands of RBM, which is not where you want them. You don't want them on your tank. You also don't want RBM to have to die to hand them over. You actually really depend on your Buster staying alive as long as possible in these sort of scenarios. Here's that montage. Rafiki got hooked in with the magic hand, pops the gadget. RBM able to survive, though. Electro's 1 gem away from starting this countdown, and it's about to come out the manhole as Livy Bilal looking to walk away while maintaining some degree of map control with Rafiki getting in front.
Yeah, I think this is doable from mid, though, and Luffy's going to go in really well here. Hypercharge got so many shots in. They get the reset regardless, but there would have been enough from mid, just about. It's 10-10, and RBM with all of them in his hands. Now the pull comes forward. Rafiki gets taken down, makes that 11, and the count starts for Tribe.
No chance to use the gadget there, or no availability of it for Rafiki. This is a problem. Bilal getting chunked down. Cocoon doesn't hit. RBM was one carrying all the gems. Tribe at least allow Rafiki to pick that gem up and reset the countdown. But here we go. Now Electros have to make the move and be able to snap one of their own up, of course, momentarily. But RBM doesn't want to allow that to occur so easily. Still, it just flips straight into Eslivy's pocket as it is spawning on the Electros side. This one's dangerous. Okay, Luffy lets that one fall to Bilal, who has that cocoon available.
Yeah, pull was missed there as well. And this one's spawning on the Team Electros side. They might be able to get it, but Rafiki down to 1 shot. Hypercharge going to miss absolutely everyone for the Amber. Luffy knows he needs to go in. Super coming through. Might be able to get the reset on his living, but it gets Cocoon on landing. And that's going to be the game going to Electros just about. So sketchy at the end, but just 1 away from taking this 2nd set now. Big game for both teams and a massively influential moment in this series.
Close game from both teams. In fact, we basically had all of our rounds go down to the very wire, and this double swoosh map, absolutely no exception. That's what it takes to compete at this level, and that's what it takes to take rounds off of Tribe. Electros have got to be feeling very good about that. about staying competitive here in this gem grab map. And hey, a 2-0 is not out of the question for them here.
Well, it's a similar start, just kind of taking a few shots at each other here and there. Vengeful Spirits comes out and Rafiki going very aggressive as well. Might be able to pop a gadget here and get some damage in, try work for his super, and he does, but not much back from it, to be honest.
There's Livy going up against RBM, and not a matchup we've been seeing as much on this map. It's been Luffy opting into it. He doesn't have slowing toxin, and yet still feels like he's favored to go over to the Draco. Interesting super drop down there. Nobody really affected. They all kind of dispersed like a fire in a field. 6 gems here on Zeus. Bilal with only 2. Rafiki a little low, but still going to try and make use of that super anyway. Looks like Star Powder gives him that healing, should he need it. Comes on in. He definitely doesn't have the mark on his normal attack, so extra sustain, extra durability for that Draco.
Yeah, Luffy doing a lot better now, but will be burnt up. Retreats into Zeus's arms, who's going to provide him some heals with that star power. Now RBM wants to try and make a move with this hypercharge, but can't just yet. I'll be able to bounce back this cocoon of Bilal if he gets the timing right and waste that hypercharge of his. He's just going to use it down the right-hand side with the shield. Try gain some ground on Rafiki. Pull comes in as Livy should fall down, but doesn't just yet. There's the cocoon onto the Buster. Takes him out the mix, but will land straight back on top of it. Gets the double pull back in with the slow-mo replay. But not enough there to sway the game massively.
It's about as tight as it gets, isn't it? As Livy trying to threaten Zeus, but he should be free to pick up the gem here. And trying to walk away. Caught the cocoon. Now they go over to RBM, but we have a countdown set up. Rafiki's got to go aggressive, and he gets blown to smithereens. This one's dangerous, folks. Luffy has a hypercharged super, can get out of trouble and keep that 1 gem in hand to maintain the countdown. And Zeus is just a decoy. Another big cocoon catch, though, and as Livy now tries to stand up inside his own hypercharge, it'll keep resetting it. Zeus has the lion's share of the gems, though. RBM can get in front and play spoiler, and there's no one else from Electros here. There's a window now to flatten Rafiki before he can get in and get the job done, and that is the plan. Magic Puff's crucial, keeping Tribe nice and healthy. Luffy goes after his Livy, and Zeus is big chilling. Tribe Gaming make a tug of war of it, but they come out of gem grab on top.
I mean, a very early aggression from the Draco rather than waiting for his teammates in that opportune moment to go in. But Tribe Gaming do come out on top. And these are the games we've been waiting for and asking for. The close ones that aren't ending in 3-0s. And both of these teams really fighting for the win. Electros need it that little bit more. So we'll come back fighting hard.
We wanted to see some close games, and that's what we got now. Tribe Gaming evening out the score, but what a tug of war, as Uber put it so nicely. It was a back and forth. Electros does take game 2, and game 3 was very, very close. RBM once again sticks out here on the tank. I also want to lay out the stakes even a bit more here. Again, Electros can knock out Stamina from that LCQ slot if they win this. And if Electros loses this, Stamina actually makes it to LCQ with points that Slivy helped earning, as Juan Carlos took those points with him when he joined Tacos and Pain in Stamina. Zar, from that old Elevate roster, moved over to Team Heretics in EMEA, as Livy joins Rafiki and Bilal. And now, of those 3 players that have been playing at the start of the season together, Zar is already locked in for Worlds, and it's going to be either Juan Carlos or Slivy that join at Worlds, or at least at LCQ. So it's this match is just so heartbreaking. I'm really feeling this one. It's 1-1 now. Tribe claims back the lead, or claims back another set here, and has now the opportunity to still take this one off the hands of Electros. This match means so much to Electros, though, Uber.
I mean, it does. We talked about the stakes, right? We really nailed them, I think. And it showed, I think, over the first couple of sets just how badly they wanted. And they can try it work, which is what we'd like to see. Forging each other into teams, taking each other to the next level. That's what we want to see. And of course, coming around towards this next set, this is a chance for either of these teams to get their noses out in front. And Tribe have really showed a very a strong preference for a certain style of drafting here, right? They really do like to emphasize the Buster. We've seen it a couple times now, and they like to go over in that Crow direction, much as Team Electros like to. So curious to see if we have that on those knockout maps. Of course, Buster always has some inevitability as he develops super by being close to teammates. So something worth keeping an eye on. You can play for the sort of the late game strategy. We see less of that now, but we used to have a lot of those Buster and Melody style approaches here, Sonny.
Yes, wouldn't be too surprised to see Buster on a map like Bell's Rock 2, we see a lot of Brock to open up the map. Brock's left open. Gray, RT, and Cordelius banned out on the side of Tribe Gaming. So some tank counters out of the way, but also a tank enabler in that Gray. They do like to play something special from time to time. Ollie is something that shows up quite often in their scrims. And Meeple, a brawler that...
We
yeah,
love Meeple.
I think we haven't seen him
No, we don't.
as often anymore as like 2 months ago. I know that Reddy absolutely hates this brawler. Seems like Trev is also not a big fan, but yeah, a very interesting pick here. And so far, also for Elevate, some of those niche picks, not really meta picks, have paid off.
Yeah, I'm not sure who we is in terms of this loving Meeple, but I am not we. Ollie going to come in the opposing side as well. You know, it's a brawler that used to be, and I say used to be, it wasn't even that long ago, like very recently, a very common pick on this map. Definitely hasn't been around as much. It's been coming here and there in some regions. You know, we'll see it being played on this map once in a monthly final in each of the regions, and it'll do well. But I'm not as sold on it as I once was. But Mandy's going to come in and join it, and that's a brawler I do like.
Mandy obviously feels much more reasonable here. Very solid, pick to bring in at sharpshooter. Can really control those lanes, and there's some pretty nasty stuff you can do off those kinds of supers here. Meeple, obviously, in this situation, will allow, himself to fight cross lane when other brawlers can't sort of trade back in that same way. So expect to see that super used around the indestructible boxes in towards the middle of the map. That's going to determine its lane assignment. Here's the Lily. A pick that I can definitely agree is much more based. Saw that already in that first map and banned out in the second by both sides. So we know she's very powerful. We know that RBM on a tank is always the kind of blueprint you want to develop here as Tribe Gaming. So expect to see RBM get active early and often.
It's like the comps just line up to be so scrappy in comparison to other regions, right? You know, the tanky moves, Lily coming in, Ollie coming in. We've got a bit of range here, at least from Tribe Gaming, but like quite a bit of range there on the Mandy from Team Electros. A couple of mid-range brawlers from the Tribe side in the Squeak and the Meeple. So we'll see what Team Electros do come out with in this final pick. Gonna have to be something fairly well-rounded to deal with that mid-range and still be okay with Lily coming close and being that aggressive brawler that she'll want to be. Angelo is going to be the pick. Might be kind of forced to take this jump away gadget just to be on the safe side, but I know that he'd love to bring that piercing shot through on this one.
Yeah, I do think that's like going to be a power play moment for you. Also, that hypercharge super, pretty powerful against Lily, who's wants to sort of step up on you, and will have to think twice about doing that, as you can either sit inside your normal super field or have it travel along with you. Big sharpshooter pressure though from Team Electros is something to bear in mind, and of course lead that who can virtually guarantee a hypnosis here if you've got the correct gadget. All eyes on me is fine, but we're more likely expecting to see the mobility gadget picked up.
Well, Bilal down the right-hand side, taking heavy fire, might actually go down, and does. What a couple of shots from RBM. Rafiki's going to get hit by that as well, and Luffy will continue his aggression forwards, taking a little bit of a shot to the face there as well, and Zeus trying to progress, places down the Meeple's mansion just to ensure that Ollie doesn't come towards it. And now Luffy with a super in hand can go for Mandy, but Rafiki's there to get that hypnosis if he does.
It feels like 3 months ago. This meta is kind of bizarre what we've done. We've turned back time in the context of this one game. And Rafiki, they're done here. So into the gas, try not to feed too much super. Unfortunately for them, there are two supers developed on the side of Tribe Gaming, but at least they've not fed Zeus, who doesn't quite have that cheat code active.
Well, we'll see if Luffy can make use of this super this time. Took a while to build it. In the previous one, does go in and pops a gadget instantly. The Meeple's mansion comes in with a squeak super, and that would have been a great combination. Luffy going to go in, might be able to pick up another one off the back of it. Brilliant stuff from Luffy. Wow. And he's going to pop mid-air like a firework. How fast was that for Tribe Gaming? And they just won the last set, and now just one away as quick as that from getting their second.
This is what happens. You put RBM in the driver's seat. When he gets to dictate the pace of the game, all of a sudden, a Tribe just force some serious dust eating on the side of their opponents. Or Electro's definitely shell shocked by that. That's already one round down here. And I think Tribe might look to follow suit. Remember, a lot of things to be wary of. Of course, that residue from RBM is scary. Mantis of Meeple forces a gadget use out of Rafiki in order to try and get away. And he barely survives.
Yeah, narrow exit there. As Livy trying to get some shots in. Luffy flanking this right-hand lane. Bilal going to move over, so just trying to keep Melody away from him as long as possible. There's the gadget coming through. Doesn't make the connection. Meeple's mansion will be there as well. And they'll be pleased with just that grass break, I think. You know, I'm sure they'd like to get Rafiki stuck in it, but in the end, we'll be taking that all day long. Super available for Bilal as well now, so can make those shots a bit more powerful with the poison. And another gadget from Eslevi. Has the super now as well. Rafiki going in aggressively. Doesn't find it. And Squeak will get the kill. RBM has a super in hand now as well, and that went from good to very bad for Team Electros now.
Bilal had to back away quickly with that jump gadget, and Luffy is taken down, but the Mantis of Meeple will guarantee Zeus the damage and also lock that last player inside the gas. Good looks here for Tribe Gaming. Electros go aggressive and are punished actually for being the instigators.
Yeah, I mean, that looked good for Electros, but it turned around so fast. Meeple's mansion yet to catch somebody inside other than the late game in that last one, and it wasn't too influential. They would have got the kills anyway. As Livy has a super here as well, needs to make use of it, or as this could go extremely bad. Brilliant juke there from Luffy. Goes in with the super, presses the gadget, gets the kill. Bilal low as well. Rafiki, in a world of hurt, has to go for the jump. Doesn't actually get over the wall, and Zeus going for the mansion, catches him inside it, and deals a little bit of damage, resetting those heals. He might be forced to super to the left, and he does just to survive.
Yeah, still takes a hit though from Zeus. The second one now is getting dangerous. The homing of those shots far too strong, and blink and you'll miss it, folks. That set is done and dusted in a matter of, it seems, seconds. Great showing here for Tribe Gaming. Picking the Meeple, picking the Squeak especially feels like to me was a difference maker. And they run away with that third set.
Just hearing distant cheers from SDMN as well in the background, like winning sets. They looked bad off the start, but Tribe Gaming now in a great position to win this one, not just for themselves, for SDMN too.
A very interesting draft here from both sides. We did not see Mendy in quite some time. We already talked about him a lot, how rare we see him at the moment. I feel like this time around, Electros especially just went with comfort picks here. I know Islevi likes to play Mendy here. And then on the other side, as you mentioned it already, it's gonna be the perfect loss pick here with the Squeak. Very well played by Tribe Gaming overall. They seem to be back in the driver's seat, Uber.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was pretty decisive. There were a couple of rounds where I think Tribe knew exactly what their win condition was straight off the bat. the bat. Speaking, going with you know, the berry, we've seen just how powerful it is, and that hypercharge super makes it virtually impossible to run back over the point. Lou brought in here as well. It's been feast or famine so far. It's still a decent look.
Yeah, well, this Lou is a definite NA pick at the moment, and I never thought I'd say that because it was, you know, incredibly good across all the regions for a solid period of time, but seems to only really be showing up consistently in this region, and also, you know, on maps that you wouldn't really expect it as well. Not that this isn't one of them. This is a very common Lou map just a couple of metas ago. The berry along with it as well sets it up nicely to have that threat of something a bit more tanky, which is why we see Team Electros taking the B to go along with this Draco, and also taking the berry over the other side takes it away from pairing with that Draco as well. So, you know, a lot of draft thought process going on from both teams here. Electros have their final pick right now, and then we're back over to Tribe Gaming to make that decisive one. And this could be the set to send Tribe Gaming to the finals and end Electros' year.
Something neither of these teams have been dicing with too much as well is the bowling pick, right? I haven't seen that surface much in this series. And in theory, you know, Bonnie would be in the B slot for Electros, but I think they still value the ability to throw these slows down with this Iron Hive, and maybe expecting Tribe to round out the comp with the tank, which is a pretty educated guess considering you're playing against RBM. The Lou, obviously powerful as it is, the Griff though just really overwhelms it in terms of their damage and threatens to open the map up a lot more for B. So feels like a synergistic composition here for Electros. I don't know what Tribe else have to bring in.
Yeah, I mean, do you just try take something range to be able to compete against it when it's broken up? They're going to take the Charlie, something in that mid ground. So I don't mind that at all. It's going to take a while for Griff to be able to break up all of this map. And also when he does that, it's going to hurt the Draco as well. Berry, it's a thrower, but when you're able to cycle out these heals, supering from left to right, right to left, cycling them out, having all of your teammates in the ice cream, you're going to be in a decent position just to keep that mobility up and stay healed.
Okay, decent looks here for Tribe Gaming. I was curious how they were supposed to round things out here. Let's see how it plays out in reality. Off we go, folks, to open business. And that Charlie kept back until the final pick. Now let's see if RBM can really cause some headaches. So far, tapping his Livy at range. Always a good start as Livy opts to walk in all those ice cream fields and is taken down.
Oh, Rafiki trying to come forward, surely going to pop a gadget here as well, try and find some super, but he just can't get anything, and this is locked down. They're not even letting Griff get high enough to get the breaks. He's going to rotate to the right-hand side now and try and get this side opened up, but Zeus doing a great job, eats that entire Rattled Hive, but will be healthy again in a few seconds.
All right, well, cashback used, and very quickly Luke just got blown up by that. Zeus, though, supering off to the right. Rafiki dealt with an RBM chilling. This is ridiculous. Tribe Gaming have come alive now, 70% and counting, as Electros, even with all this damage, struggling to find their way back in.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is going to be a tough one for them to come back from. Now, Luffy still stay on the zone. He's evading so well and adds a few more percent just on his own. He's going to try sit here and survive now as well, as though he should be getting close to a little Rattled Hive in just a few seconds. Now the super comes through with the hypercharge. Oh, a hypercharge goes the other way as well, though. RBM going to just narrowly avoid that shot, but a pinch coming through from Bilal. And this might be the start of a bit of a comeback. RBM can't get that kill either, and Zeus will waste a bit of ice cream on that side.
All right, it's a long climb, though. Let's be clear on that. Zeus here just trying to stave off the Griff as Bilal is opening up the map further. Really feels like this falls on Charlie to some degree. Super already thrown down just to make it so Luffy can come forward, build up some more of those supers. That'll guarantee point control. And still at the cost of some damage, though. 95 and counting. Luffy's just been dipping a toe in, and that's going to be more than enough. I think Zeus realized the writing was on the wall. Super's onto the point. And that is that. A strong start with a solid finish. That's all Tribe Gaming need to close out this series.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was just that kind of mid-portion. They started to waver a little bit as you know, Griff got control. B started to lock down. Draco had a few offensive walls to sit behind. But eventually they were able to break that and just get percentage little by little to tick up to 100. It is match point now for Tribe Gaming. Team Electros desperately need 2 games in a row, otherwise their season's over.
And they've got to get off to a strong start here, but Rafiki's got nowhere to stand. These bushes are constantly being covered by Zeus's shots. A nicely cheeky little gadget use. Bilal is not going to be entertaining that idea. Throws a point-blank cashback down, and RBM holding his own against 3 players here. Bilal will be taken down, and Rafiki's going to walk away low as he is. That's allowed Tribe Gaming now to very quickly get back on the point and start accruing that capture progress.
I mean, this is just brilliant from Tribe. Bilal going to break up some of these walls as well, and Zeus is just like, yes, so what, mate? I'll still come to this side. I'll take on Thrower to Griff on open side. Soup comes through. Should be able to get him out of Cocoon here, but will be putting him in a world of hurt, and he's going to go down. Same situation as last time. A Soup from left to right for Zeus, and should be able to cycle that one out quite quickly.
As Livy getting tapped down, RBM's actually been dominating the beat at long range. That has been a core component of Tribe being so dominant here. Bro is done. He doesn't want to be typecast as a tank-only player, and he wants to very quickly take these upstarts Electros out of the competition. Hypercharged super from Zeus wasn't enough to protect against hypercharged cashback from the Griff. It hits hard and it ignores those walls. But Zeus is able to build yet another super through that last fight. So it might be a simple case of supering to the point now, of course, that they've got that Lure ultimate in play. Just dip a toe here and there, 90% and counting. Bilal threatening here, a flank around the side as Zeus goes for the gadget. Bit of healing, then a super onto RBM. Nice Cocoon connection. RBM kind of doing it all. Slaps down the B one last time. That's game, set, and match. Tribe Gaming advance to our finals.
I mean, from the looks of Tribe Gaming's webcams, it's just, you know, normal day activities for them. They're not even bothered by it. Just pick up the phone, start having a little message, maybe a little tweet on Twitter saying you're in the grand finals, but they barely even look excited about winning that game, and they've just crushed the dreams of Electros. Didn't even look remotely apologetic of it either, and that is, you know, huge for Tribe Gaming, making yet another grand finals, but really unfortunate for Electros in this position. They put up a great fight.
You could also argue that maybe that's why they're not celebrating that much, because they know what it means for Electros to lose this one. Electros had a great start into this series, immediately took a set off the hands of Tribe Gaming, and that's something not many teams have managed to do so in the past. But in the end, Electros drops out of LCQ. Postseason dreams are popped, no more chances for them, and Tribe, Elevate, and Space Station Gaming are the teams that go to World Finals. Stamina will go to LCQ. So congratulations to them. One more time, commiserations to Electros though.
That's crazy, isn't it? The Space Station going into this day, not sure if they're even going to make LCQ. And they're going to come out having claimed that world final spot. That is ridiculous. I'm really glad also to see that STMN have been able to secure an LCQ spot. I really do think they have what it takes to hang with a lot of these other regions in the world. I think that's a great representative for NA to be sending. And of course, you can't feel bad about seeing Tribe and Elevate there. I think a lot of NA fans are hoping that we can see a better performance than we did in Brawl Cup, because it's not great getting trounced on home turf. But here, of course, this time at Worlds, I'm sure they're going to put on a show.
And for Slivy, Rafiki, and Bilal, the journey ends here, but I'm so sure we're gonna see them again next year. We're joking all year long how Slivy is the unk babysitting the other two. I'm sure we're gonna see those young and upcoming talents again next year. I'm looking forward to it. So once again, GG's to them. It's now Tribe Gaming in the finals, as it was 5 times in a row already. Now we'll see if we get the same grand final again. Is it going to be Elevate claiming that last grand final slot, or will we have someone finally breaking the streak here in NA? Space Station Gaming, they can celebrate now. They did make world finals. Now they have to prove to us that they can also make a monthly final in their own region. We're going to see if they can after a break.
across the globe send their hungriest teams to face one final challenge. One last chance to earn their spot at the World Finals.
Yoshi goes down the spin on Chaos. He's spinning himself. He knows they've lost.
16 teams enter, only 4 will advance. Dreams will be shattered, heroes will be made. This is the last chance qualifier. 10th to the 12th of October, Sao Paulo, live from the Brazil Game Show. Get your tickets now and watch your champions in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com to earn Pro Pass rewards.
Make sure to mark that in your calendars. LCQ's 10th to 12th of October in Sao Paulo. So the home region of South America. We just watched that yesterday. We saw the last teams lock in their slots this weekend. Congrats one more time here to Stamina locking in LCQ and to SSG locking in the third World Final slot NA has to offer. Now, Kenny, welcome back. You got a little bit of a longer break because finally we had our first close-ish match of the day. Electros did manage to make it close against Tribe Gaming, which is already a great success in itself.
Electros, a really solid roster. It is a shame that they won't be making the postseason, but with that, we have some strong representatives going alongside it. RBM was definitely my guy for MVP. Thoroughly impressed with the man. He has always been a stud on those tanks, and that certainly carried through in that previous match.
And now we're heading into our semi-final number 2. We only have 2 more matches for you today, but both of them promise to be closer than our quarterfinal matches, which it shouldn't be too hard to do that. All 4 of them were a 3-0. It's Elevate versus Space Station Gaming. Both teams go to World Finals. For Elevate, it would be the 6th monthly final, grand final already. Of those, they only won once, so they want to try and get another chance here. For Space Station Gaming, this one would be huge. And from the 3 teams that go to Worlds from this region, they're the only ones that didn't even make a grand final.
That is kind of crazy now I think of it, but that's, I mean, honestly, when you have a team in a region that is as dominant as Tribe was and wins all the monthly, wins all the grand finals, you actually end up with a situation like this. But I wouldn't count it against them. I think that that's just how solid this region is, and it's a lot deeper, I think, than it was in the last couple of years. So I'm glad to see this young talent step up, and I wouldn't worry too much about, you know, 1 monthly finals. It's all good.
Talking about young talent, before this year, we didn't really hear too much from the players that are on Elevate right now. There were a huge revelation coming into this year, and they have made it to the grand finals consistently. We got the chance to sit down with Diego Gamer to talk about all of this and more.
Actually, we are already qualified to the World Final, so we are really happy for that. So we are gonna scream a lot for get a good placement on the World Finals and get North America back on the top again, because we know the Brawl Cup was not the best results, and I want to play finally my first land. Yeah, honestly, I miss Vegeta because he was a really good captain. Like, he was always with us, drafting, playing, managing the team. So yeah, we miss him, but he's with us on voice chat on the good games in the important match. So yeah, he's still with us. Anyways, if he's in another region.
We saw Vegeta earlier. He is in the room with his teammates, coaching them or helping Raft, whatever he does. I'm sure he's a great support to his teammates. He's basically still on the roster, so I'm sure we're going to see him later this year back in NA. He did have some great successes also over in East Asia, though. Now, looking at the other team here, Space Station Gaming, they made it to World Finals. Kenny, you feel like the adrenaline from knowing that they finally made it again after not having a showing there last year will help them beat Elevate today and break the streak?
I'm not sure that any team's got it in them to beat Elevate or Tribe the way they've been playing. It feels like they've only been good enough to beat each other. Bobby, Chino, and Sans, though, all longtime players and now going to the World Finals. The biggest mission of the day obviously accomplished. I think this would just be a little icing on top of the cake if they could get it to a Grand Finals.
Let's hear how SSG is feeling about this matchup.
Elevate You guys have dominated the whole year with drafts, but this is going to be the one time we out-draft you guys and make it to World Finals.
Yes.
They secured World Finals and they have Tribe Gaming to thank for that. They beat Electros. That was the only team that would have still been able to claim that spot for themselves after the quarterfinals over.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, there is a monumental difference between LCQ and Worlds. I think you even asked at the start of the show, like, would you rather go to LCQ because it's a nice location? I'm like, no. It is so brutal, that competition. Only 4 teams get out in those golden ticket games. It is terrifying to have to go there. So I really think if you're SSG, you're having the best day. You are so chilling. You get to rest. You get to watch other teams. You get to prepare for Worlds. That is massive. So Tribe have done them a huge solid.
Again, I was just referencing some socials I saw. Imagine skipping, going to Brazil, going to Sao Paulo, and going to Worlds directly. But maybe that's just a little bit of coping. Who knows? We're looking at the predictions here from the viewers at home. You can predict on event.brawlstars.com to gain some Pro Pass XP. And 80% of you think that Elevate will take this one. And Kenny, you've mentioned it earlier. Going with Tribe or Elevate in your predictions barely or was never so far the wrong choice.
Yeah, Grand Finals is the only big-time decision you really have with these two teams. Elevate, certainly the safe choice, but SSG looked great today. I mean, I think it was the manner in how they got their victory that was real convincing. They still get 20% despite maybe not going their way in past months, but a Grand Finals would be huge for them. I think they can ride some confidence here, and they're already going to World Finals. Like I said before, I think this is kind of a bonus. Elevate have been the clear better team all year long in this region. They represented at Brawl Cup. SSG definitely have an uphill fight, but it's certainly possible.
SSG definitely has done their homework. Sans did say in his little interview that they have studied the draft and they're ready to draft them today. And the top 3 brawlers that Elevate likes to play on a map like this one are Boss, Ross, and Shade. And all of those are banned out. Terra's going to be the first pick for the side of SSG. Now let's see what Elevate will pick. Uber, judging by the matches we've already seen them play, they don't really seem to be bothered usually if their top big brawlers are banned out. They master so many of them.
No, it is pretty bratty to first pick the Tara away from them, though. I'm going to be honest, because they used her, obviously, in 2 of their winning sets against Prodigy. Another brawl they leaned on pretty heavily was the Gene, so see if Elevate still want to go back there. It's not always a first pick if you're on blue side here, but Cordelius gets through the ban phase. And this, I feel like this says the space station, pick a tank at your own peril. And it's Hard Rock Mine, for God's sake. It's the kind of map where you do want to try and lean in with a Buster or even an Ash or something similar. Get in the Cordelius that can also just hop over those walls and really threaten a gem carrier or a side laner. It's a great snap up here for Elevate.
Looking out for a Janet here as a possible mid-brawler and also somebody that gets you vision, can penetrate through those spawners as well that Tara brings. Crow, a safe option as well. I think Crow works. I think Crow's in a solid spot overall in the game, has certainly risen in the ranks in terms of play rates, brawler overall. I think there's a lot of combos you can run with him too. The shield has made an appearance quite a few times. You also have the slowdown depending on the enemy brawlers. So just feels like a safe start. And like you mentioned, just kind of daring Space Station Gaming to go tank. The Lily, I think, is the elephant in the room. Each side kind of playing a little game of chicken to see who will pick it up first.
Okay. Crow been popular today here in NA at the very least. And there's the Genes. Space Station just copying an Elevate composition potentially from a previous game. But again, powerful setup. It's your safe mid. A good answer, of course, to the Crow. You can, for the most part, just outrange the Crow, and he's very squishy. He does not want to be caught by a magic hand. Kind of have everything you need in that kind of matchup, which means that the pick 3s for both these sides are potentially going to be the most decisive. Whoever's on the Tara is going to be always a threat. Moving up that side lane and the Lily here to round things out means you've got 2 brawlers who are constantly going to be looking to pressure the Crow or whoever the gem carrier on Elevate side ultimately ends up being.
I think this is a tough decision if you're Elevate. In North America, Ash would certainly, I think, be on the mindset here for these guys, especially with Lily now out of it. Buster is a solid shout as well. Buster typically does really well into Cordelius, so I think that this doesn't go to SS. Nice thing for Elevate, the fact that they can scoop this up. This looks like Crow kind of has to be their mid, though.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the only option at this stage. You need the Cordelius to threaten on those side lanes, and we know Buster as well can do much the same thing. The Lily matchup is interesting, but slow-mo replay is going to be important. If you can yank the Lily away from your gem carrier, or you can disrupt her via some mechanism. That's going to be very, very important to keep your mid safe. Diego Gamer, though, took MVP in that previous series. Mechanically, very, very proficient. Curious to see how he overcomes a sort of range mismatch, plus the threat of this Tara constantly in the back of his head.
They're rotating Avex to this right-hand side. I think they're looking out for Lily. They truly have no idea where she is right now. And of course, with the gadget, she can appear up in front of your face at a moment's notice. I think that's what they're traveling as a pack.
No, they don't have the best scouting, unfortunately. Diego, to some degree, is pretty short-ranged, so can't spot those bushes all that easily. Here comes Sands, though. Elevate, none the wiser. Will pop up in front of Patchy, not the matchup that Lily was looking for. Patchy just straight up wins it out. Here's help from beyond now, going to be used. Patchy should have the shot to clear it. And now, in the meantime, Avex has been able to get aggressive on this top side of the map. Gravity used defensively now. Diego Gamer free to get some extra damage in. And all the while, he's up to 5 gens, but that's a nicely connected super from Sands, forcing Diego Gamer to jump away. But it's an exchange that ultimately Elevate are happy with. Oh, what a hook!
Long range pull and now countdown siding with SSG. What a swing! Avex position top right-hand side while the red roster moves back to a defensive stance in the middle of the map. Diego Gamer trying to chisel his way up, drag down to the Shadow Realm. Bobby in trouble. 800 HP does go down. Elevate circling them like vultures. Sands has to go to the Shadow Realm. Patchy guessing where he's at, and honestly, the heals from the Tara will reveal a dash forward, though. Sands with perfect precision.
Avex is cracked. I was so impressed that he's able to get those gems out of Bobby's hands, but Bobby clearly not losing today because that magic hand was unbelievable. Shredded the needle, caught Diego Gamer out. Nothing the Crow could do. I mentioned if he eats a singular magic hand, the game is probably over. And now Sands will hold on to all 12 and hand Space Station the first round win.
Bobby with a big time play. That Gene super was unreal. The long distance pull. Patchy was on the money with all of his in the opening match for the day. So the fact that we get 2 brawlers that are very similar to what Elevate were using earlier against their own will, really awesome to see.
That was nuts. You don't see that every day, folks. That kind of Gene play. Bobby, can he repeat that though? Because Space Station were struggling to stay in the game up until that point. Patchy here, gadgeting. Sands a little bit low and will remain low now as that hit sort of resets the cooldown on his passive healing. Diego Gamer's been able to take 3 gems. Avex might have created the space for a 4th. No, he has to think twice about it with the space created by his help from beyond, and Sands out of nowhere just emerges from within the thorax of Diego Gamer, just bursts out like alien and takes him down. That's a number of gems. He'll be able to walk over to the SSG side.
Bobby already has that magic hand ready to go. 3 gems for Sands and Bobby split between them, so Chino has to be there to assist. Now that they've gotten rid of Buster, it's a little bit easier to run those Tara supers. That's going to be one of the reasons that Buster was selected, especially when you cannot be pulled by that Tara super. When he's got a super of his own, it's really helpful. Now action unfolding. Sands going in. Gadget in and out. Patchy has to try and march it forward. Oh, a perfect gadget there. The shield going up as well. Patchy just running it down. Bobby survives, but a few gems will spill over to Elevate's side.
Allows Elevate to at least stay in the game, though. That's what's most important. Now, Avex wants to be the aggressor, wants to make use of this super, has 4 gems though, which makes it a little bit risky. Here's Bobby, magic hand catches onto Diego. That was 1 gem, but it's still an all-important tiebreaker gem, should have been required. Space Station are up to 8 now and looking for more, but here comes Avex, caught onto Chino with that super. So we'll take him down, but no gems are spilled as a result.
Elevate putting themselves right behind these walls. They want to make it difficult for the side of SSG to move forward. Chino encroaching, trying to walk down the right-hand side while Sands works the left. Patchy with some peek shots, but if he's not careful, he's going to get swung to the other end. It's a countdown for SSG.
Diego Gamer here, likely to get caught out. Help from beyond, keeping Chino topped up now as Avex is on 6. Good jump away from Sands, but Shadow Realm is where they end up meeting, and Sands takes all the gems away. This one has SSG written all over it. Steal the Tara away, get the Gene, and Bobby with a bit of a generational showing on that map. That is a disgusting performance on the Gene. Very solid first set.
Bobby with some solid playmaking the whole way through. Lily was making tags like you wouldn't believe. SSG just firing so far today. This looks like the best shape they've been in all year long.
There's already some memes going around about how a beard makes you a good Gene player. Seems to be the case here for Bobby. Already a great showing earlier today with his Gene. Now once again on Hard Rock Mine. We see it here though. Who steals the show in the end is going to be Sands once again. With the most kills here, he created so much pressure for his team. Diego Gamer on the other side, the brawler with the most potential to stop the Lily in her ways next to Cordelius, of course, didn't really get the value they were hoping for.
Yeah, both is too much, I think. Elevate don't have good scouting at all. Their range, frankly, is pretty weak. And it's not to say the space station have great range themselves, but they have a Lily who really just benefits so much from, Elevate's inability to spot those bushes out. Sans always had a drop on them, always seemed to come from an unexpected direction, and was, I would say, assassinated the gem carrier like a little bit too frequently. I think that SSG kind of had comp and really showed it.
Elevate already showed us some more creative comps today, some comps that we did not really expect. For example, they brought in the Ruffs again, a field promotion on dry season, something that we didn't see in a long time. And this time, again, with a very creative draft that did not work out as planned. Elevate loses the first set, but in this one, I can say the same as in the previous one. I would be very surprised if they go down 0-3 here, Kenny.
I think so too. Still expecting big things from Elevate. A little bit of a wonky composition there, which is unusual for them. SSG played theirs so well. I think a lot of credit due to the mechanics of the Space Station gaming side. They're certainly making it worthwhile and showing why they deserve to go to a World Finals.
So Sans did announce that they will outdraft them today. So far, so good for them. I definitely feel like they had a better draft in Hard Rock Mine. Now we're looking at Sneaky Fields. And this one is a map that we haven't seen today yet. So we don't really know what to expect here from this region outside of the scrims, of course. Gus seems to be the brawler that you want to have on your side on this map. And of course, tanks are going to come in handy once again. That also means tank counters are going to have a great time here. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a Terra, for example. Crow will have some great showings here, Uber. What is a brawler that you want to see?
I mean, again, there's like I want to see Bobby run back the El Primo on this map. Give it to me. Show me some suplex. Show me some El Fuego. Will require a Cordelius ban, of course, as that's not something that Primo wants to run into, but certainly an option for you. Ash, Lily, a little bit more reasonable, a little bit more expected, I'd say, alongside the Frank. Those are likely the tanks you expect to see. We've even seen Melody brought out on this map. Like, I think Ruffs was mentioned on occasion. We see him here on Sneaky Fields. So you'll note that Cordelius is taken away by Elevate. Shade has been pretty prolific on this map, and he'll be removed. Being banned, but not Bonnie. So that is an option for whoever's first picking here. Of course, Willow's taken away.
Willow's got to be removed for me. I just think it's a strong brawler, and having a thrower with mind control gives you so many goal scoring possibilities, and it's excellent for defense as well. Love the Ash call out. That's definitely somebody I'm looking out for, especially in North America. It's even been a ban in some of the other regions. First overall selection, Tara, somebody that's really risen through the ranks. Trav has been eating good this month in terms of Tara play rate.
Okay. She's been very good in the hands of SSG. And again, we've seen, honestly, a number of defensive uses of her super in that previous set. And it looked fine. Just when Elevate were trying to get aggressive, throw that down, zone with it, even make use of the healing shade that comes out of it. A lot of utility there. And this is the kind of map where, of course, that Psychic Enhancer might be a more important pickup than Help from Beyond, just to get a bit of early advanced information about where your opponents are going. I think that Hypercharge Nita Super is going to be very, very good on a number of different maps. Open Business, this one as well. So reasonable pick here. Something a little bit chunky, something Space Station have to sort of figure out how they're supposed to cut through.
Nita serves a few benefits here too. So directly into Tara, it's going to be a way to pierce through those spawners, contest with the range, and Bruce the Bear is a preventative way of making tanks' lives way harder. So I think this is a very safe one, and when I see that Tara makes a lot of sense to me why we see Nita come out on that 2-3 turn. Alongside it, I think it's going to be the brawler Sonny mentioned earlier. Gus is going to be their mid-range, their point guard, the shield to enable teammates. Now they've got a good solid overall build here, a way to deal with tanks, and in this meta, that's super important.
I like that look. It's going to be a little bit annoying for Space Station already to deal with the level of implied durability that Elevate's comp has. It's the Bruce, the shield. Probably looking for something that hits a little bit harder, maybe something that's more oppressive in a side lane, but in general, Elevate know that off cooldown, if there is a Psychic Enhancer in play, they're going to be revealed. The kid, man, both teams are saying, you know what, stuff it. We are going to try and play as dirty as possible. Kid here, very powerful, banned out extensively in SA yesterday. We know what they're capable of. We know Bobby likes to take this pick as well. Very, very good. at taking one of those brawlers out of the game before they have a chance to super, before there can be a bruise, before there can be a shield here for the Gus. Locking them down with the kit and having a powerful follow-up is going to be crucial.
I think a lot of people think of Kit as a supportive brawler, somebody that's good but there to help others. In this day and age, Kit's hypercharge has made him good enough to where he can be a standalone. I don't think they need necessarily some tank to run it down, especially in the eyes of Anita. I think it makes plenty of sense. Kit can be good enough just as he is to stun enemies, to get goal scoring opportunities, especially with that hypercharge. I mean, it's just nasty.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to be very careful. The fact that, you know, you can move and attack normally after stunning an enemy is pretty insane. And also, like, it's overlooked, but sometimes the hypercharge when you're attached to a teammate, like the yarn balls, are disgustingly high damage but short range until you have that hypercharge available. So here it is. The Frank and Bonnie kind of call both of them to be options here. It's going to be Gus double tank here for Elevate. Space Station have the kit for lockdown. Definitely a strong draft with that Tara. So some anti-tank already built into SSG's comp before they saw what Elevate were going for. They've got a really cohesive game plan. Despite the fact that Sands is looking concentrated, I'm sure they're feeling good now. Securing that world spot here, playing with house money.
Bobby diving in really early on, so Diego Gaming and Patchy tag team this, get the takedowns. Sands working the right-hand side. The Vex taking advantage of the hammer into health points to get this ball up the middle. They're going to place it against this 5-pronged wall over on the goal side. SSG still with plenty of room to dump this off.
Okay, ball will be cornered for now. Bobby has yet another super, but it's just eating damage. Oh dear. Somebody has comp. Patchy running into that back corner. Evex here healthy enough, and even with that gravity in play, Evex is still able to make the goal. Space Station a little too squishy, running out of space to work with.
Smart decision, and this Frank's kind of a sneaky pick, I think, due to the gadget. So if Tara's going for pull, Kit's going for stun, pop a gadget, you won't be affected by some of those extra effects like a stun. So Sands now with hypercharge, desperately needs it. Gadget for a Vex, he can walk free. The damage, though, too much. Now Bobby diving in. They stop the defense for now. Diego Gamer alone as a single-shot brawler doesn't stand a chance here. Way to survive the onslaught.
Can SSG do something with this map control now is what I wonder. Bobby gets chumped by one hit there from Evex, and Sands is going to throw that Psychic Enhancer down, so Evex has nowhere really safe to play from. Frank, not the option if you're trying to jump into the super. Bobby knows this, so trying to find a better opportunity. Some free damage on the Frank, getting him will be huge. Chino tries to step up here, back in cannon. It's on Diego now, who has a hypercharged super but gets locked down instantly. Still, that durability goes a long way, but Chino walked it in, goes even further.
Chino just had enough to slide that one in, and now with the hypercharge available too, SSG are right back in this. A Vex on this right-hand side, popping the purple button, has a hypercharge available, goes for Gadget, but once again, he's gonna be disrupted with it. Chino back in the cannon as well. Patchy has to dump this off. Bobby pouncing. Diego Gamer there to help. The shield keeps him alive. Patchy survives.
Yeah, not a darn thing Bobby could do about it either. Just didn't really have the backup. It was only Sands, and he wasn't in range to get the 3-card shots. Still, here's that enhancer now. Gives SSG a way back into the map, and the ball has been cornered. It definitely favors Bonnie when we get to overtime, so Space Station not incentivized to go forward, but they have no choice. Nice double gravity connection there, but FX having to deal with the Tara, and Chino is caught outside the play. Has to sit on top of the ball here, but it'll be scooped up, it'll be shot in, and Elevate will take this first round.
Lots of good decisions there for both sides. I think these gadget choices have been really smart. The Psychic Enhancer over the extra spawners, I think, is a +2. There's just so many options for piercing through those spawners. It's almost useless, so you might as well just go for revealing the entire enemy team, which is really important, especially with a Frank heaving his way down the map, 14,000 health points. You gotta keep track of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It just takes a long time to get through Frank, and you frankly just run out of ammunition trying to do so. Not bad from Bobby. Gets the 1-for-1. Patchy's out of the game, but here's Evex now with a super to open the goal up. And geez, it's easy as that, folks. Evex should be able to just tuck it in. No! Nice super there from Sands. Still, there is now no 5-block wall in front of SSG's goal, and that's a scary place to play from.
Definitely good that they broke the wall. Absolutely tragic that now we have a missed super, and on top of that, a missed goal-scoring opportunity. Elevate have a lot of work to do at this point, because now Bobby has that super charged up. They have in the middle, and Chino can dive in a moment's notice.
Still, SSG want to slow things down. Bobby's hypercharged super is going to be important. He's already looking to line this up. Sees Diego. Nice little double gravity. Patchy taken down. Evex now simply super onto the Frank would get him out of the game, but SSG confident. They've got themselves enough time to score a goal, and they'll save those hypersen supers for the next run around.
Rough transaction there. I mean, Elevate with a bad possession. They could have had a goal. Instead, they're the ones getting scored on. Countermeasures being played by SSG. Bruce the Bear goes down, trying to get a stun off. Can't. Bobby falls. 2v2 up the middle. Patchy goes down, and Diego Gamer left to stand on his own. Sands will heal up to full HP as Chino takes a few bullets, but with a Vex back in the mix, they have their tank available.
Bobby still has super though. Diego does not have his this time. Bobby just cuts him down with a couple swipes of the claws. It's, oh God, they've let that happen. No, Patchy off spawn just in time. Hypercharged super came down there from the Frank, but Patchy, of course, will be sucked into the vortex. Chino and Sands still looking healthy. Map opened up. This is where Chino can really start to shine, can really start to chain these shots, build these supers as he's just done. And FX is still outranged. Such a frustrating matchup for the Frank to play. And Chino, confident to win it out, still loses. FX able to come out on top and hang about. Elevate of a goal here, no doubt about it.
Vex winning that was actually insane. Down to about 400 HP, got the dodge off, and now they've got a shot in the net as well. 1-1 overall, and Bobby getting sneaky. Hypercharge going down, so Vex pops the gadget. So much damage being dealt, though. Sands scooping every one of the enemy side. Patchy left all alone. Dive in, purple button clicked, and SSG have tied this set.
Okay, keeping it interesting for us. I'm glad to see that gadget from Frank, the active noise cancelling, pretty important when those supers from Tara come down, but there's so much CC that you have to answer. If not the Tara, then the kit. Something's going to lock you down. And despite FX winning that unlikely 1 versus 1 against the Bonnie, the damage is already done early in the round. Space Station have a comp that navigates these open spaces really well, and Bobby has been the playmaker going in moments like this. Just an easy assassination on Diego, and surely we're not just going to score off the rip. Okay, Space Station now eyeing off a set win with 1 more goal.
Bobby just sent it right up the gut off the rip in the game. Was in prime position, got around the corner for an easy shot. Now Tara's got a super, a dive in from Chino. They're doubling down on that right-hand side, so Patchy marches up the mid. Stun goes through, tries to slide one through, and just off the mark. Patchy, though, has to move forward. Oh, such low HP. A perfect kick to this right-hand side. Diego Gamer sprinting for the ball. Bobby back. Patchy not available, and the stun goes through. Vex racing to the ball, but can't quite grab it. Stun connects, but Chino was indestructible because of the respawn.
How ridiculous. Such a silly passage of play there. FX eventually will succumb. Bobby's allowed to move into the middle of the map now. Of course, healthy enough, but has to watch out. Patchy just blows up on him. The ball's going to be kept cornered, and Sands might have to use a hypercharged super to slow this aggressive pace from Space Station down. Ball is cornered, though, and that's been a problem for Elevate to recover. Diego Gamer with the hypercharged super, but Elevate pretty conservative about trying to even up this game.
There's been no shortage of purple buttons for either side, and now all of them being clicked for SSG. A big pull, enough to eliminate Patchy. Now Bobby moving this ball forward. Chino down the left hand in, Sands in the middle. All 3 members of the red roster looking to get another one on the board.
3 supers, 3 hypercharged supers, in fact, used to get Space Station out of their own half of the map. Chino hits a big stun off the back. 3 stuns on these Brawlers conditions. He's very powerful. Another great Tara super here, but FX is going to be swinging for the fence. Bobby goes in, knows he has a super. Should he need it? And he does. Patchy will be connected with. Chino, though, has to dive on in and make sure the job is done. He'll have that hypercharge, though, available, which means potentially 2 stuns, 1 at either end. And 30 seconds is all Elevate have left, Kenny, to even this game up.
SSG have put on a clinic on defense, but they have to do it one last time. With 25 on the clock, it's getting interesting. If Vex finally falls, Chino alive, down to a 2v1. Patchy throws down Bruce the Bear. The stun goes through. Bobby looking for a stun of his own, though, and all the members fall. Bobby sitting comfortably in the middle of the map with Sands on the respawn. They have a hypercharged super available. Elevate, see the writing on the wall. It just might be SSG's month. They are 1 set away from the first disruption of our North American Grand Finals.
I hate to say it, but Bobby, I mean, you've got to admit it to yourself, bro. This guy plays like a fiend when he's under no pressure. That is ridiculous. The kit performance there, sublime. Very effectively taking these 1v2 scenarios and being able to win them out. I think that, again, having 3 Brawlers with stuns, very, very strong on Brawl Ball. Strong enough even to deal with that Frank comp.
Very well played, SSG here. They could be the first ones to break the curse. Kenny already said it. If they get this monthly final, grand final entry, it would be the first time they made it themselves, but also the first time for anyone other than Elevate and Tribe Gaming to be in the grand finals. It's Space Station Gaming's journey to the grand finals has been cut short a bunch of times already. They made it to semis a couple of times, but were cut short by either Tribe or Elevate previously. The last time those two teams actually faced was in April, where Elevate made it into finals in the end. So yeah, it's a super... It was actually March, sorry. March, where Elevate won 3-0 against Space Station Gaming. It's actually a super tight match between those two. Space Station Gaming wants to take revenge here, and so far so good for them. Elevate now needs a reverse sweep to make it into grand finals. This has never happened before, Kenny.
We are in uncharted territory. I am all here for it. This feels like it has potential to be an iconic Bobby day. The kit in that set was awesome. The goal scoring, the stunning. It just felt like SSG have had good drafts, don't get me wrong, but I feel like we got to give them so much credit for the mechanics. Bobby in set 1, gene pull after gene pull, everybody landing the mark there in set 2. It's still a very competitive one. It doesn't feel over yet. You never know. Elevate have been consistent all year long, but it might just be SSG's day.
That's crazy, man. I mean, you know, Bobby mentioned this as well. He said, like, it's crazy that these games, they kind of determine the rest of the year, or at least like the next 6 months of Brawl play. With that weight off their shoulders, Sonny, I've been blown away by Space Station. I thought their drafts have been good, but I think their gameplay for me has been a cut above what we normally have seen from them. If they can maintain this kind of level, they won't be a footnote when we get to a tournament like Worlds.
I think you're right here. It's really both gameplay and draft. Sense already has said that they will outdraft everyone today, and so far, yeah, that definitely worked out. They've been constantly banning out what Elevate likes to play on those maps, and we've been saying, looking at Elevate's performance in the quarterfinals, that Elevate doesn't really care if their best brawlers are banned out because they can just cover such a wide pool of brawlers. Now against Space Station Gaming, that doesn't seem to work out anymore, Kenny.
It's a really interesting setup we've got going. 2-0 to SSG, certainly not what I was expecting. I did think this was going to be more competitive than we've seen in months past, especially after what we saw out of SSG in the quarterfinals, how convincing it was. Right now, these guys are just on top. The gameplay, the drafting, everything all around great. I have to grow a beard. That's what I'm learning. Facial hair equals better Brawl Stars play. Maybe I'll win more ranked games if I just follow the Bobby model.
So I guess my dreams of ever becoming a really good gene player are over then. I trying to grow a beard and
you got it.
Yeah, I think it's just not possible really.
Just give it more time, honestly.
yeah, probably it's just a time.
Can I offer you a raft out at sea? Maybe a volleyball to keep you company?
Yeah, that would be actually a great time. At least I would have someone a bit more interesting to talk to for once.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I'm just kidding. Sorry. Let's look at the draft, guys. Berry, Crow, and Gray are banned out. The most played brawlers by Elevate are actually Crow, Stu, and Draco. So for once, Space Station Gaming isn't just banning out everything that Elevate likes to play, but they are picking it away. Draco is featured heavily in Elevate's draft, so yeah. Taking the Draco first pick here definitely makes a lot of sense on Dueling Beetles. Once again, we have Finks left open. He was the most picked brawler on any hot zone map yesterday in SA. We also seen him a couple of times today. Let's see if he's gonna be picked up here. But I'm also eyeing Lou and Lumi here that have been heavily featured in the past. Those ice rings are just so oppressive. You have so much area control, but this time around, it's gonna be Finks for Elevate Uber.
Okay, yeah, look, obviously just really potent. No matter what hot zone map it is, Dueling Beetles, I feel like gives throwers a little bit like closer access to the point itself, but still overwhelmingly powerful. Pam is starting to make her way back into this kind of map just a little bit more. Obviously, always potent, and on Dueling Beetles, she can put a healing station behind that indestructible wall, and you still get a little bit of healing on the point. But Hank is going to be the option instead. Fish torpedoes, good for sustain, a hypercharge that is quite powerful. I like the looks here from Elevate. Space Station, though, have only just begun to build, and we've seen a Draco find so much success today.
Hank into the face of the Draco is also an interesting call because typically Draco is an answer into the Hank at a professional level. So I feel like Elevate, to make this decision, have to be confident in whatever 6th pick they have to address Draco, or maybe they just really believe in the mechanics, whatever it is. Finks is just a solid overall brawler. I mean, we've talked about it a lot, but just the ability to cover up that entire hot zone with a super and slow down projectiles is really helpful. Lou getting scooped from SSG, so that's gonna be one way to deal with Hank. And on top of that, it's one removal from going into Draco, because while Draco Draco can become indestructible with his gadget, and he can survive a lot of interactions. Of course, if he's frozen, he's still going to be a sitting duck after that thing and time expires. So I think this Lu decision makes a lot of sense from SSG.
Okay, Blue for that control. Very much. Oh, okay, the Squeak making its way in. I did sort of wonder. I don't know if this is the map I would have expected to see it come out, but very, very good. And Space Station is so invested with these last 2 picks in zone control. Chino providing a slow, Sans, of course, providing that potentially instant stun with hypercharge, and a really annoying, really pokey team. Diego Gamer, of course, needs super to be able to dodge, the vast majority of these projectiles. I feel like the wild card, though, of the Draco still needs to be addressed. Bobby is going to be looking to wrap around a lot of the time here on Dueling Beetles or just run straight forward. And there is the Stu. Pretty good out in the open on the point, but also can operate on a sideline quite well, because if you'll notice, Sans and Chino have decent range, but outside of that, Evex can be pretty pokey.
Stu into the Lu and the Squeak in particular, I think, is a pretty solid matchup. It's going to be really difficult for Lu to line up shots. It's already hard enough to hit the shots, the staggering snow cones as it is. Squeak, of course, more of an area control brawler, so these assassin-esque kinds of brawlers up in his face. He doesn't necessarily love that, but he can output some serious damage. SSG on a dream run right now. 2-0 in the semifinals, went unscathed in the opening, and now they're just 1 away from being the first team outside of Elevated Tribe to make a grand finals.
All right, let's run it up. Space Station Gaming with the hand on the axe, trying to put Elevate out of this competition, but they definitely have other plans. Here's that super from Sans on the point, though, denying it from Patchy. Bobby's going to be able to move up and get a bit of extra percentage here, but Diego Gamer has been unleashed into the backline of Space Station, and I'm not sure if they're going to get out of there alive. Chino straight up loses that fight. Eventually, Diego falls. Should fall. I'm trying to predict the future here, or at least what I expected, but he's doing a little bit too much. He's doing the most in the back there. The Space Station, though, still kept a pretty healthy lead despite that random interloper appearing on their side of the map.
Sans doing a whole lot. He really provided some great value there, staying alive, even getting a takedown he probably shouldn't have. Those Lu ice rings have really kept SSG afloat. Now they're expanding their lead as well. Hypercharge available. Perfect way, Diego Gamer. You need either big bursts of damage or to halt the big fella. And now the shrimp on the right-hand side is going up. He's still fighting. The super being rotated, and it's so difficult to bring him down, especially if you're somebody like Bobby.
Chan's getting unreal value. You said it, man. He has not left the point for anything. FX is not doing remotely enough here to put the fear of God in the guy, and so he is sticking around. Diego Gamer and Patchy getting absolutely hammered by this hypercharged super. Diego, or rather Chino, has just created all space in the world for SSG to work with. And like an interior designer, they've done a great job with it. That is filthy. 121% in the decider set, bro. These guys been eating emotes overnight? What is going on?
I mean, these guys are on a different level this month. This is not something we've seen this year from these guys. They've been good, but to make a grand finals in North America is unprecedented. It's rare for any region to have this much consistency in their top two. And finally, somebody is contesting Elevate. They're going to be pushed. This is certainly the biggest challenge they've had all year long outside of maybe things like Brawl Cup, but they're used to being top dogs in their region. This is definitely a spot they're not used to seeing.
Better start for Elevate, at least. Still, once Bobby starts to get those reloads off, Diego Gamer is going to find himself stuck with too many of these bombs to count. Super comes in. Zones out. Chino now as well also wants to put pressure on Diego Gamer, and Bobby's able to deal with him. Chino, good gadget use, but FX is able to triumph. And that super from Finks on the right turns Sans off for quite some time. And already, those are slower moving projectiles from Sans, so we ain't hitting anything when that Finks super gets deployed.
Strong start for Elevate, but with this wall being open on the left-hand side, Diego Gamer kind of has to move to the right. Vex can work with the open space, but with a Lu ice ring, squeak shots raining down at them, there's really no room to walk. Patchy finally drops a super of his own to try and slow these down. Beautiful dodges going through Chino. Indestructible with the gadget. They still find a way to take him out. Elevate have to climb their way back into this mid.
Chino literally faster than the flames that his dragon is spitting. He is getting ahead of those. That should not be physically possible. Still, Elevate aren't able to do too much with that Finks super. Not as much as they would have liked anyway. Forced on back they are. Diego Gamer knows now, with his hypercharge developed, he has to be super aggressive. He needs to go 1v2 in this situation as Patchy steps in with yet another super. Sans laboriously deploys the super of his own, but now that it's down, it will have the zoning impact that Space Station are hoping for. So much so that Patchy still can't touch. He's in enemy territory to even play the game, and he does at least throw that super down, which will force Chino to play ahead of the point, and Sans and Bobby will be forced off of it. FX is doing the most to make use of that Finks super.
Elevate have to be perfect the rest of the way, not just in this set, but for the entire match. Slowly climbing their way back up at 79% for Space Station Gaming. Elevate had quite the gap to go against Chino, going for another gadget, gets value out of it. Vex skating across the map, but has to be careful. Doesn't want it to be on the ice. Sands gets a big time takedown, 90% and climbing. Vex doing everything he can in his power, but the clown pin even comes out. Confidence being showcased, and SSG are on a rocket ship to the postseason and also the grand finals.
Okay, bros. You already made worlds. You can stop now. They're already dead. 3-0. What a result. And what a vindicating one as well for this team who has struggled to take on teams like Elevate, teams like Tribe over the entire course of the year. Now, okay, let's just see how far they can go. Maybe all the pressure this team's been put under over the course of the year has resulted in a roster that can take on the world. Won't get ahead of ourselves here, but that is an unbelievable result against Elevate.
I would like to take back a couple of statements we've all made today. Every single time we've been saying, oh, we finally have a close game in our hands. When we said Elevate probably won't lose 0-3, right? I would like to take that back now. SSG, they look very different from the SSG we've seen all year. Absolutely dominant over even Elevate. Tribe Gaming and Elevate have ruled every grand final this year. Any other team making grand final is unprecedented. But that being said, SSG is that third team representing NA in the World Finals, and they've just proved to us again how much they deserve it, Kenny.
3-0 and 3-0 for SSG. STMM was a team they were so close to just a couple months ago. Elevate have had this region's number. Something about this team today. I feel like we all get to this point in the year where we feel like we know it all. We expect what's going to happen. And truly in esports, you just never know. This is why we say it all the time. Just go into any monthly finals with an open mind. It has been an absolutely insane month across all our regions. Substitutes are winning grand finals. SSG are undefeated. They have not lost a set today. Now they have one more opportunity against the top team in this region.
Up until last year, SSG, or earlier Stamina, has always been that team that would win when it really matters. Last year, that did not work out. This year, though, they're going towards finals, and they have broke the streak of Elevate. They're now standing in the grand finals against Tribe Gaming, our next match. Get your friends in chat for this one. I'm sure it's going to be a close one. I'm probably gonna eat those words later again as well.
Why'd you jinx it?
Let's see if it's gonna be the how many 3-0 today. Yeah, we have many of those today. Let's see if it's gonna be a grand final 3-0 as well.
5 regions from across the globe send their hungriest teams to face one final challenge. One last chance to earn their spot at the World Finals.
Yoshi goes down the spin on Chaos. He's spinning himself. He knows they've lost.
16 teams enter, only 4 will advance. Dreams will be shattered, heroes will be made. This is the last chance qualifier. 10th to the 12th of October, Sao Paulo, live from the Brazil Game Show. Get your tickets now and watch your champions in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com to earn Pro Pass rewards.
LCQ is going to happen 10th to 12th of October in Sao Paulo. Mark it in your calendars. And we'll come back to the August monthly finals. I'm saying this for the very last time today and this year overall, as this is the very last day of the monthly finals. After that, it's postseason time, LCQ and World Finals. We have locked in all of our slots now also for NA. One of those teams that have claimed the last spot in a four-way battle is SSG, and they just made Elevate look like they don't know what they're doing. A 3-0 loss handed to Elevate today. Elevate, a team that has made it to every single grand final up to this point. It's unprecedented that any other team even makes it to this point. But Reddy, welcome back as well. SSG is in the finals. Crazy day.
This is remarkable. They're the only team that has managed to make it to the finals with the exception of Tribe and Elevate. Sans, your MVP, and definitely the MVP on the cans as well. He shows, I think, the most jubilation when it comes to the reaction. You can see how much it meant to them just to win that quarterfinal. Now they're steamrolling through the semifinals. Now they have a chance at the finals themselves. But versus Tribe Gaming, this is a matchup that they've played a couple of times. It has not gone so well in the past.
Sans deserved MVP in the previous match. He was also the one that said, today we're gonna outdraft them. And they did against Elevate. Let's see how well they will do against Tribe Gaming. Still the unbeaten team so far. The only team to have ever beaten Tribe Gaming in NA this year was Elevate, and they only managed to do so once, Kenny.
Tribe Gaming are the full-on Kings of the North right now. If SSG were able to pull this off, it would be quite the Cinderella ending to our North American year. It's been a pleasure to watch. I mean, Tribe Gaming all year long have been phenomenal in this region. It's been a long time coming. RBM, Luffy, and Zeus now paired with each other for a couple years. Once again, looking out for a World Finals from them. I know they're going to want revenge on the international stage after Brawl Cup.
Behind the scenes, many of those teams are also friends. Once again, we were able to sit down with a couple of those players, a couple of those teams. And of course, we want to know what Tribe had to say coming into this month. Let's see if they expected Space Station Gaming to stand in the grand final with them today.
Tribe Gaming, you guys have dominated the whole...
Space Station, espero que hayan llegado con un buen nivel para haber llegado a la final y espero que lo demuestren en este último partido.
So Killer is hoping for SSG to have reached a nice level up to this point, and he's hoping that they show it here again. If SSG manages to show it here, it could be a toughie, even for a team like Tribe Gaming already.
Goodness, SSG, they've been on a tear today. And we talked about what they said before they even showed up today. We're going to come and we're going to outdraft everyone. And so far, they've managed to do that. Man, they've looked so good on the mechanics as well. Seeing some repeat brawlers in here, so it's also going to be a test of how well Tribe Gaming can adapt in the moment to a very different SSG that we're seeing today.
Sans said to Elevate that they're going to outdraft them today and they will make it to the World Finals. Both of that became true, so let's hear what he has to say to Tribe Gaming.
Tribe Gaming, you guys have dominated the whole year, but this final month, we got to take it home and go straight to Worlds.
Let's see if the manifest technique works here as well. Against Elevate, it definitely did. Now against Tribe, Sans is also saying that they will take it. So let's see if Space Station Gaming will not only write history by going into the grand finals of LA, but also winning it, Kenny.
Should be a fun one to watch. It's hard to doubt the guy. Reddy is putting his full faith in his statement as well. I have mad respect for it. They've been an unbelievable team today. The mechanics have just stood apart from all the past month with these guys.
Reddy, you can take it away here. I want to hear your reasoning behind those prets.
Well, I think I said it at the beginning of the day where I was predicting with my heart, not my mind. It's been my philosophy this year, and I'm predicting for the best story. It just, you know, it's something in the air today. A bit of magic maybe be paying a visit to North America. We'll see if I'm correct, but I'm just going for what I think is the best story.
Don't blame me, brother. It's been a special month to say the least. I think the unexpected has just been in how dominant some of these showings have been. I feel like we came into this month really anticipating that all of these teams battling for LCQ would be 3-2s across the board. You know, everybody's going to bring their best stuff. It's just the best stuff for some of these teams like Space Station Gaming have been enough to propel them to a world final spot. The fact that they came in today not knowing if they would make the playoffs and are now making the world finals, just crazy to think about.
And now we're heading into the draft, the first one of this grand final. SSG has already rewritten the script by making it into the grand finals. Let's see if they can also win against Tribe Gaming. Also unprecedented so far, only down once by Elevate this whole entire year. We're in triple dribble. We talked about this map a lot already today. We talked about how strong Cordelius and Willow are specifically. Both of them banned out here by Tribe Gaming as they have lost pick. Lumi banned out as well. One of the brawlers that SSG really likes to play. They've banned her out themselves though. Barry and Hank as well. I wonder what they will pick up first here. I know Tribe likes to play Larry and Lori here. We've seen this brawler before, and Draco also quite high up there. Kit is going to come out again. A brawler we've seen very often today from the side of SSG, Kenny.
No surprise to see Kit coming out this early. I think you make a good call out with Larry and Lori as well, especially when we look at the band stage. We see Barry on that top right-hand side, Willow on the top left. Larry and Lori have really been on the rise on this map in particular because it makes you more assassins-proof. We are looking on the other side. Kit is, I mean, honestly considered an assassin, I would say, just especially with the amount of dive potential that he has at you with that hypercharge. We saw Bobby pop off with this brawler earlier today in Brawl. I have no doubt he'll do it again. They're going to have to find a way to combat this for Tribe Gaming.
Lou now making an appearance on the side of Tribe should be good into any sort of overwhelming aggro. It's going to be a major deterrent against any sort of strategies that combine Kit with another brawler, because there are a few different ways you can play him. Yeah, you can play him as an assassin, but he becomes a thrower when he attaches to a friendly brawler, and I'm looking at plenty of possibilities on the field at the moment. The 4-5 from Space Station Gaming could spell something deadly. So Tribe Gaming are leading with a bit of anti-tank of their own. The strongest options, of course, sort of being spelled already. Here's the Larry and Laurie that we just referenced as being a favorite of Tribe Gaming, and should also be good in the absence of an enemy thrower. Really helps also that like Willow is out of the mix already. It was a good deterrent for the first selection of Space Station Gaming, and just in general, I think Space Station are going to have a bit of a rougher time when it comes to this thrower 1v1. Maybe they'll decide to fall back to the good old bread and butter that they've run today, which is Sands on the Barley.
Barley was one that comes to mind just to try and match with a thrower. I think the only other option at thrower would really be a Dynamite, which would be a bit of a bold call just in the meta we have overall. Charlie there, Spiderlings can go down. I think the extra helpers with the spawners will be really useful in terms of Lou, somebody who has those tiny projectiles that do a little bit of damage. You got to connect all three of them to be really effective though.
Helps that Larry does have splash damage, so should be able to take down some of the spiders from Charlie. Charlie's going to serve a similar role to Lou, in that she's able to provide some pretty good CC versus enemies. One thing she's able to do better than Lou is peek around walls, so definitely something to watch out for. That Lou Hypercharge is going to be one of the bigger focuses of this composition. Here's Barley from Space Station Gaming. You can see a theme that has developed throughout the day for SSG has been them leaning into comfort brawlers, not necessarily what is like the most, you could say, OP stuff right now. Kit's really good right now, but they're picking it more than just about anyone else. And they've picked it numerous times today. Same goes for this Barley.
Solid composition on the right-hand end, so Tribe Gaming will be deliberating what they want for their 6th pick. Final brawler on the map to try and deal with this combination. It's going to be a Lily. I think it's one that I really, one of the ones I would say I was expecting. I think there's a few brawlers in the mix. Honestly, Lily has gotten to a point where it's been banned. We saw this earlier today in Tribe Gaming when they took on Triple Dribble as well as a ban stage kind of brawler. Up in the face of Kit and Barley, assuming Kit's not stunning, it can work pretty well. Charlie's a little tricky to deal with, but I just feel like there's so much potential with a Lily pick. Really can be an explosive brawler and lead to some goals.
Potential for sure, but where is the execution? That's what we rely on Space Station Gaming to provide. The last time we saw Sands or Bobby from Space Station Gaming make a postseason, it was in 2023, and they came second at the World Finals. They're going to a postseason once more. They are worthy, but can they claim this North American title?
Would be quite the way to end the year on a bang. Now Luffy, straight at Bobby. Bobby with a trade, and it's a single member of SSG to defend on the top right-hand side. As Sans returns to the action, we're going to see a lot of interactions where these throwers go against each other. Lou's going to try and operate on these more open left-hand sides here. Zeus going to attach himself to these boxes and try and mess with Chino and keep him on that top right-hand end.
Good deterrent from Sans on the left side. He's also got a super ready. Bobby's ready to jump in at a moment's notice. He knows that Luffy's going to pop into the Shadow Realm if he does so. So he's being very mindful of that. RBM's gradually having to fall back, and Bobby's getting aggressive. Might opt to clear out the goal by going ahead and popping his super, looking for the combo with Sans, who now has to back up so he doesn't get that super to Luffy. RBM's gotten his super, and here comes the combo. Double thrower action on the right side. Bobby detaches. It gives him the kill. Now, Hypercharge out from Chino, but they got to keep their distance from Zeus. That is wholly Sans' responsibility as long as Bobby doesn't have a super, which he doesn't. Big opening on the left side. Bobby's got a correct course over to the left, dodging the shots. Can't intercept, and Tribe Gaming gets goal number 1.
Great turnaround for Tribe Gaming. They were able to sustain that interaction and get it down to the other end of the net. Now Kit with a super available Luffy. I feel like they're just going at each other back and forth. Now Shadow Realm. Bobby wastes a super, goes for Gadget. Cardboard box right in the face of RBM, who drops the ice ring for defense. Not enough though. Bobby willing to go skating, especially if it means a trade.
Could be a takedown on Zeus. Chino needs one more, but here comes Laurie to provide just the amount of peel that Zeus needed. He'll be able to escape with his life. Sans is ready to provide the necessary pressure versus Larry and Laurie again. Tribe Gaming, they've hunkered down. They're in a great defensive position. Here comes Bobby, though, taking down the #1 enemy. That's RBM eliminated. Bobby cycled out a super. Zeus, vulnerable, taken down, and Space Station equalized the score.
They drag a few seconds off that clock. 15 approaching, overtime likely imminent, but Bobby trying to gain positioning here early. With the walls up, both of these sides want to try and dictate who has positioning in these in-games. Chino going to be on the back lines, now falling. RBM, super available. Ice Rink goes down. Sans cannot move a muscle, but it's low HP on that top left-hand side. They're trying to extend for that ball. Now diving in. Luffy takes out one. Bobby diving forward. Gets a connection there for the 2v2. He's cornered. Chino just has to run it down against Luffy, and they hold on for dear life.
Sans also has his Hypercharge, just needs a couple more shots to get that super on RBM, on a Zeus. Either one is viable. And once the super is out from Sans, this is a death sentence for Tribe Gaming. Sans just gradually working on hitting these shots, and Bobby trying to provide the room. There's the super. It's wide open. Luffy tries to clear the ball. Unsuccessful. Bobby's got the stun, and he's also got the super. No interception from Larry, and Space Station get game 1.
What a fight. This one's shaping up to be a great set as well. I feel like SSG have been dueling with some of the top teams in this region all day long, have yet to lose a set, bringing their best stuff here in our month number 6.
Game number 2 underway. Different layout from Tribe Gaming this time. They're going to put RBM at mid and send Luffy over to the left side versus Kit. Much more optimal for Luffy because at least he'll get some supercharge for his troubles. Finding himself pinched between Sans as Bobby. Far from ideal. Bit of a whiff there from RBM that could have saved the life of Luffy, but at least it's a trade. Meanwhile, on the top side, Zeus is going crazy. He's got one. He's looking for 2 on a Chino. They won't get anything just yet. Nonetheless, Tribe Gaming are in a super aggressive position, and Space Station Gaming are against the ropes. Thankfully, Sans has a super in, but Luffy's going to try and force his way through. Chino can't defend all of this himself, and that's goal 1 for Tribe.
The extra spawner coming in real useful there for Tribe Gaming. Just overwhelming SSG to the point where they couldn't keep up with the damage. Now a dish to the left-hand side. Bobby invisible. They don't realize where he is. They have an inkling about it, though. You saw RBM taking shots. Stun goes through. Bobby with the hypercharge. Low HP will fall back for now. Dribbling down the left-hand end. Herbal tonic to preserve his life. Luffy, a full HP brawler. Dive in. Goes for the big time play. Sans there for the follow-up shots. Last call on the ground as well. Tribe Gaming falling back. Sans with the kick forward. Looking for his teammate Chino here, who has the super available. The Coon punches him in, and now they've got one of their own. 1-1 overall in the set.
Luffy has his hypercharge, though. That's deadly. Does he know that Bobby's over here? Well, he couldn't tell from his hypercharger supercharging. Bobby gets a jump on him, but Luffy delivers an assassination to the enemy side, though avenged by Bobby. It's a 2v2, but Zeus keeps backing him up. They don't have their thrower. They can't really respond. Thankfully, Sans respawns, and he has a hypercharge and super in his back pocket. Gonna have to use it now, but it's only really gonna hit this clone from Zeus. Nonetheless, it does force Tribe Gaming back just a little bit more. Space Station Gaming have tons of utility at their disposal here. That was a whiff super from Luffy. Tribe Gaming, despite their best efforts, are getting pushed back.
Really feels like a game of pixels right now. Tribe Gaming with the territory, though. Barley in trouble, and he knows it. Getting the last call down while he still can. Luffy gonna be in his face. A kick forward. Bobby scoops up the ball, goes to the right-hand end. The Cocoon to stun him out, but now he's frozen solid. Zeus sprinting to the top right-hand side while RBM holds his own. Sands covering the map in Herbal Tonic and shots on the ground, but it's not quite enough. Tribe Gaming will tie things.
That defense attempt from Sands was just about as perfectly as he could have played it, even down to where he was standing at the goal. Just probably the right placement when it came to trying to block something. It was just unfortunate that it was too close for him to be able to block that one on the goal line. But Space Station Gaming, they've looked fantastic so far, especially compared to how they've done in previous months versus Tribe Gaming. Previously, the most they were able to get versus Tribe Gaming in a match was a single game. Now they've equaled that.
Bobby with a nice takedown. All it does is a trade. Now Chino, left all alone, has to get rid of this ball, dumps it just in time, but Luffy is going to stand in the mouth of the goal and just try and march it in. Bobby, of course, can't deal enough damage in time. If he jumped, he would leave a wide open net. That was checkmate.
All it takes is a defeat in game number 1 for Tribe Gaming to come alive once more, but here comes Bobby to start dispelling that notion. Gonna have to take down that Larry clone as well. Luffy escaped via the Shadow Realm, but Bobby's still providing that necessary pressure. Just doesn't want to feed any more value than he already has. He's given a hypercharge and a super to Luffy off of that last play. A super from Chino could really mean everything in terms of getting a goal scored for Space Station Gaming. They have one form of stunning, they just need another. Here comes Luffy on the right side, trying to take down Chino, but gets stunned. This is an opportunity.
What a crazy interaction. Got the shot off what was still stunned. Zeus, and basically a 3v3 with assistance from the super there. Luffy now back in action. Chino has to fall back just a little bit. Luffy marching up the middle of the map. Zeus gunning down the right hand and reverberating shots galore. Sands will cover the right-hand side and buys them a beat to breathe.
Bobby's ready with a stun, but his teammates aren't ready to support him over here. A look for the takedown on the Larry clone. Now just needs Chino to come in for support. That's going to be a takedown on Luffy, but Bobby falls in turn. Oh, never mind. Luffy escapes, and he gets into the Shadow Realm. But here comes the Cocoon from Chino. A surefire kill on the Brawler on the right side. Zeus going to fall, but Luffy needs to clear this ball. And get that TP over to Chino, and it looks successful. Only survives within an inch of his life. The defense is here for Tribe Gaming. It is well alive. And they've only got to defend for 30 more seconds.
Luffy, spectacular at surviving. Now he has a hypercharge. The big shot as well. Chino will hold him in his tracks, though. Cocoon stops him for now. Has to go for the Shadow Realm to preserve his life once again. RBM can't get a shot off due to Bobby diving in the enemy side. Now Sands has to be a hero, and all of the shots will trickle down. Tribe Gaming know they have a lead. They're just trying to keep this ball cornered on the top left-hand side and fight against the clock. They can't allow SSG to have any semblance of offense. Bobby tries to move down the map as quickly as he can, but this ball still positioned up top. It was a battle, but Tribe Gaming still gets set one.
Well done for Tribe. They course correct after game number 1. Game 1 is a tone setter right there. We saw SSG on a great level. Yeah, you can see they're feeling a little bit more comfortable, but definitely put in a position of discomfort by the fact that they just conceded a game to Space Station Gaming to start off the match.
Now, I don't want to jinx anything here, so I'm not going to say it, but it was very close.
Okay, don't say it.
It was very close. Maybe we don't see a 3-0 in the finals. Finally, I did say it after all. Well, looking at the stats here, Zeus MVP here, close though. 13 kills on him, 12 on both Bobby and Luffy. They're very well performed here. All 6 players though standing on that field. The first game already very close. Space Station Gaming takes it. We saw how good Chino on that Charlie is to just defend any potential goal opportunities that Tribe Gaming did have. We see it here, just super good with that Brawler. Then the second and third game close again, but Tribe found their stride again. Now the question is, Space Station Gaming, they just come out of their match against Elevate. Were they just a little better warmed up still from that match? Tribe Gaming first had to get back into the game now, and are they just gonna walk through from here on, or will Space Station Gaming keep making it this close? Ready?
I think they should still be reliably able to keep it this close. I think one of the bigger things plaguing Space Station in previous months was just the amount of pressure that was placed on them. I think now with that lifted, they've already locked in that third world spot. Really all they're playing for here now is glory, and they're also like basking in said glory from winning their previous couple of matches. I think they're like nice and loosened up for this one. I don't think any pressure or any mind games are going to get to them at this point. I think we saw Sans like using a goat pin, spinning around when they literally lost the set. I don't think it gets any clearer than that.
We're heading over to our second map here of the Grand Finals, the last Grand Finals of a monthly final this year. So we're enjoying it. I hope you are too, watching this right now. Reddy loves the meeple ban, I'm sure about that. Yes. Kit is gonna be the first pick here from the side of Tribe Gaming. They love to pair it with an Ollie specifically. Let's see if we're gonna see that brawler come out from them later. It's still left open after all. And yes, we did see Tribe Gaming pick a meeple on this map earlier, so this ban makes a lot of sense from the side of Space Station Gaming. Also banned out Brock and Jean. And now pick up the Ollie themselves. They are really aiming towards the brawlers their opponents like to play. Today they have either banned out or picked up all of the main brawlers from their opponents. Bonnie is gonna follow quickly. SSG themselves like to play Bonnie and Gus on a map like this one. So let's see if Tribe Gaming returns the favor, picks away the Gus here, or leaves it open for SSG later on, Kenny.
Yeah, I'm sure Tribe Gaming love playing a lot of these brawlers, but I think a lot of them are just top choices as well. I think a really intelligent one to go ahead and ban out the meeple. It's just a weird one and just so out there that I think after seeing Tribe be successful with it, why not just get rid of it? Daryl going to be a response here from Tribe Gaming on the 4-5 turn, so now they have the Kit Daryl combo. That is nasty.
It's pretty devastating. I think that Space Station Gaming had to be gearing up for this, though. Really, what Tribe Gaming is running is a composition that thrives on keeping defense and then launching into action in the later stages. So what they need now is just something that can keep that distance until the time when Daryl and Kit are ready to spring into action as a result of their supers that auto-charge. Here comes a squeak from them. Should be pretty good for keeping the control. Can play aggro when necessary and generally has some pretty good damage in general. But here comes the last selection from Space Station Gaming. You saw that they snapped up this Ollie, knowing full well that this is a combo that Tribe Gaming would love to have. They are going to lack damage when it comes to this Daryl and Kit, but there are ample options to separate the two if they really need to. Cordelius is off the table. Finks always comes to mind. Would be struggle to go for. Here comes Rico. So the benefit of Rico here on Bell's Rock should be pretty self-explanatory. Just wonderful to run up the mid. Only hazard is if it's countered by, say, a thrower, then it's awful. Now, it has no counters, so in theory, Space Station Gaming should have something pretty solid here.
If Rico's going to get played, it makes sense to be a 6th pick. It's just a brawler you have to be comfortable with in terms of matchups. There's some brawlers in the game, like Kit, that are just so good you can kind of take it and be pretty safe in general. Rico is not that brawler. In terms of the tier list and the meta, he's not quite up there. He could certainly be effective on this map, though, especially with all the walls up into the face of somebody like Squeak. He can keep the distance. Don't mind the pick. I think this is going to be a pretty tough one for the red side, though. This is a good composition, especially if they can get this Kit Daryl combo going, especially with how reliably easy it is to get those super. Can be really difficult to match up against.
That's one taken down already. Sans is the first to fall. Tribe Gaming have done an excellent job of isolating the individual lanes. See, they're playing a very synergistic comp, and Space Station Gaming, their way of playing is that they split into these 3 lanes. They don't really have that synergy on the composition that they have selected. But what they can still play for here is a bit of supercharge and some hypercharge for Bonnie, since that's a real game changer. As far as escape options, Luffy doesn't have one, so that's who they would rather jump on as Bonnie. But Zeus, RBM can both get out of there if there's a hypercharge Bonnie headed their way. RBM is going to get a little bit impatient, so is Zeus, because they're like, okay, we wanted to save this for the next round. Let's go ahead and use it now so we can get our hypercharges. And they are going to be rewarded for their efforts. We see a cycled super and also a round win combined with hypercharge.
Supers available for both sides. Sans without one, which would have been helpful, but Luffy does have one of his own. His RBM just sits patiently, knows that Zeus is in position on the right-hand side to hop on his back if necessary, or to dive in an enemy brawler. There's so many surprise attacks with this Tribe Gaming composition.
And Space Station Gaming are having a challenging time actually pressuring them back. Tribe Gaming are staying as sort of this blob and there's not ample damage from Space Station to dispel it. Ideally, Sans would have a hypercharge super at some point. He's just going to go for the super. Couldn't cycle the super, but at least he's closer to a hypercharge. Should be about 3/4 of the way by now, so as long as he can survive, then he's looking good. Here comes a jump in from Chino. It's perfect! Exactly onto the target that we knew he was going to jump on, which was a Squeak. Zeus misses a jump on an RBM. He's taken down, and Sans has the hyper.
Fantastic timing coming out of Chino. So the one issue with this composition is if Squeak's not traveling with his teammates, he's not the best brawler when brawlers get up close to him. So Bonnie obviously going to have an advantage if he dives in. If RBM and Zeus leave him unattended, that's when SSG have to strike.
Huge pinch on Aluthi with Chino repositioning, but Sans is left out to dry. Here comes RBM, and he's combined with the kit. Double hypercharge time. Bobby goes for the hypnosis. It's good. That's a 2v1. Zeus gets the stun. Chino looks for the finishing move and gets it. Space Station Gaming start of set number 2 with the win.
Really impressive adjustments there coming out of SSG. On paper, this looks like a really strong composition on the left-hand side. So Tribe Gaming open up with a nice kill, and then they just have an easy round available. But the timing's coming out of Chino, though, when they make a move and go for it. I really like that decision-making just in general out of SSG. Sans finally got a little more value in terms of his shots. We had some moments there where his super or regular shots just weren't really making the mark. Bobby, of course, with the hypnosis can be a major factor either way. Zeus getting invisible here, a little cheeky up and left, and now he's going to hop on RBM's back. So many weak brawlers on the top left-hand side. I think that's partially why Sans goes for this gadget choice.
It was the exact same thing that happened in round 1 of game 1 too. Chino just got over-aggressive, got pressed by an invisible kit. Now he's at risk of dying. Here's the roll in. Oh, but Sans has got some deadly trick shots. What? And they almost all hang on. The only casualty, of course, being Sans, who cycled his super off of that whole endeavor.
No way around it. SSG are just playing some great Brawl Stars today. I feel like a lot of the times we can identify success based on drafting. These guys have just come to play. Hypercharge going down. This time it won't make the mark. But Tribe Gaming lose a Brawler regardlessly. It's going to be a tough position here. Now they're without Kit. Luffy with low HP. Another super going down. Chino goes in to bury them as well. SSG tie up in sets.
And look at their cool and collected demeanor. They only lost 1 round this time, and they low-key repeated the same thing. They sent Bonnie solo up the left lane where Kit was able to get a super for free, but the Rico was exactly what they needed. It was left wide open by Tribe Gaming. This is a known top selection on the map, and what did Space Station do? They just didn't get flustered. They weren't too intimidated by the Kit, Daryl. They picked something that worked amazingly.
SSG are super ready today for all eventualities. Whatever Tribe or also Elevate previously picked, Space Station Gaming had an answer. They tie up the set, and then what a way. It's a 2-0 from them. Not a single game here taken from Tribe Gaming. Gino with the most kills. Bonnie, one of the strongest brawlers in the current meta. We've seen her on nearly every single mode. Not as often in the North America region as, for example, in SA yesterday, but still a very, very solid pick overall. Solid draft, solid gameplay. Space Station Gaming is wide awake and ready to potentially upset this region even further, Kenny.
Pretty wild to think about. Thoroughly impressed with that set in particular because Kit and Daryl's success rate is really high. I think the Squeak pick was clearly the thing maybe lacking from Tribe Gaming's composition, especially with how early it is. They had time to adjust. The Rico pick worked out way better than I thought it was going to. I really thought Tribe Gaming had a pretty strong chance walking into that one, but SSG have just continued to be good.
Tribe did just play this exact map against Electros. They also had a Squeak last pick, and Squeak was actually the one to make a big difference. He was the MVP, the most kills on his side of things, but he didn't have to play against the Bonnie and Ollie in that one, so maybe there's a thing behind that. Now we're heading over to Crystal Arcade. We just saw how strong Lily is on this map already. I also would assume we see some more Kit here. Draco once again, Janet in mid. Many potential brawlers on this map with some mid-range, not too many long-range brawlers usually.
Okay, well, let's talk about bans so far because usually they can give us a pretty good idea of what the story is going to be. See good stuff to deal with a potential Tara so far from Space Station Gaming and Tribe Gaming. Also, both teams banning out that Sandy, which has proven itself to actually be a top selection on the day. Tribe pretty intelligent to ban this one out as well, since it's one that Space Station Gaming, especially Sans, is skilled at playing, and the aforementioned Lily also seeing an appearance in the bans.
Cordelius first overall, leaving SSG for lots of decisions here. Kit coming in once again. When in doubt, just go with what's been working for you. Looking out for a brawler like Bonnie too. I do think they need some damage, and it's been a great hybrid, a really successful brawler, it feels like, in their hands today. I think there's several mid-carrier choices, and they're going to save it for later, it looks like. I feel like Tara going this late is a little rare, but I feel like that's just part of the decision-making in Gym Grab. It really does feel like a lot of these first overall picks roll around Lily, Cordelius, and Tara. And of course, with Lily banned on the top right-hand side, left-hand side goes Cordelius, so it's going to be a Kit and Tara combo, two very good brawlers in the current game.
It's so fascinating to see Space Station Gaming show up and draft like this month, because historically they've brought out some real like head-scratching picks that are supposed to cook and then they overcook. It's been the most common complaint about their playstyle this year. And for like the 5 trillionth time today, we're seeing Bobby on the Kit and Sans on the Tara. They're falling back into what they're comfortable with, really reminiscent of what we used to see when draft was first entering the game. But you know, don't be fooled. This is them being well aware of exactly what they're going for. We see also Tribe Gaming playing reactively into what Space Station Gaming has gone for so far with this Janet selection. Should be a pretty solid selection into that Tara, especially. You have a couple means of escaping. You should have some good vision inside of those bushes with your gadget. Escape mechanisms are very, very important for a gym carrier in general, but also when Space Station Gaming has gone with 2 brawlers that can stun you.
Janet, a natural response into the Tara. That's something you're going to see a lot at a pro level. It's something I've seen a ton in practices throughout the globe. And if you're going to deal with the Tara, I think Ashe is one of the better ways to go about it. It almost forces Tara to use the Psychic Enhancer because you now have 2 brawlers that can pierce through it. The only issue is Tara's not going to be able to use it as effectively. I mean, a map like Double Swoosh, it's awesome, but this one in particular has way less grass than that. Cordelius has potential to have a tough matchup here against any of these brawlers. I don't think it's necessarily easy. He's not necessarily playing any tanky brawler. He's going to have a super feeder on the other side. Really curious how this one plays out.
It's going to be a fun one to watch. The biggest issue here for Space Station Gaming is going to be keeping this Ashe, undoubtedly played by RBM, out of those bushes. Either that, or they just stay away from whatever bush he's in, but they need to have control. They're going to double stack the left side. Bobby tries to sneak in all suspicious and stuff, but will be scouted out by Luffy, who whiffs a super to the right side. He was over-predicting the position of Chino. Now, Luffy and RBM both double stack the left side. They get probably like a lot of supercharge to Tara just then, so that's certainly a risk. They're also lacking in the control department right now, as Sans has 3 gems.
Interesting layout we had going on the start of the game. A lot of left side engagements, and now we've got the much more traditional 3 brawlers being spread across the map as FSG. Now clustering together a little bit. Invisible cardboard box. Bobby gonna get up close, swipes away at the enemy, and still has that super available.
He's evaluating whether he's willing to trade, and yes, he is, in exchange for Chino getting his super. So it's a positive elixir trade for Space Station Gaming, if you will. Chino's still hanging on to this stun. He can use it for a takedown on RBM to cycle his super and get some hypercharge. And RBM saying, yeah, come at me, man. Go for it. And Chino says, okay, cool. RBM says, nah, I'm actually going to snag myself on the wall. But it's okay for Chino. He's battered and bruised, but he still exits this one alive. Excellent reactions from Luffy on the left side to avoid that jump in from Bobby. We'll see Tribe Gaming maintaining control. They had that kill on the left side onto Bobby. Nice, cool, collected, and in control.
All 3 members still standing tall, but Bobby does have that hypercharge. It's something to keep out for. We saw it a moment ago, but the reaction time is important. Either a jump away from Luffy or a hypercharge super, any combo of that to kind of take them away from a dive at Bobby will really give them value. Zeus, the same can be said for him. That's why these guys have the gyms. They have escape mechanisms between their supers.
Well, Chino decides, you know what, I'm going to get this kill on the right side, and in they come, descending upon Zeus and Luffy on the left side. As long as they can break open that right side, they're in a pretty good position, but they still have to be mindful of RBM's hypercharge and super. Bobby's just going to go for it, stun through the wall, couldn't quite clip it on Luffy. Whoa! Predicts the jump from Luffy! What are you doing, man? Space Station Gaming running away with 12 gems.
And now Zeus in the skies has to find a takedown onto either of these brawlers. Bobby low HP. Zeus has to approach and get even closer. A dive in from Sans for defense. Luffy now encroaching. Gets the kill. It's a trade. Bobby diving in. Won't survive. RBM with 2 gems and low HP has to back down.
Space Station Gaming, they're lacking on utility. No super for Sans or Bobby or Chino. Luffy has a super of his own. RBM's going to go ahead and pop this hypercharge. Sans doing his best to press him out, unable to do so. Just a few seconds to go. Chino using Bobby as a buffer zone. Sans picking up as many gems as he can hold. And Zeus is running away with 6, but it's still not enough to tie.
He's wasting time in the air too. He can't attack from this distance. Luffy dragging one to the Shadow Realm. 9 seconds left, and Sans has to hold on for dear life. There is a gym that can spawn in the middle, and somehow they have to find it. RBM sprinting over there. Bobby low HP, but not enough to get a reset and the gyms at the same time. Somehow, amidst the carnage, SSG survive.
What a calculated move to retrieve that moment. When you're not holding all of the gyms, it is so difficult to keep count of all of them. And they were aware that with the timer, they actually had about 3 seconds of wiggle room to pick up a gem before the countdown ended. Just excellent calls from Tribe Gaming, but Space Station held on so intelligently, and I gotta call out the blunder from Luffy. He jumped directly into the enemy side. He was trying to escape, but ended up donating the gems to Space Station.
Yeah, definitely the biggest takeaway, I think, from that one. They certainly had potential to win that. They still were fighting till the very end, but Luffy, I think with an accidental jump, he may have meant to click the gadget, but certainly going the wrong way. Have to make it up to his teammate here in game number 2. Dragging one to the Shadow Realm, so Sans falls. Left hand in, smooth sailing for Tribe as well. Nice timing there as well. Zeus escapes, and that's why you're seeing that gadget become much more popular. The vision is nice on maps like this, but if you can escape an assassin, even better.
Well done for Bobby, though. He cycled a super to get a kill on the right side. And in exchange, Chino's able to take the free lane on the left. But Tribe Gaming are not very interested. They don't really want to send RBM over here, but they'll send Zeus with a hypercharge to try and eliminate him, clear out this key position. Bobby, in the meantime, tries to sneak forward, not going to be successful. Another Shadow Realm, and at this point, Tribe Gaming are spawn camping them. Bobby, upon respawning, has no choice but to pick up 3 gems, and he's got a decision to make. Am I going to go for it nonetheless? He's kind of running out of options, because Tribe Gaming are playing for the tempo right now. Only 2 more gems to start a countdown.
Now a hypercharge super on the left-hand side. Equals a trade. Luffy scoops up a couple gems and Zeus with 9. So both of these brawlers have to stay alive. Luffy low HP and dwindling down alongside the poison. Chino positioned on the left-hand end. He's just charged up a hypercharge, and now Bobby has one as well. Purple button being clicked. Now Bobby dragged to the Shadow Realm. Supal still goes down. He has a gadget available, but Zeus will hold on. No extra utility needed. That's going to be a clean one from Tribe.
That was pretty close towards the end, man. I'm not going to lie. A hypercharge super out from Tara when Tribe were perfectly equipped to go away. You saw Janet. It's not like she was unable to use a gadget, especially not the super. I mean, she had the hypercharge super. Lacking on the reactions there, but hey, that's the design of the hypercharged Tara super. It comes down quickly, and it's tough to react to it. It's something that Space Station Gaming are undoubtedly trying to use to their advantage right now. Here comes Luffy on the left side, getting an early game victory on the left, and a victory on the right for Tribe gets him control of the entire map.
Pick up on the left-hand in, makes Tribe a lot comfier. RBM in position on the right-hand side. Bobby rotating, trying to assist his teammates. A dive in for the stun, not enough for a kill. A questionable call. I think SSG are just trying to find ways to get a kill because otherwise they're going to be stuffed in spawn.
Well, the most important thing for them is how do we get Chino with super? It's their most powerful deterrent. Sans, once again, just perfect on the timing of the gadget, but you can't really do all that much in the Shadow Realm. RBM is going to profit from this interaction by the margin of 2 gems. Tribe Gaming are only 3 away from starting their countdown. Chino has at least earned a super. Bobby also has a stun at his disposal. Could go for 1 onto Zeus, and Chino follows up with a super of his own. Here's the rotation on the left side after Luffy has been taken down. So Tribe Gaming, they have control of the gem count at the moment, but Space Station Gaming, they're trying to get that map control. That's going to be the 1-2 on RBM. Bobby was ready to punch him up with the 2-piece. It's only going to be an exchange, though. Luffy's ready with the super to go into the Shadow Realm, but he doesn't even need to.
Well, hold on to it. Just takes advantage of the extra stats that you get from popping a purple button. RBM once again taking to this right-hand side as SSG travel together. They're occupying the middle of the map, right over all of these gyms. They got a long way to go. Still 4 to come back from. Bobby, though, has just charged up a hypercharge. Now on the left-hand side will go invisible. Zeus takes the Scott, keeping a chance, trying to get a little bit of extra damage and will back down. Has to be careful because he knows Bobby could be somewhere hiding.
Well, here he comes. Luffy evaluating what his move is going to be. Stick him in the Shadow Realm, he says, but Sans has the hypercharge. That's enough to take down Luffy if he comes back out, but Sans is holding on to 11. He's safe and sound. Only 13 seconds to go for Tribe Gaming to make a beeline across the entire arena, and Zeus has only just gotten his super. Doesn't even have a hypercharge. 5 seconds to go. Luffy needs to make a miracle happen. Almost does. Avoids a super from Bobby, but Sans is still alive, and Space Station Gaming take a set lead.
Feel like a big standout for me in that set several mistakes, it feels like, that cost Tribe Gaming. In that game number 3, I think an early takeoff there from Janet. I know the mind games are tough when you're playing against somebody like Kit who can go invisible. They knew they had the super available, and a stun would have been catastrophic. But nonetheless, it still led to an SSG win. And then obviously we saw what happened in that game 1, a missed Cordelius jump. It just shows that these guys aren't perfect. We're all a little human. It's still going to be competitive nonetheless, but now SSG have the advantage in sets.
After a little bit of a tug of war between Tribe and Space Station, SSG takes the second set 2-1 up against Tribe Gaming. And Tribe, keep in mind, their 4 monthly final wins under their belt, won every single one of those in a 3-0 or 3-1 fashion. So they've never been in this situation except the one time they lost to Elevate. Handing 2 sets towards their opponent despite the Janet having the most kills across the board. Absolutely crazy. The game number 1 especially, Tribe got the reset twice. It was super close. But in the last few seconds of the round, SSG made sure number 2, then Tribe found their stride a bit more, had control for most of the game, but yes, SSG in the end, it does claim the set. Super well played from them. And now we're heading into set 4 with the potential chance of SSG closing things out here in a 3-1 against Tribe.
Very
Mind
possible.
blown, yeah.
SSG, they've looked, yeah, that's a definite blower right there. To think that an SSG that has been kind of struggling this whole year, but can you really blame them? They go down in the semis to the teams that make it to the finals literally every month, with the exception of this month right here. But what are they doing? Well, from what I've seen, they're playing a very different kind of Brawl Stars than they usually are. And a huge element of the pro level of play is being prepared for not just who your opponent is, but how they play. And there's no precedent to this level of SSG.
We're heading over to Hideout now. Tribe, on the one hand, likes to open up the map, place Brock and Pearl over here. And then SSG, we already saw how good they are with Jean today. Loves to play him usually, but they have the last pick here and they don't want to take the risk to leave him open. First pick is going to be with Tribe Gaming. They could still decide to break up the map here, but Angelo, the one brawler they usually break up the map for, is also banned out by SSG. So Kaze, another brawler that had a lot of showings over the whole month here, especially in the ban phase already, is going to be picked up first. Always a nice choice. Again, one of the best brawlers in the current meta. You can't really go wrong with her. Greybell and Mr. P banned out from the side of Tribe. They also know how good Bobby is with those snipers, and they probably were looking into picking one of those themselves. Bonnie would be a brawler I'm waiting for here now, Kenny. And there she is.
Yep. There she is. I think it makes a lot of sense too. Just after seeing Kaze, especially in terms of very high tier meta brawlers that we've got going right now, Bonnie just makes too much sense. The stun, and especially a mode like Bounty where you are really relying on kills, it's everything in this mode. Getting free ones is nice, and Ollie and Bonnie are both 2 good ones. So between the hypnosis and a stun coming out of Bonnie, you've got plenty of opportunities to secure some kills.
Tribe Gaming, what is the response here? On a pretty long-range map, I feel like you'd be inclined to pick a Bell into this Bonnie, but it leaves it wide open, the fact that Tribe Gaming have gone ahead and banned it out. Now, Bell is not typically a ban-worthy brawler in terms of winning it. Well, okay, she's very consistent, but in terms of winning interactions, like, she's pretty good against Bonnie, and she's fairly good into Piper because, you know, once she hits one shot, she's able to get a shield that makes her not too-shottable by Piper anymore. Gus coming out from Tribe Gaming, that solid synergy with Kaze, just good all-around brawler. In fact, Gus has proven himself versatile enough to be even ban-worthy in this last month of Brawl Stars. So it should be a fairly consistent selection from Tribe Gaming. They're just playing it safe right now by the looks of things.
Speculating a little bit too, but Bell, like you mentioned, a really unique one, and when paired with Mr. P, I can't help but think of Jean, so maybe that was on their mind. Unfortunately for them, Jean, of course, banned on the top right-hand side. Hard to know for sure. Either way, just some solid bans overall. Charlie, I think a good way to deal with the incoming offensive gameplay coming in from Bonnie dives or Ollie dashing for the super. Now you have a Cocoon to kind of combat that, put that to a halt, and at least give your team a little extra security.
Charlie finding her way in here as a deterrent. The logical response to both of these things is going to have to be the Amber. Just pretty solid in close range versus Kaze. You know, she wants to throw some knives at you. She's going to have to do it at closer than flaming distance, and if she wants to get right on top of you with the geisha form, guess what? I have Dancing Flames. Also, I'm like still able to auto-aim you. Then, of course, there's the thing that you were looking at when you think of like, okay, what does the Amber play it into? That's a Charlie. Burn right through those spiders. It's a pretty winning matchup for Amber, but usually it relies on things running at you. I feel like it's going to be more reliable into the Kaze of all things. But as we know from Bounty and just how these dashing movement-based brawlers play, they're going for that blue star and then they're going to aim to play defensive, which is exactly what Tribe Gaming's doing now. They've already gotten a kill as a result.
3-0 lead, but Chino, foot on the gas pedal, activating that gadget will give him a little extra movement speed. Spawners are easy for Amber to deal with, but somebody like Chino is going to have to rely on the teammates to help him out. Whoa, what a trade there. Seemed a little too aggressive. Now Zeus in trouble as well. SSG swinging things their way.
Khan with his pants down on the right side. He had no super, yet he was in aggressive position. Yeah, that's not where you want to be as Charlie. And it's only something that you can really pull off in the early game because Zeus has a super now, and this play is no longer on the table for Chino unless Zeus decides to go ahead and use a super in an opportune situation. Look, Zeus is reminding Chino that, yeah, I had the super. He's flashed it after every single attack for like the last 5 attacks, and he's still doing it. He's ready for a push in, but Luffy was ready to push in on the left side. Chino with a response on the left side swiftly gets a 3-star lead for Space Station.
A lot of damage being dealt, but not enough for a kill yet. Hypercharge goes down, a perfect connection there, so Zeus can walk down this right-hand side. A dive forward from Luffy. What a combination! In and out for the team wipe! Execution here from Tribe Gaming.
Execution by the Executioners themselves. Tribe Gaming with a 6-star lead off of that last play. And the most elusive brawler is in possession of all of those. But he doesn't have very good defensive capabilities, and he's sort of leaving Zeus and RBM to do all the hard work for him. Space Station Gaming are also ready with a Bonnie Hypercharge. Chino's just going to do it raw. No Hypercharge required? Not quite. With 10 seconds to go, he must have missed the button. 10 seconds now. Bobby's got to do something unthinkable. A takedown onto RBM? No, not quite. 20-star mark reached by Tribe Gaming, but I can't help but think that that was an utter mistake by Chino.
Luffy, just a problem on that brawler. We've been talking about mechanics from SSG today. It's something that's definitely been a standout story for me, just the way that they've played. That is a great reminder that Tribe Gaming are Tribe Gaming for a reason. Once again, blue star to start off for Tribe's side. Kaze, of course, the mobility she has allows them to get to the middle just a little bit quicker. RBM from the distance, working as a single shot brawler. Makes sense that Zeus, a more mid-range brawler that relies on these walls, will be playing that right-hand side.
Tribe Gaming still trying to leverage their defensive abilities. The rotating Zeus over to the left side, since of course he does have the spiders, and Sand says, okay, I'll follow you. It's a bit of musical lanes over here. Rotate your brawler onto the more favorable matchup. See Tribe Gaming still farming some damage over here. Luffy's going to get burned up, and Chino comes in from the right flank. The spiders are out, but they all flock to Sands, the least opportune target. And in comes Chino, trying to get things down around spawn. A huge pinch. Hypnosis gets 2 kills for Space Station and a 3-star lead.
Great retaliation from SSG. Still trying to end this match right here, right now. A set 5, you just never know what can happen, especially into the #1 seed that's looked so unpenetrable this entire season. Would be great to come away with the win. Tribe Gaming still working their way up this map though. RBM left-hand side just dishing out shots, dueling against Chino as Sands engulfs this right-hand side in gasoline.
Are Space Station aware of the Kaze Hypercharge that is waiting for them? It's going to steal ammo from them. It's going to deal damage to them. It's going to give them worse sightlines, and they'll have to clump around the right side. Tribe Gaming, they're waiting for about the 20-second mark to do so. He's coming in. Oh, never mind. In and out. But doesn't get the advantage. Nope, that's going to have to be Zeus to do so. 1-star lead, but revenge for Sands. Gets a 2-star lead back for Space Station. It's 20 seconds to go, and Space Station are hunkering down. They've got good kill capabilities. Bobby also is able to go for a defensive hypnosis. Gonna be able to get a shield. Chino has a hypercharge. Here comes the hypercharge oil down. Everyone's got to move away. Hypnosis on a Zeus gets 1 kill. Looking for 2. RBM falls. Luffy, the last possibility, the last bastion of offense for Tribe Gaming, can't do it. And Space Station go to match point.
Wild to think we are here. Tribe Gaming with the possibility of falling short in the last month of the year. SSG bringing their best stuff when it matters most. These guys have been unbelievable today. Had yet to make a grand finals the entire year and had a perfect run of 6-0 to get here. now just one game away from taking down North America's #1.
Space Station once more have to find their first kill. Is just in the nature of Tribe Gaming's comp, they're going to get that blue star and play defensively. You see the appropriate lane rotations from Space Station. They've got Amber on the right side versus the Charlie. It's looking pretty decent so far. Chino's also chasing down his ideal target, which is RBM. Needs to leave Bobby to deal with Luffy. Whoa! What a pick on the right side. Sans just took that Charlie solo. And Space Station Gaming are in the lead.
All the members of Tribe Gaming clustered in the mid, now looking to expand. Luffy dashing up the map, going invisible. They are aware of this, though. Great game discipline there, just knowing what's in Luffy's kit. Now playing very defensive, SSG. All three members standing together. It's been a little bit of a standstill here, especially considering how much action has been packed into this set. Both sides don't want to make a mistake.
No one's really willing to make the first move unless they know it is a calculated success. Here comes Luffy for big value, gets one. Bobby's got to retreat because he's taken damage still. Space Station lead by 2 stars so far. Can't really afford to get taken down. Really, they never can. Ooh, hypercharge in. Everyone's caught in it. They don't know where anyone is from Tribe Gaming, but they've got vision on the left side. That's 1 kill for Tribe. Cocoon on the right. An attempt at revenge for Luffy. Chino's trying to get back inside the turret on the left side, is able to survive, and also shrugs off 1 more shot from RBM. Space Station still in the lead by just 2 stars. 20 seconds to go. Bobby on the right side moved away in the hypnosis in onto Luffy. That makes 1. Zeus, hypercharge style, looks for Sans. Chino has a super. Is he going to use it? 10 seconds to go. Tribe Gaming only have 1 more move to make this happen. And as the clock ticks down, they're running out of options. A jump to the sky, a takedown on Zeus, and Tribe Gaming fall. The curtain falls. The old guard of North American Brawl are still here.
The last great American dynasty. When they needed it most, the old guard emerges here. Going to World Finals, what a story building to such a predictable season in North America.
With an unpredictable day overall, I think nobody would have expected 4 3-0s in the quarterfinals already, another 3-0 in the semis from no one other than Space Station Gaming against Elevate. And now they not only take down the #2 seed in the region, but also #1. Congratulations, guys. You've done it. You finally broke the streak of both of those teams. Tribe Gaming doesn't get their 5th monthly final win. Elevate doesn't even make it into the grand finals today. And the one team that has done it is SSG, Kenny.
Was just fed this information too. Tribe Gaming versus SSG this year. April semifinals, 3-0 Tribe Gaming. June monthly finals, 3-0 Gaming. SSG had yet to take a set against these fellas. And in the final month of the year, a 3-1 victory. What a statement. What a season.
And we just saw in the stats, you got a feel for Luffy there. He definitely made sure that Tribe at least won that game #1 with a dive forward from him. 2 kills in quick succession. He still secured Tribe Gaming that first win. But after that, it was all SSG again. A quick match point from them, and then also a quick 3rd round. Very well played by them. And yeah, I can't wait to also talk to them a little later.
First takedown. Double takedown. Double takedown. Double takedown! Triple takedown! Double takedown! One takedown left. First takedown. Double takedown.
Haters hate, skaters skate.
First takedown.
I like big boxes, and I cannot lie. I like big boxes, and I cannot lie. I like big boxes, and I cannot lie.
Seconds left.
I like big boxes, and I cannot lie.
First takedown. Double takedown. Double takedown. Triple takedown.
Double takedown! Double takedown!